Chapter 51, Invitation from the Fifth Team. After the Matsumoto Ranjuku incident ended, Aizen was active for a period of time with high intensity. It seems that I think that Bengaiu has accumulated enough power to support it to the next stage. But the facts are always unsatisfactory. After half a year of attempts and adjustments, Aizen quickly encountered a bottleneck. The evolution of Bengaiu has a tendency to stagnate again. Standing in front of the bookcase in the office, Aizen said this plainly. While sorting out the various manuals and collections in front of him, he said in a plain tone as if he was talking about family matters. Although I have tried many times since then, Bengaiu has no clear feedback. The need of the soul has reached its limit. I can feel the emotions conveyed by Bengaiu, which tends to be satisfied. So if you want to go further, what you need now is something else. Ama Jing also sat on the chair in sweat, and the expression on her face was quite embarrassing. Is this a gossip that can be said casually during the day? You must know. Akamajing is also in the fifth team's house at this moment. Originally, it was just taking advantage of his internship. Arimajing also took the time to run to Aizen. Now that I am here, I just planned to come over and say hello. But I didn't expect that the other party would make such a heavyweight statement as soon as he spoke. That, Aizen. The other party's movement paused for a moment, as if he could fully understand what Ma Jing was thinking, and he said with a smile at this moment. It's okay, my office is close to Captain Ping's side. There are no team members to interact with each other in normal times, it's a very quiet place. It is already very abstract to talk about these things next to the captain's office. Aizen returned. He had two more thick books in his hand, and at this moment he placed them one by one in front of Ma Jingyi. The person involved quickly got up and made a thank you gesture. So I plan to adjust my research perspective and start from other aspects to see if there will be any new discoveries. Of course, these are all later stories. Now the most important thing is to explain some things to Jing Yejun. You can take these books back and take a look, it should be helpful to you. Arimajing nodded, lifted him flat in front of him for a moment. Can time really change everything? You can also succeed if you pay more attention to details and small things. Thanks. Why do I need to see this kind of thing? Moreover, a strong sense of marketing came to my face, making Ma Jing's face a little distorted. Considering that the time in the soul realm is chaotic, there are ancient times and modern things. Nowadays, it is only considering that the existence of Lingzi itself covers the entire land, so many electrical appliances are not yet popular. In contrast, items like books have no restrictions on this aspect. It is said that some serialized reading materials are quite popular among the 13th team of the Gyuding. Jing Yejun is very capable, so he also needs to pay more attention to these aspects. Is this checking for my omissions? I have received my heart, but the taste of the prison teacher reading seems to need to be improved. Putting the two books in a relatively close position, seeing Ma Jing reacting like these, a satisfied smile appeared on Aizen's face. In addition, Jing Yejun, I have some other ideas about the subsequent activities. Things. I haven't finished my words yet. There was already a burst of rapid footsteps outside. Not long after, the door was pushed open with a touch. Hey! With Ma Jinja, you are a student who comes to our fifth team for internship. Although you must have a good relationship with Aizen, it is too unreasonable to keep pestering the deputy captain. Mako Hirako, wearing Haori, was baring her teeth and showing a malicious smile. Both of them stood up and greeted the visitor. Team leader. Captain Pingzi. The yellow-haired man waved his hand with a smile and said indifferently. Relaxation, it's not a serious meeting, just be a little casual. It can only be said that it is worthy of the fifth team. Mako Hirako sat next to Aizen quite casually, and now she reached out and put it directly on the prison master's shoulder. So, I've been internship in our fifth team for half a day, right? With Ma Jingyi, do you have any specific thoughts? Do you want me to give a work summary? It's not difficult. In my opinion, the work of the 5th team is still quite chaotic. Although it is classified as a rescue team, its actual work is completely different from the 4th team of the medical team. Because the definition of rescue is very broad, you must not only participate in the battle when necessary, but also know the ability to coordinate management so that you can play your due role at the right time. So in my opinion, the work of the 5th team is actually far more busy than I imagined. To be able to play and breastfeed, your work is also compatible with the functions of some other teams. Because of this, the purpose of rescue can be achieved when needed. Hearing Ma Jingyi's words, Mako Hiriko's smile even more. You kid really understands it very much. I really read my vision at the beginning. You are indeed a genius. Ran, you have taught a good apprentice. Aizen calmly pushed the glasses on her nose bridge and said calmly. Captain, your overly intimate actions will hinder your majestic image. Please. It's very stereotypical, it's such a boring man. While laughing, Mako Hiriko turned her head and stared at Eri Majinja. His eyes shrank for a moment, and then opened his mouth and said. You have Ma Jingyi, what job did you come into contact with in the morning? The person involved touched the back of his head and said in a summary manner. Simulate rescue, gather the remaining soldiers, and temporary command and send out requests for help, right? There are indeed a lot of things, and it is really hard to remember when I ask questions suddenly. Hiko Mako said with her eyes narrowed. And you passed all these temporary tests with full marks, right? Yes. After all, it is not a difficult thing. It seems you don't care much about your expression? Well, after all, it's normal to not stand in my position. It's normal to not understand my mood. But in fact, your performance is already far beyond the average level. As I said before, I can understand and have not many people who are performing the rescue team. In this regard, your talent really surprised me. So. Hiriko Mako showed her big teeth and said with a hearty smile. Although I had this idea earlier, it's not too late to say it now. There is horse quiet. Are you interested in graduating early and working in my 5th team? I will apply for the procedures and just follow the process. And guys like you shouldn't have wasted time in the academy. If a guy like you joins the team, you should be able to take the position of the chief officer soon. And even. Hiko Mako pushed Aizen's shoulder with a smirk and said. It's not impossible for you to be the deputy captain if you squeeze this guy down. Chapter 52, Unique Arrangement. Although he spoke in a joking tone. But this is also a captain-level figure, who is sending invitations to himself. It is a move that you must never ignore it and must also respond. Ama Jing also bowed respectfully and said repeatedly at this moment. Thanks to Captain Pingzi for his appreciation, but I don't have any idea about this at the moment. There was no obvious emotional change. Mako Hiriko just nodded lightly and then said. Do you have your own ambitions? Well, that's a good thing. Anyway, they are all working for the Lingting court, and Mako Hiriko has no objection to this. But compared to others, he still cared about Ma Jing's thoughts. Can you ask where the rank you want to go to? Ma Jing also smiled awkwardly and patted the back of her head embarrassedly. Actually, there are no more specific plans yet, because there are changes in relevant regulations this year. So I plan to go for an internship more after some places, make a decision. What is this statement? In the second half of this year, based on the basic strategy of improving the overall quality of the teammates proposed by the captain of the general, the reform plan was drafted by Captain Uematsu Hawali and approved by the 6 captains. The content is to increase the internship time and frequency of the internship students, and strive to have the opportunity to rotate internship units before graduation. This will facilitate the internship students to find an organization that truly suits them. At the same time, it also allows other students to take advantage of this opportunity to know the work content of other teams. It can be said that it is a perfect strategy to kill two birds with one stone. Realistically speaking, Captain Pingzi should have known about this. After all, this proposal was proposed in the captain's meeting 3 months ago. Eisen described these facts casually, and at this moment he pushed his glasses and said softly, "You don't remember it at all, do you?" Pingzi's eyes began to float towards the wall. "This, I will definitely not forget this." "It seems you don't remember it at all. Why are you so sure? After all, at that captain meeting 3 months ago, you asked for leave on the grounds of being unwell, and I was the meeting you participated in. Although the information was sent to your office afterwards, but now it seems that you have not read it at all." Einan smiled and turned her head and said in a light tone, "Ah, but noble people always forget things. Besides, it's just a small problem, so you don't have to worry about it at all. Although I spent 7 hours to sort out the handwritten materials, even if they are ignored, there will be no emotional changes at all." Alas! Ama Jing had already heard the two wars and was about to leave first. Mako Hiriko was also sweating profusely at this moment, and she let go of her right hand with a dry smile. "Ahahaha, suddenly I remember something important." "Ah. You continue to talk, I won't bother you anymore, see you again." It can make the captain retreat in such a mess. "Prison, you are so powerful." When you could hear Captain Pingzi's footsteps fading away, the originally tense atmosphere in the room also eased. Eisen couldn't help but sigh. He packed up the objects on the table and said in an apology tone, "Sorry, Shizuikan, you have seen these indecent things. Very interesting, please give me more trouble, I like to watch. Although I think so in my heart, I definitely can't say it." Even after a brief pondering, Ma Jing also said softly, "Teacher Eisen, what's next?" Jing Yejun just walk at her own pace. "I have no arrangements for you for the time being. It's not that I want to alienate the other party, but simply because there is really nothing important here," Eisen said with a smile. "Beng Yu's research may come to an end, but I want to continue trying it out. A new research direction may be opened later, but that is not something that is in a hurry. We have a lot of time, so we can take it slowly. So Jing Yejun doesn't have to act too anxious. You are different from Dongxian, and I have great expectations for you. Before graduation, go to other teams to intern, confirm the environment, lay the foundation for the next actions, etc. After all, knowing yourself and your enemy is also a necessary part. So just learn slowly and settle for a while. When the time is ripe, I will contact you again." It is not uncommon to ask such questions even with Ma Jing. Because just yesterday, Dongxian had already received instructions from Eisen. Brother Blind was urged to ask him to finish the course as soon as possible and prepare him to join the 13th team of the Guardian. Ma Jing originally thought Eisen might have some more specific arrangements, but she didn't expect that the other party still let her stay in the academy. "Continue to settle? I'm not a sports student. But overall it is not unacceptable. After all, it is better to have less than more things." And as Eisen said, considering that there is still a lot of surplus in terms of time, there is no need to rush for a moment. As for this, it would be a waste of time to continue sitting down. "Teacher Eisen, then I." Eisen stood up and walked out from behind the desk. He smiled and nodded to Akima Jing, and gently patted the other person on the shoulder. "Well, go back and have a rest earlier. The future activity time has been changed to once a month. Because I have other arrangements for Dongxian, I will contact you in person. Before that, I will try my best to improve myself, Jing Yejun." Although it is a very plain tone, after combining the content, I always feel that something is wrong with this sentence. After all, if you simply think about it, it is not difficult to find out. Every time Ma Jing gets along with the prison teacher alone, there will be some headaches. For example, forcing him to learn how to control spiritual pressure, and do something with Gui Yanchange. Although it is not a bad thing in terms of results, from the perspective of the parties involved in the incident, it is a bit uneasy to think about it. Although my strength has improved. But the prison master can try every means to find someone who makes his scalp numb to be his opponent. So you won't have to arrange for me to have a fight with a captain, right? The eyes were a little weird, and the other party noticed it when it fell on Eisen. It's like a little bit of communication. The other party showed a plain smile, patted Ai Ma Jingyi's shoulder as if he was comforting, and said softly, "Don't worry, Jingye Jun, I won't do anything too dangerous this time. In addition, I also believe in your strength. Believe me, you will definitely be very satisfied with the arrangement this time." What he said was unconvincing. Because of the prison teacher, your glasses are reflecting. Chapter 53, Next Stop, Second Team. Another month passed. It was almost around October. It is at the transition time of autumn and winter. The alternating cold and heat of the battle is also annoying. How to wear it so as not to appear dull? After all, everyone else is wearing summer clothes. If I am alone in autumn clothes, it will look weird, right? Hutch Yanjian bit the rice spoon and said in a rather distressed tone. It's a very troublesome thing to attract attention. Akimajing also pondered for a moment and tried to retort. No, it would be very tiring to care about other people's gaze like this. You must not understand it if you have Ma Jun. This is the secret of girls' survival and the bottom line of society. If you don't even care about these things, my sociality will be over. Is it such an important thing? It can only be said that it is difficult for Ma Jing to empathize with this relatively unique social atmosphere. I don't understand, but I respect it. Well, although I think Hutch looks very good. Hu Che Yanjian hummed and said in a pretended deep tone. You guy, don't add the word sen now. If we use it to show that the relationship between the two parties is close, we will seem to be more familiar with each other, right? Arimajing also laughed and wiped off the curry residue from the corner of her mouth with a tissue. Or do you want me to call you Yanjian Jiang more? Yuyan, whose head was buried in an instant. Although she had known each other for almost a year, this level of interaction still seemed too exciting for her. I really don't know if it's too conservative or that's true. But no matter what, Ma Jing doesn't hate this slow-heating atmosphere. He raised his hand to stir the hair hanging from his temples, and Hu Che Yanjian said in a low voice. Well, it's better to call the one in front. The former name is already embarrassing enough, and the latter is basically the degree of double critical strike. Otherwise the heart will not be able to bear it. When Ma Jing heard this, she immediately showed a hearty smile. Let's understand, Yanjian Jiang. The rosy traces began to spread, down to the neck and up to the ears. Yuyan Hutch seemed to cry and couldn't help but say. You guy. Oh lady doesn't speak loudly, it's better to be a little more restrained. After all, I was in the cafeteria. As a crowded occasion, I was worried about other people's sight. Yuyan Hutch finally couldn't lose her temper. Take back the preface. This guy is even more annoying than half a year ago. Okay, that's all for the joke. Sorry. Senior Hutch. After spending time together, Ma Jing also understood the other person's general personality. Yuyan Toru is a very conservative girl. Because she has known each other for a long time, she can act a little casually, but she is just a simple way to stop. Although our relationship has not been confirmed yet, we are currently in such a state of being above friends and above, and it is not unacceptable. Considering that it is not a lover relationship, it would be a bit rude to continue joking. Thanks to her long-term relationship with Eisen, Ma Jing also has a calm temperament compared to more than half a year ago. He smiled and packed up the residue on the dining plate and asked in a slow tone. I heard that some time ago, the fourth team had already started to recruit players publicly. Senior Hu Che should have participated, right? Although the graduation season is in winter, this kind of thing is the same as a Japanese-style inauguration event. There is usually a saying that internal determination. People with good grades and excellent performance will be selected by the corresponding team and report relevant procedures in advance. After graduation, I just follow a process. Logically speaking, this is indeed a recruitment meeting for graduates, but this activity itself does not mind the participation of lower graders. After all, you will graduate sooner or later, and it will be helpful to experience the exam atmosphere in advance. I saw that I had mentioned my professional content. Hu Qianjian's expression also eased a lot. She snorted in a trace and then said softly, "It's certain that I'm participating, after all, I've been paying attention to the news in this regard. I'm very proactive, it's this momentum. Then again, what's the result? Full. The examiner also praised me. If I were 6 years old this year, I would have been able to get a team license now. Oh, it's amazing. Hey, oh. Arimajing also smiled and touched Hu Qianjian's head, but the other party did not refuse. And it did not react until a few seconds later. She later made a move to retreat and said embarrassedly, "No, don't do this. Everyone is watching. No, it's not very good. Is it meaning that you can do this privately? I don't hate this practice. But it always feels strange to say this." Yuyan Toro held his hands on both sides of his cheeks and let out a whimpering low moan. "Stop kidding me anymore, there's a horse. Sorry, it was not intentional. But no matter what, I have to congratulate you." As he said that, Ma Jing also took out a small gift box with exquisite packaging from her arms. "Celebrating your passing exam, I bought you a little gift, I hope I like it." Hu Qianjian was obviously stunned. "Hey? Is it for me? Otherwise, do I have any other gifts that I can give?" The prison master should count, but the things he gave him should be replaced. The smile on Hu Qianjian's face bloomed like a flower. "Thanks." Seeing that this girl was about to put the things in her bag, Ma Jing couldn't help but say, "Don't you take a look. I want to go back to the dormitory and open it. Here comes again. I don't know the so-called reserve. Forget it, this is also a characteristic and habit of others." Even if Ma Jing has no intention of correcting it. Not to mention, Ama Jing also supported her chin with one hand, turned her face sideways at this moment, and said with a smile to Hu Qianjian, "It's already very satisfying to see Yanjian's smiling face. Gu. There is a short-lived person and a weak person. Now, those tough words can't be said no matter what." Seeing the other party shrinking his head back, Ma Jing, who succeeded in the blow, also got up with a smile. "Let's just be here today. I have some things to be busy in the afternoon. I'll be rude first." Yuyan Hutch showed a somewhat surprised expression and couldn't help but say, "Hey? Isn't it class in the afternoon?" Ao Ma Jing also pondered for a moment, tilted her head and showed a helpless smile. "Because of the arrangement of a senior, I will need to go to the second team for an internship for a while in the next few days. It will take about half a month. And this." It was also the special action Eisen formulated for Eisen Jing. Through the handwriting of the letter, the party involved could even imagine Eisen's expression of pushing glasses and showing an inexplicable smile. "Go and contact the second team, Jing Yejun. There you will be exposed to more essential instant steps. At the same time, try to learn as much as possible and see something you have never met." That's right, this is Ma Jingyi's next destination. The second team of the 13th team of the guarding court, also known as Secret Mobile Team. Chapter 54, The Sword? Is a male lady. Starting from Zhenyang Spiritual Art Academy, because of permission, Ma Jing was able to use spiritual pressure to rush on the road. Before the sky became darker, Ma Jing also came to the destination of this trip. Holding the letter of introduction in hand, the boy couldn't help but look upwards. Is it actually in the team house on the mountain? A towering mountain stands in front of you, and you can see a long staircase going straight to the top. The torii and the pillar stand on both sides, looking delicate and atmospheric. Between the columns in front of the stairs, the mark with the word 2 can be clearly seen. The trees and grass next to the mountain road are also quite dense, but at the same time they do not seem messy. Obviously, they are also the result of proper pruning. Very particular. Among them, a tall man with a plain head was waiting quietly on the mountain road. He looked in the direction of Ma Jingyi and immediately showed an overjoyed smile. Hey! There's Ma Jing! It was Omida Kiyoshi. After the previous fight in the academy, the rich man was quite friendly to Ai Ma Jing. Even after hearing that he was going to be in the second team for internship this time, he wrote a letter to say what he would greet at the door. Originally just kidding. What are you doing? Let a deputy captain level figure wait for him to go upstairs with pain. With Ma Jing, he was sweating even after now. I don't have such a big face, I'm so proud, brother. Senior Omida. Oh. It looks very energetic. This is indeed the case for young people. They look energetic no matter what they do. The generous man smiled cheerfully, and even reached out to pat Ai Ma Jingyi's shoulder. His movements were quite intimate. I have never had the chance to repay you Ma Jun's kindness before. This time I heard from the captain. Do you want to intern here for half a month? I have to say that although the captain looks old-fashioned, he is still very flexible in many cases. Such old people are rare. Please make sure to let me keep my whole life as a landlord. The food and accommodation cost for the next half-month will be my Omida Kicho. How can I be so embarrassed? I'm just here for an internship, there is no need to do this. How exaggerated, even if you want to say that. But the other party added with a smile. There are luxury dishes and the accommodation standards are arranged according to the highest specifications. Thank you for the hospitality. Oh, that's the momentum. The sword? There is still a delicious batch. Arimajing also followed Zizhijan, and the other party's enthusiasm was not only reflected in the entertainment, but also said for Arimajing. Because I am hosting a Majun, I will also be responsible for the next explanation and description. After all, I am still here for an internship, not on vacation. It would be better to be able to bring up important things. Then please, Senior Omida. A small matter. The 13th team of the Guardian team are scattered throughout the Lingting court, and they also have their work and blocks responsible for each other. Just as A Kawarawa, who was the captain of the 7th franchise, mentioned in the meeting. As the inner court guard, he also serves as a part of the patrol and emergency response responsibilities, and also needs to focus on various work around the first team and the central office 16. Based on this as the premise, if the captain of the 7th team takes action alone, he needs to be recognized by the captain of the first team before the ban will be lifted. There are countless situations like this, so don't just look at the different numbers of the teams, and think that everyone's work is actually not different. Zizhijan's tone was very calm, and he obviously had done this in advance. As for the second team, the full name is called the Hidden Mobile Force. Because of its special nature, most of the time the players are not guys who like to show up. As for the reason, haha, I guess there is no need to explain that Amajun should be able to understand it, right? That's of course. Akamajing nodded without hesitation. After all, it is a special force specializing in assassination, hiding, and good at operating on the dark side. Naturally, the deeper you hide, the better. On the contrary, a typical aristocratic figure like Omida appears in the assassination army as the deputy captain, which makes people feel quite absurd. No, it seems something is wrong. I may have put the cart before the horse. Omida can sit in this position because he is relying on the glory brought by his surname. It would be better to say that aristocrats are like this. It doesn't matter if you are not professional, you just need to be able to hold the most power. I always feel that I have learned some unnecessary knowledge. The chief of the general team implemented this proposal, probably to give the students who are about to become team members a more specific impression. So with Ma Jun, please don't slack off during these days of internship in the second team. Of course, as a senior, I will take care of you more. The tension and relaxation are moderate and the speech is very organized. Is this the level of the vice captain? It's indeed a bit awesome. Arimajing couldn't help but recall the description in the original work at this moment. In the mouth of Broken Bee, Kicho Omamita's talent was even higher than his father. Is this evaluation true? As he thought about it, Majing also followed Xi's Hyjin to the mountain. The layout at the top is much more particular than imagined. In the smooth and flattened area, it is a courtyard that has been magnified several times. The words of the second team were engraved on the gate, swaying and dazzling. Ah, this is the captain's work. She said that the second team, which has been lifeless, is boring and wants to arrange something different so that it can also adjust its mood. It is indeed something that Sifenjai and Yai can do. Then, let's go in and say hello to the captain first. Arimajing also nodded and followed Xi's Hyjin closely. Because someone led the way, the two of them walked smoothly and finally stayed in front of a courtyard. You can see two figures constantly intersecting in the field. The stretched phantom looks like a thin water vapor evaporated in the early morning. Looking ethereal and hazy. Majing also looked a little more serious. After all, with his current level, it is not difficult to see what is happening in the field at this moment. Someone is taking action here, and the speed is quite fast. The continuous dull movements are the abnormal noises that will only be made by the flip of cloth, touching and squeezing the flesh. Let's just get here first, there are guests here. One party stopped his body first. Looking closely, he looked at the Sifenjai Yuan Night Yi, who was sweating slightly on his forehead and dressed in a short dress. And opposite her, Yashiro, although his ability has improved a little, he still has a lot of room for improvement. Don't forget to practice. The long-haired man with a slightly different skeleton and figure was carefully wiping away the sweat from his face and sobbing. I know. Sir. Sifenjai Yuan Zishiro, Zong. Seeing the other person's face, Majing couldn't help but tense her expression. The sword? Is a male lady. Chapter 55, How do you think Zishiro looks? Although I did have psychological preparations for related aspects before. But after seeing the other person's appearance, Majing still I couldn't help but sigh. This black skin is really passed down from my ancestors. There is no need to say more about the similarity between the siblings. Even if she cried with disagreement, Yoshiro would be more like a woman who prefers traditional image. Should the personalities of you two siblings be reversed? Of course, these things must be just a little bit of muttering in my heart. After Sifenjai Yuan Ye turned his gaze here, Ma Jingyi's expression couldn't help but become serious. The memories of being slapped naked and fainted from the past came to my mind. My neck began to hurt. Oh! With Ma Jing, I've been waiting for you for a long time. At this time, you must respond respectfully. After all, in other people's territory, you are still here to see the school. But he hadn't waited for him to speak. A quite cold voice came close to him. Why don't you kneel in front of the emperor? What kind of speech is a dog-legged speech? All these words were stunned for Ma Jing. He turned around and saw a thin figure kneeling in the corridor next to him staring at him. That was a woman with short hair with bangs. She was wearing a secret action tight suit in the same style as the second team, with a small appearance and compact facial features. If it grows up, she will definitely be a very classical beauty. But this guy's frowning brow completely destroyed the atmosphere, as if he had smeared everything in his heart on his face. She was exuding a strong emotion at this moment. Dislike. I probably have no place to mess with her, right? Besides, it should be the first time I met, so why do I have such great hostility towards me? Arimajing also pondered for a moment, and looked at Omada Kainarizonari who was beside him as if asking for help. The other party laughed awkwardly and said, I am a member of Sing's army who admires Lord Yayi, so I don't have to care about the other party's opinions. Hearing this, Majing couldn't help but widen her eyes slightly. Why? Could this girl be? But soon, Yayi's voice broke his fantasy. Zhume, don't be so nervous. If you have Majing, you will come to our side to learn. Don't easily have opinions about others because of your personal emotions. Talk you. It's not a broken bee, but this look of respect for Yayi really has a bit of charm. When Majing is somewhat recalled. There are many nobles in the Soul Realm itself, and among them, there are divisions between tribes and gaps between levels. Just as Omada was attached to the Saifanjai Yuan clan. Although the more inferior nobles cannot allocate reasonable resources, they are also able to inherit some responsibilities and obligations due to the inheritance of their own. For example, this is the case with the Bee family who was born in the original work. The lower-level nobles who have been professions with punishment and assassination from generation to generation have always been proud to join the Sing army. I'm afraid the woman in front of me will be the same. Out of life experience, education, and surrounding environment. Therefore, one has to be loyal to certain specific objects until one puts his feelings on one's own life. It makes people feel a little touching. I believe that the meaning of life. There may be different explanations in the eyes of these people. It can only be said that the human body is a part of what feudal society has to taste. Selectively ignoring the hostility that the other party faintly revealed, Majing also turned around and saluted respectfully to Saifanjai Yuan Yai. Mr. Saifanjai Yuan, I haven't seen you for a long time. Gahaha. It's so weird. Even my breasts have been touched, but now I pretend to be like a stranger. You guy. Please don't say these misunderstandings anymore. The sight next to me is so sharp. I feel like I will be dismembered by Wuma in the next moment. Yayi leaned over without caring, and she reached out and held Majing in her arms, and said readily. Omada. Go and organize the living room. I finally got a customer here today, so I can't neglect it. Talk you. Perhaps only Zizhijin is the most reliable person present. Seeing the other party leaving quickly, Ye shook his arms and Majing Yi, who was stiff in his arms, said with a wicked smile. Put your heart in your stomach. I'm not a monster who can eat people and skin, so I won't do anything too much to you. I'm here to learn, right? I'll be at ease, I'll teach you well. Even for that guy Aizen, I won't just give you a perfunctory way. Thank you very much. Then please give me more today. Let me say less if you see a stranger. Let me meet you first. With Majing Yi's neck stuck, Yayi pulled him back to the courtyard, and raised his right hand with a smile and pointed at Zishiro who was washing his face not far away. My younger brother is strong, but his personality is a bit weak. If I step down, he will be the next generation of Saifanjai Yuan leader. Saifanjai Yuan Yoshiro sect, this is his name. Amaging also saw that Zishiro was obviously trembling, and then he quickly looked up. Sister, please don't say such misunderstandings. The inheritance of aristocratic tradition itself is a very serious matter, compared to Yayi Yoshiro is obviously more conservative in his casualness. Ahaha, it's just to tell the truth. Relax and relax, the identity of the head of the family just looks intimidating, and you will get used to it soon after getting started. Looking at the people around me, I showed helpless expressions. It is not difficult to see that Yayi is absolutely one Emensho in the second team. What a strong and cheerful guy. I don't know how Urahara gets along with her in daily life. I am sighing. Yayi put his head over again. Hey, what do you think Zishiro looks like? No, what are you doing when you ask this sentence? I'm not interested in male girls. What, your eyes are not thinking about something messy, right? I mean that Yoshiro looks like this, which means that the people in our Sifanjai Yuan family are quite good. You will definitely not treat you badly after you get married. Then I will take the initiative to marry you and let all the well-known guys in the Lingting court gather together. This is what I meant. A little relieved. Thank you, Lord Yi, but I'm sorry, I really don't have any ideas about this. And then again, why does Yi, Sifanjai Yuan, always worry about marrying into his family? Is there anything you have attracted her attention? Ma Jing smelled his clothes by chance. No problem, I haven't applied any catnip or something. As if seeing through what Ma Jing Yi thought, Yi mysteriously pulled him to the side. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a playful tone. You have learned it. What are you referring to? I'm still pretending I can't stand you. Yi suddenly increased the force a little. LS secret footwork method, the third of the three of the four maple, the cicada, you already understand it, right? Chapter 56, the so-called captain. Although the foundation of the nobles is not secrets or intelligence. But these things are also hidden as the most advanced hidden content, hidden in a very deep place that outsiders can never find. So I can be sure that you will never understand this skill after reading the things passed down from my Sifanjai Yuan family. 2 hours have passed since the hook and shoulders that makes people's heart beat faster. After that, Yi just patted Ma Jingyi's shoulder meaningfully, and left with a sentence of enjoy the dinner. The banquet organized by Omada was indeed very lively. The utensils of white porcelain flower bowls looked very valuable alone, and the specifications of wine, food, and beverages were also quite particular. If you can eat raw, you will never cook it for you. How exquisite the plate is done. If you don't evaluate how it tastes, at least the experience is really full. After drinking and eating, Omada and his people retreated, and even the closest Yu Silang was no exception. Even in this wide living room, only Ma Jingyi and Yi were left, and the Sifanjai Yuan head of the erratic personality talked about this. Isn't it very strange? Why did I see it? Honestly, I don't care much. After all, it has happened, and going back to pursue it will only look embarrassed and ugly. But after clearly seeing the joking smile on the other person's face, Ma Jing quietly adjusted her response strategy. Can you please tell me a little bit? Oh, it's very good, come on, just fill it up first. It's just like petting a cat. It is better to follow the hare than to do the opposite. In short, at this time, I will first make Yi happy, and then I will talk about what happened. After drinking all the wine in the glass in one gulp, Yi's dark and red face looked slightly drunk, and said with a smile at this moment. Actually, it was the captain of the fourth team, Kori Uchino, who told me. Why? Why can this matter still be related to the fourth team? After all, he has driven away all the people in the 11th team, and even the team doctors are just inexperienced guys. Yi seemed to be able to guess what Ma Jingyi thought. The smile on her face was still the same, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. Because the wound on that guy Gui Yancheng's back is very obvious, that kind of wound is not very common. He raised his right hand, raised his index finger lightly, and made a simple gesture in the air. After all, the technique is very delicate. It not only accurately cuts the connection points of the two muscles on the back, but also cuts off nerves and blood vessels. The attack is accurately stuck in a relatively shallow position so that it will not touch the bones due to excessive force, resulting in deformation of the overall movement. Let me think about it. By the way, it's like the assassination in a textbook. Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, and his whole temperament became a little subtle. The secret footwork is the secret of my Sifanjai Yuan family. I don't need to emphasize the secrets, and you should be able to understand them. Of course, just these things are not enough to prove your problem. After all, everyone has different habits, movements, and attack angles. Maybe you are really born to kill. What about the material of the hand? So until you are ready to open your mouth, I'm still a little confused. Until I ask you, I'm sure, you must have a problem. Yi smiled and raised his left hand and gently poked Ma Jingyi's chest. Although there is no expression on your face, your body will not lie. The moment you hear me say these words, your heartbeat is already in chaos. So fortunately I'm smart, so I asked Yoshiro to leave here in advance. Otherwise, he would have heard of the skills he had learned for more than 3 years. Now, you have only been seen once and learned it in full. Hey, he will cry until he fainted. Hearing this, Ma Jing couldn't help but wail in her heart. What else can I say now? The other party has already made a final decision. Are you old monsters going to give people a way out? Things can't be hidden at all. As long as the other party has ideas in this regard, they can quickly test the truth and reality. But if you think about it carefully, you will not be surprising to have such a result. After all, in essence, this is also a reflection of connections and strength. As the captain of the 1,000-year-old team, Ms. Hiwalai must know the skills and force angle here, so he also recognized it when dealing with the injury. Even if you know, if you don't choose to reveal it, Yi wouldn't have thought of these things. Although I have some difficulties, from a professional perspective, I am not as good as these veteran captains. Who knows that you are just trying to touch people's heartbeat? It was also at this moment that Ma Jing had some reaction. Complex network of interests and interpersonal relationships, coupled with extremely rich personal strength and experience. This is the invisible strength that a captain possesses, which is why Aizen needs to make arrangements and make preparations in all aspects. After all, in a strict sense, prison masters have never dealt with single individuals. But it encompasses all things that are old order. Although everyone in the 13th team of the guarding ting is as famous as the same person. But the gap between people is sometimes bigger than that between people and dogs. Okay, since you have admitted it, the next thing is very simple. Yi's voice also brought Ma Jing back to reality. When the person involved saw the other party staring at him with a smile. I learned the skills of Siphon Jai Yuan's family without permission. According to the laws of the Soul Realm, as the patriarch of the Sifeng Academy, I can make arbitrary ruling and judgment on you. After all, this is the power of the nobles. Young man, it's somewhat enviable. Yi shook the small wine glass in his hand and said sarcastically. Who do you prefer if you execute secretly or execute publicly? Is there no third option? Although the other party's tone was as normal, Ma Jing definitely didn't think Yi was joking. After all, it is difficult to figure out such a woman who is in a state of uncertainty. Now my forehead is about to start sweating. Just when Ma Jing felt a little nervous, Yi suddenly laughed and stretched out his left hand, patting his shoulder without caring. Ahaha, is your heart going to be in my throat? Your face is ugly, a little brat. The other party smiled freely and arrogantly, and after a moment, Yi put down his wine glass and sighed as if. Said slowly. Okay, let's stop with the joke. Let's talk about some serious matters, serious matters. I saw Yi's body standing on the table. She supported her chin with her right hand, and was looking at Ao Ma Jing with a gaze. You have Ma Jing, you really don't have any interest in coming to me. No, are we working under our command? Chapter 57, Bloodless Change. The amount of information is slightly larger. Ma Jing also pondered for a moment, and couldn't help but show a strange expression. What did you say just now? Is it bad for your ears to be young? Really, I'm asking if you are interested in having big votes together. It should be that I talked about the topic I wanted to discuss. Yi's expression, which was originally indifferent, also changed significantly. She put down her wine glass and her eyes became a little deeper. At this moment, he turned his head and looked at the windowsill beside him. The smile that has always been calm and gentle, as if everything is expected, has faded a lot at this moment. Maybe this is her original appearance? Hey, boy. What do you think of the current corpse soul world? Are you asking me? Such a profound topic is something that people don't know how to speak. I'm afraid no matter what, you won't think it's so good. Don't you already have the answer? So you just want to find a beginning for your topic? Yayi leaned back slightly, and she sat on the cushion, bent her left leg so that her arms could be bent inwardly to support her knees. She seems to look tired. Boy, how many years has the history of the Lingting court been, do you know? I know. About 3,000 years. This is a rough figure for inference and calculation based on the age of the current captain, Yamamoto Takashiroki Shigeki. It's long enough for ordinary humans, right? After all, even if it's a spirit body, it is definitely not easy to live for thousands of years. How old is, and there is more or less an impression of Ma Jing. But is it related to what is being discussed now? Then how much do you know the history of the corpse soul world? Before Ma Jing could respond, Yayi said to himself. It's a far incalculable degree. According to the human beings in this world, this is a place similar to heaven or hell, and no, let's forget this for the time being. In short, it was born in nothingness, and it has been with its own muddy rules for thousands of years. But in these 1,000 years, a clear order was established, and the barriers between people also appeared. Compared with a long history, this insignificant bloodline and inheritance is valued so much. Yayi played with the small wine glass in his hand and his eyes lowered. Don't you think it's absurd? I'm a little speechless for the time being. There are a lot of complaints, so don't pay attention to the specific content for the time being. It is better to focus on the other party's questions. First, you must sort out various information about Yayi again. After all, Ma Jing has a relatively shallow impression of the Sifanjai Yuan leader. It is the image of a black-skinned big sister who likes to pay benefits, is calm and reliable. Having said that, Ma Jing has never thought about the other party's motivation and behavioral logic carefully. And now I have the opportunity to reflect and summarize. It is not difficult to draw some conclusions. She should also be the type who wants to change the status quo. After all, when we were with Broken Bee, we emphasized that both sides did not need to pay too much attention to the class differences between them. In addition to the relationship between Yaiki and Urahara, the two should have similar ideas. So, Yakai is a reformist faction who is not so fierce than Aizen. Thinking and hesitating, Ao Ma Jing slowly opened her mouth and said. Although I think there is a reason for what exists, at the same time, I don't mind watching something change. The relatively neutral answer is indeed what the boy thought. After all, his idea of reform is not too strong. Now he can make a difference because he wants to repay Aizen's kindness for his kindness. And after all, if I insist on saying that I have any dissatisfaction with the nobles. Ao Ma Jing also pondered for a moment, hugged her hands in front of her chest, and nodded. That should be a hater who I am not a noble. As for privilege, who doesn't like it? After all, it is different things to have but not having to and not having. I have never looked down on a different scenery from Yayi's perspective. Even if Ma Jing has no major principles, he doesn't want to show his clumsiness in front of the great nobles. So try to be honest at this time. When Ye in front of him heard this, he was slightly stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't help but sneer. What? It's the same as if I didn't say it. But... well, I don't hate what I say. After all, I'm also a literal beneficiary, and speaking some big words will make you feel less confident. If you can feel the other person's sincerity, then just skip other unnecessary temptations and dealings for the time being. Hey, there is Ma Jing. We want to change some things in the soul realm. Now it is the time to recruit soldiers. Are you interested in joining us? Of course, we will definitely not force you to do something dangerous. In fact, this is just a simple verbal alliance, without actual binding force. If you have to describe it, it must be described. By the way, when you become the captain, I hope you can be consistent with us in many decisions and directions. Only in this way can some decadent and old things be changed. It's indeed this. After hearing this, although Ma Jing's face did not change, she felt relieved unconsciously. As he thought before, Ye Yi was indeed a reformist. But at the same time, because of Urahara Kisuk's relationship, the two of them have no strong intentions. The 5 fingers of his right hand flew, and Ye Yi danced the wine glass in his palm and chuckled. It's just a little bit, even if it's done step by step. After all, time does not mean much to death. We have time to waste and think. I believe that in these long years, we should also find the most balanced fulcrum. By then, the world will change a little. I see. Is this the concept of Yaiki and Kisuk Urahara? It's a gentle approach, and it's true that people like the store manager who are hot on the outside and cold on the inside can get a job. Teacher Eisen specially assigned him to intern in the second team, which should be for this point everyone wants to make trouble. But Urahara is thinking about bloodless changes, so Eisen's prison master is different. It was just for you to burst into pieces. Okay, I've said everything I want to say, so what's your answer? Now that things have come to this point, of course, I have done an infernal affairs. Standard. But before agreeing, Ma Jing couldn't help asking. Captain Yi, you are like this, and you have explained everything to me. Do you just believe me like that? The other party smiled heartily and bared his big teeth. Of course I don't believe it. Well? True or fake? But I believe in that guy Urahara's vision, and after confirming your talent, I also think you are qualified to be with me. It turned out that the store manager was also recommending Ma Jingyi. If you think so, what should the prison master have done to do in it? It's really expected anything. Then please take care of me, Captain Yi. Siphon Jiyuan smiled even happier at night. Oh, I will train you well, brat. Chapter 58, Eisen adds medical scam. Eisen adds a medical mattress. Long time no see teacher Eisen. Now it's the time when autumn goes to winter solstice. Please add clothes and take care of yourself. After I came to the second team freely, it has been more than half a month since then. As you said, Captain Yi of Siphon Jiyuan is a very easy-to-attack person. I did learn a lot of useful things under her. In time, I believe these things can be of great use. Thanks to Eisen for pointing out the way for me. Although it may make Team Yi angry, in fact, I have basically mastered everything I can learn. It doesn't matter if you keep staying there, but Captain Yi often invites me to join the second team recently. If you continue to drag on, what kind of coercive means will the other party use? The situation is complicated and indescribable. So Mr. Eisen, please tell the students where is the destination for the next stage. There is hoarse quiet, above. Looking at the letter paper in his hand, Eisen's mouth was raised, showing a rather relaxed expression. I was much more happy. The one hand holding the letter paper was constantly rubbing it, as if thinking, and as if savoring it. After a moment, Eisen turned sideways, her eyes still falling on the letter paper, but her right hand touched the bookcase next to her. As a handwritten thing, the content is not much, it can be read through in 2 or 3 seconds. But at this moment, Eisen seemed to think that this thing is worth looking at several times. Eisen's expression was quite relaxed, and he took out the prepared letter paper and brush. But I just prepared the utensils and had not touched the ink. The door in front of him was already pushed open. Mako Hirako grinned and rubbed her head with a headache. Ah, Eisen, you are there. Please deal with this document. I have other ones later, what are you doing? Sighing in a faint and inaudible voice, Eisen cleaned up the mess in front of her, her tone as usual. As the captain saw, I was about to write a letter. Why do you feel a little unhappy? It's too rude to guess others' moods casually. Also, please remember to knock on the door before coming in next time. Sorry, in short, I'll ask you for this thing first. Putting a stack of information on the wooden table, Mako Hiriko's eyes fell on the objects at Aizen's hand. Mako Hiriko raised her eyebrows frivolously. Who wrote to you? Does the captain think it is necessary to ask such an obvious matter? Are you a little aggressive today? It's just a daily complaint. After all, these things are the jobs you should have handled. There is a short-lived person and a weak person. What's more, it's this kind of seeking others. So I apologize. Big men should stop complaining at this time. Remember to give this document the result the day after tomorrow, and it is to send it to the commander who has been in charge. No, wait. Mako Hiriko's eyes fell on the upside-down letter paper. There are many people who send these things to Aizen. Mako Hiriko is not too interested in these private things, but the signatures above attracted his attention. Isn't this Majing? Oh, this kid is quite considerate and he actually knows to send you a letter. As he said joking words, Mako Hiriko's eyes also fell on Aizen's body. We have only been a teacher for a few months, but you two seem to have known each other for a long time. It is a habit to echo and perfunctory people with the upper class. After a long period of disguise and adaptation, Aizen has already achieved the level of being unable to leak. But at this moment I don't know if it's an emotional problem or something. Aizen always feels an indescribable feeling of irritability in her mood. As you said, Majing is just a student I have known for a month. As a young man, he does encounter some unpleasant or emotional problems. Pushing the glasses on the bridge of his nose, Aizen's expression was quite calm. As a former GUIDF or teachers, it is also my responsibility to point out the way for them. Does the captain have any opinions on this matter? After saying this, Aizen seemed to have reacted. She lowered her head and coughed twice gently. When he returned to his senses, a familiar smile appeared on Aizen's face. Although I said that, I do seem to be too enthusiastic. It seems that I will have to be more restrained in the future. Okay, Captain. I have received the task here exactly and promised you that it will be completed by the deadline. Do you have anything else to explain? Mako Hiriko looked at Aizen's gentle smile, and was silent for a moment before she replied softly. No, it's okay. But, you should be preparing to reply to AI Majing, right? If possible, please add one more sentence. The captain of the fifth team half raised his right hand and began to stir up the long hair hanging from his temples, saying in a casual tone. Tell him not to be too conspicuous in the off-campus area. Because that guy Gui Yanchinch has recovered from his injuries. He was making a big fuss in the 11th team a few days ago. I said I wanted to arrest this blind boy and peel and cramp. Well, because the captain of the corps has given a verbal warning, this guy will not do anything too much. But letting the people under your command cause trouble, or finding a way to do something wrong by yourself is not an incomprehensible method. So remind him a little bit and let this kid be careful. After saying these words, Mako Hiriko turned around and left without leaving a single sentence. It seems quite straightforward. Aizen lowered her eyes and showed a very playful expression at this moment. Wow! There is another thing. The many thoughts rose and fell in my mind, and finally condensed into a ball, which made Aizen smile inexplicably. Although it is a bit too early, it may even be an unreasonable delusion in the eyes of the parties involved. But if it was Jing Yejun, it should be possible. Thinking about it, Aizen took out the ink and began to write calmly. One day later. Your Majun, your letter. Oh, thank you, Senior Omida. After finishing his training with Zishiro, Majing, who was sweating all over, also retreated to the gate and showed a hearty smile. I'm so sorry, I've been asking seniors to help me do these little things. Gahaha, the second team has no special tasks recently, so I'm quite idle, just don't care. Don't say it far away. At least during this period, Majing has become familiar with the people in the second team. While opening the letter, Omida beside him had retreated to the distance without suspicion. Aizen's handwriting is clear and neat. It was just the thing written on it that made AI Ma Jingyi's expression take an exaggerated roller coaster. Happy, puzzled, confused. Until the end of shock. Well. Prison, are you serious? Chapter 59, Rotten Flowers. Aizen's arrangements for Aizen's Sakureya are not complicated. Because to sum it up, there is only one sentence. Fight your fears and move towards the strong people of the past. Challenge Gui Yanchange again, Jing Yejun. Ah! I will fight Gui Yanchange Jianba again? It can only be said that although I have made some progress, I am definitely not as good as a captain-level figure. Heat and conflict will never lead to good results. So what exactly did the prison teacher think? Judging from the current situation alone, this is like a stimulating exaggeration to force Ma Jing to die. Although I was extremely distressed, no matter what I thought, it was difficult to understand Aizen's thoughts from the perspective of letters alone. In short, let's talk about it first. Hey? End the internship early. It's like that. Although it may be a bit sudden, I have other things I want to learn or see. So it's not a solution to stay in the second team. Unlike the big banquet when it first arrived, although the dinner tonight was much smaller, it was also full of ritual. This is all the people who can get the title of the second team. After hearing Eri Majinja's speech at this moment, Omida Kainari, who was in the forefront, stood up quite consciously. And he gestured a simple gesture to the officers behind him. It can only be said that he is a person born in a secret mobile unit. In terms of the professionalism of sign language communication, it is completely beyond the reach of other teams. Everyone retreated silently, and in the end, only Siphon Jiayuan was left silently sitting in the main seat. Zishiro showed a very obvious confused expression. He knelt on the futon, supported the table with his hands, and made his body lean forward slightly at this moment. We have 4 days left, why not stay in the second team for a while? It is said that it is to try to keep it, but at this time it sounds more like the nagging of a resentful woman in the deep boudoir. It is not uncommon to speak like this. After all, as one of the oldest nobles, Siphon Jiayuan has been carrying the fate of the family since its birth. In this kind of orderly background, there are not many people who can communicate with the Siphon Jiayuan family. Kisuk Urahara was originally one, but this guy has already served 10 times. The captain of the second team naturally doesn't have much effort now. Now only Ma Jing is the only one who can learn the secrets passed down by Siphon Jiayuan family and fight with Zishiro without losing his advantage. As a friend, for helpers, and the few people who can chat with a few gossips on weekdays. Zishiro was indeed reluctant to leave even if Ma Jing was away. If you are Ma Jun, please work in the second team. In this way, you can stay on the mountain without performing the mission. Looking at the tears of others, Ma Jinja's expression couldn't help but feel embarrassed. It can only be said that she was bound by her identity, and Zishiro really lacked a partner to communicate with. Fortunately, the person involved was unable to get the person involved to worry for too long. Ye kept sitting boldly and opened his mouth slightly and interrupted at this moment. Okay, Zishiro. With Ma Jing, there is still something he has to do, and there is no chance to meet in the future. The young man was quite aggrieved. But it is still a bit too far for him to talk back to his sister, Siphon Jiayuan head. In the end, I could only stand up with a confused look on my face and choose to return to the room. The two of them were left alone again. Sorry, Zishiro is not old. I have never taught him how to get along with his friends. Friends are opponents who can communicate equally and appreciate each other, rather than begging for retention. Akamajing shook her head calmly. It doesn't matter, the so-called nobles will also have their own troubles, and I can fully understand. It's convenient to talk to you guys. It is labor-saving and straightforward, and you don't have to consider the twists and turns, everything is mainly based on efficiency. It's like chatting with that guy Kisuk. As the captain of the second team, I agree with your application. With Ma Jing, you can pack up your things later and get out of the gate of Siphon Jiayuan. It's enough to have permission. Ma Jing breathed a sigh of relief, but heard Ye Yi continue to speak. But before going back, it's better to go to the 12th team first. Hey? Why? I don't know, but there was news from Urahara yesterday that I wanted you to go there or something. Ye Yi adjusted his sitting position for a while, pondered for a while, and then explained again. It shouldn't be a very important thing. After all, Urahara's original words are just waiting for you to go when you have time. What can the store manager asks me for? Is it another secret arrangement related to the prison teacher Chiang? Although it was dark, considering that time was tight, he would meet the prison master tomorrow, so Ma Jing still chose to travel overnight. Although there is also a saying of curfew in some areas within the spiritual court, it will be released as long as you hold a pass. In this regard, Siphon Jai Yuan's handwritten warrant ensures that Ma Jing can be unobstructed. The power of the nobles is really useful. With emotion, Ma Jing also used his spiritual power and began to quickly walk through the spiritual court according to the rules. He was not qualified to do this. But there is nothing we can do. I can only say that the grandfather of Ling Ting is the grandfather. In the early morning, Ma Jing also touched the door of the Technical Development Bureau located in the suburbs on time. Compared to the previous open visit, now I may be working hours. I can see that everyone in the bureau looks in a hurry and doesn't have time to pay attention to others. I told someone else to report it, and soon, a Jin arrived at the door. Long time no see, there is Ma Jun. Well, Mr. Ajin looks very energetic lately. So, what's the matter with me? At the sight of Ajin's expression being slightly stiffer, he opened his mouth and said with a smirk. Actually, there is a special situation on Mr. Nira. He asked Captain Urahara to bring a message to Eri Majun. Ah! What is the intersection of this science madman and me? With curiosity and confusion, Ama Jing also followed Ajin and came to Nikangri's office. The room was extremely dark and seemed to have been specially treated with matte. There was a faint stench in the air, as if something had rotted but could not be dealt with in time. Mr. Ne, I'm bringing people here. There was a clang. Nikolai turned out from the room inside. His appearance was as ostentatious and unique as ever. He swept towards this side with a very plain gaze, but he only stayed for a while. It was as if he was looking at some monkey's eyes. Mian 6 is dead. I don't know when the cells stopped dividing, and by the time they reacted, they stopped breathing. I don't even have a chance to rescue me, so I'm really just leaving. But I have gained something. The next step of experiment is to focus on the progress of cell division. Standing on the shoulders of the corpse and looking at the scenery in the distance is also a good experience and worth savoring. Nirvana raised his left hand slightly and pointed straight to the side. She put your hair at the head of the bed and inserted it into the vase. I have taught it many times, but I can't tell the difference between hair and flowers. It's very annoying. As a test piece, it's really a headache. So quickly pack up and throw it away, buy it's your thing, do it yourself and don't bother others. It's really, the smell of protein rot is really bad. A plain tone, an attitude as if nothing had happened. It seemed as if he was just explaining some irrelevant trivial matters. After he finished speaking, Nakori simply turned around. It seems that I want to go back to the room directly. Even if there is Ma Jing, she couldn't help it. What does Mian 6 mean that Mian 6 is dead? Why is a living person? No, wait. Memory began to climb like a maggot attached to the bones, sticking to the cerebral cortex with Ma Jing Yi. Nai Chongxian focused on the research of the Mian plan and successively created 6 failed products including Mian No. 1 to Mian No. 6. I had thought it was wrong. The little girl I saw at the beginning was not Niran Meng, who was Mian No. 7, but Mian No. 6, who was a failed product in the background. This is true. But I always feel that I shouldn't have such a light tone at this time. My mind was a little confused, and Ma Jing couldn't help but shout. Etc. What, is there anything else? Nikolai stopped and turned his head halfway. I'm very busy here. Just instill things that have no nutritional value into Kisukura Hara. I'm not your emotional trash can. I have no interest in stupid people, and I will not have any interest in communicating with monkeys like you. I just feel uncomfortable when I just stand in the same space and touch the carbon dioxide you spit out. So get out of here, disappear, or just go to die. Don't show up in front of me, monkey. Nakori's eyes had no emotion at all. After a series of unilateral high-intensity outputs, he was silent for a moment. I entered the inner room silently. Ama Jing also stood there. Sorry, there is Ma Jun. I hope you can understand Mr. Nai. After all, Mian number 6 is his research topic, and he also devotes a lot of attention and hard work to life. Ajin said in a sincere tone. Although Mr. Ne is usually more mean, he will not say these excessive words. Although he realized it later, Ma Jing finally reluctantly accepted the reality. That, sleep. The body of number 6 has been disposed of by Mr. Neptune, after all, it happened 2 days ago. Ajin's tone was also quite sad. Although it will seem very verbose if I repeat it, if you have Ma Jun, please do not misunderstand Mr. Nai's intentions. He is the most uncomfortable person, after all, Mr. Nirvana is the initiator of the plan. It's also the person who exists like a father in Mian number 6. Ama Jing nodded slightly. Not a difficult thing to understand. It's just that I was unable to accept reality for a while. After all, with Nikori's usual temper, he would not say so much. The fact that abnormal itself means abnormality. Ajin, beside him, turned on the lights in the room and could see a small bed placed against the wall. A transparent vase was placed on it. It is not a valuable material, and you can even see many scratches and damaged mouths on it. It should be something that was packed in the trash can. There was a layer of shallow water inside, and Ma Jingyi's hair was soaked in it softly and had already started to rot. This is the source of the odor. Ama Jingyi's eyes were set and she saw the crooked font on the side of the bottle. Flower. I can't even write the complete Chinese characters clearly, and using hiragana instead, is indeed an act that a child can do. As Nikolai said, this thing has no beauty at all, and there is no special meaning. It's just a simple, a treasure collected by a little girl because of curiosity. My thoughts are very confused and my mood is a little complicated. My chest seemed to be blocked by something, making Ma Jing's throat tighter. It seems like regretting, and it is more like feeling sad because of this reality. But why do I think so? Soon, Ao Ma Jing also found the answer. That day, I would have liked her a bite of insect curry. Chapter 60, Things Hurt Their Kind, the name of the sword soul. Life is as crisp as glass. It is like the morning dew under the early morning, the flashes of the pelvis floating in the air. I don't know if it's just because I have too deep memory of Mian number 6, or because I am a little sentimental. Even after leaving the Technology Development Bureau, Ma Jingyi's expression still felt a sense of being indescribable and unexplained. Jing is the Lord, is the Lord. It was not until Aizen's voice came from his ear that Arima Jing suddenly came back to her senses at this moment. Ah, is here. This is the evening of the second day. When they arrived at the school building that they had agreed with Aizen, they chose to meet again in front of the convenience store on the first floor of the school building as before. Aizen looked at Arima Jinja at this moment, and the expression on her face was quite concerned. I'm very absent-minded. Are there any worries? Subconsciously I wanted to say something perfunctory. It's not something worth caring about. But after being condensed to the mouth, these unnutritional rhetoric eventually turned into another silently appearance. Aizen's research on the corpse soul world is far better than himself, not to mention that Nikori's research itself is also well known in the Technology Development Bureau. So the other party might have known the specific content long before him. At this time, hiding it will make you look stingy. It's just a little bit about Mr. Neptune. The content is not long and described in short words, and there is no difficulty in understanding it at all. Eisen listened quietly to the description, finally nodded gently, and raised her hand to push the glasses on the bridge of her nose. So that's it, is there new progress in the sleep plan? That's really good news. Being able to muster up the courage to explore the unknown is a feat in itself. There are very few people in the corpse soul world who are willing to try new things. Nikolai is able to do this level, which is enough to show his talent. But then again, did Jing Yejun develop a similar sympathy for the disappearance of Mian 6? Ma Jing also felt that she was a little confused. He lowered his eyes and placed his hands in front of him to stir. It's a bit a little, but it probably won't be too much. Don't feel it's hard to speak, quiet is a lord. People will inevitably feel sad that things hurt their kind. After all, this is also a symbol of our wisdom life. Eisen sat peacefully beside Eri Majinja's side with a smile. He reached out his hand and gently patted the other person's shoulder. Although I told Jing Yejun before that we can never hesitate if we hold the property in our hands. But this sentence does not mean that we are executioners. I understand the preciousness of life and cherish the meaning of it. Isn't this a principle of existence? So there is no need to feel ashamed or difficult to speak of. There are also killers with compassion and noble hearts. I have to say that the treatment of a prison teacher is indeed useful. Ama Jing also took a deep breath, and at this moment he just accepted the status quo a little. Eisen beside her had already pushed her glasses and said in a tone of emotion. But then again, it is actually normal for Jing Yejun to have this kind of idea. What's the meaning? At the sight of Eisen's smile gradually becoming richer, he looked at Eisen's side calmly and said in a tone without any turbulence. I said before that Zanpakara is the manifestation of the heart of the god of death. Although you may be passionate and close in appearance, you are still cold and alienated inside. The inner things extracted by such a god of death will not be something too decent after all. Yes, no matter how perfect and hard the appearance is, it is something that will never be separated from the essence. Although some people still cannot accept reality after liberating Zanpakara, no matter what, this is the so-called mental object, and it is also a fact. Jing is the lord of Jing. After all, the so-called person is something that cannot deceive his true heart. The slightly abstract description is a bit difficult to understand, but after all, Ma Jing has been with Eisen for a while and can roughly understand what the other party's intention is referring to. The prison teacher will not be aimless. The sentence at this time is more like an indirect attack. Teacher Eisen, what you want to say is there something wrong with my Zanpakara? I haven't said it so bluntly, but Shizuijin. What is the answer? You should only know it yourself, right? Eisen chuckled silently. His eyes seemed to penetrate Ma Jinja's body until his heart was. Although you liberated the Zanpakara, in your description, you should have not met the sword soul yet? Although everyone's situation is more or less different, but... Eisen said in an interesting tone. The only thing is something I can absolutely affirm. That's why this process of liberation is unreasonable. No matter how strange the situation is, the sword soul should exist. And without touching the heart, Zanpakara was still liberated. Shizuijin, your situation seems quite special to me. In other words, Shiyakan's Zanpakara is called Bao Yi? Although it is indeed a very interesting name, have you ever thought about it? Eisen deliberately paused for a moment. Isn't this the real name of your Zanpakara? Amimajing also maintained a strange silence. At this moment, he lowered his head and stared at his waist. Your name? Not about clothing? Of course, this is just a simple and irresponsible guess from me. As I said before, everyone's preferences, characteristics, and personality will be extracted abstractly, and finally turned into the Zanpakara's sword soul. But maybe it does exist. Like Jing Yejun, there is really no situation where there is something with the mind. Eisen did give 2 speculations, but at this moment, this second one was more like a kind of comforting speech. At this moment, Ma Jing had no other thoughts. He just stared at the shallow beat on his waist and couldn't help but ask in his heart. Then, what is your name? No answer. Relatively speaking, Eisen next to him gave an exact feasible solution. Jing Yejun's abilities seem to me quite unique. The more you prepare, the more clearly your orientation to the results. With sufficient intelligence, Jing Yejun's strength should not be underestimated. But on the other hand, not fighting unprepared wars is also a sense of caution. Will Jing Yejun, who has this kind of personality, just simply not wanting to fight? Eisen's eyes flashed and the corners of her mouth were raised. That's right, that's it. A young man who is so sentimental and hurts his kind may not have discovered his true heart. Kinjiakan, maybe this relationship has not only been ignored by you, it is also the reason why you cannot exert the full strength of Zanpakuра. Chapter 61, Second Weeks. I haven't developed the true ability of Zanpakura? Just after hearing this sentence, Ma Jingyi's expression became a little weird. He stared at Qiande beside him in a daze, and he couldn't speak for a while. Thinking about the problem from the perspective of others, Eisen's speeches may seem a bit difficult to understand. But it is different if you have Ma Jing. In the original line, Ayase Kanji is Ayase Kanji. These 2 heavyweights are typical representatives who failed to reconcile with Zanpakura, resulting in deliberate or unintentional call out their real name. According to the prison teacher, are I and they the same kind of people? Thinking about it carefully, the current situation is indeed the case. Although Imaging liberated the Zanpakura, she never saw the things in it from beginning to end. I didn't expect that I could call my name wrong one day. Imaging also showed an embarrassed expression, while Eisen, who was beside her, continued to say comfortably. Don't feel sad, silence is the Lord. People are always different from each other. Although hardships are hard, they can polish your mind and allow you to take the opportunity to climb to the top. Adjusting emotions is not a difficult task, and the parties involved quickly accepted the status quo. Instead, I began to think about what to do next. Then, Mr. Eisen, what should I do better? This is back to the original topic, Shizuijin. A plain tone, a turbulent expression. But under these disguises, what Eisen said is enough to make people ashamed. Although it may sound a bit exaggerated, I hope you can challenge Gui Yanchinj again. This kind of statement is not a false statement, but a conclusion after careful consideration. Jing Yejun probably didn't realize it myself. You are a slow-tempered person. The gradual method will not be effective for you. When necessary, I think it is still necessary to force from the outside world to allow you to take the initiative to change something. Eisen is indeed very good at observing others. The essence of Ma Jing was also clearly understood by the other party at this moment. Jing Yejun probably doesn't like seeing blood very much. Although this idea has emerged before, I finally confirmed in the conversation just now that Jing Yejun is indeed a person who doesn't like fighting very much. I don't mean to offend, but in fact there is no flaw in this personality. A gentle and powerful individual has unique charm in its existence. It's just a pity. The survival of the weak is also one of the rules of the corpse soul world. If you cannot be stronger than others, you will easily be swallowed by the torrent that is invisible to the naked eye. We are travelers who are going upstream. Jing Yejun. If the progress speed is not fast enough, you will be thrown away. Eisen's lips were slightly pursed, and at this moment she only showed a gentle smile. Although the means are a bit rough, this is indeed an exact and effective means. Real inspiration can emerge between life and death. Jing Yejun, as I said before, what you need is completely different from others. After all, learning itself doesn't make any sense, you lack the opportunity to transform these experiences into strength. So for you, I think this is the most suitable method. This guy said something with a smile that was enough to make people scared. In such a frivolous tone, I let myself challenge the captain-level figures. The sense of gap is too strong, which makes Ma Jing unable to help but smile bitterly. I'm fighting Gui Yanchenj, second week of the world, is it true or false? Of course, I know that this behavior is definitely very burdensome for Jing Yejun. So Jing Yejun can refuse and continue to go to other teams for in-depth internships as I arranged before. But Aizen raised her left hand and gently placed it on Eri Majinja's shoulder. From the teacher's perspective, I still hope that Jing Yejun can take the initiative to make some changes. And I also think that through this showdown, you should be able to find the real name of Zanpakara. Well, I should be sure of this only. There is no choice to force me, but what I say is enough to make people feel stressed. In fact, Eri Majing is not incomprehensible about Aizen's behavior. This was what he was like when he first entered school. He used spiritual pressure to force himself to make progress, and then he deliberately arranged contact with the 11th team to guide the two sides to have conflicts. Now he simply stopped pretending, and pointed at Gui Yanchenj and said to him, just you, go up and slap him. Aka Ma Jing lowered her head, and he condensed looking at his waist. He was silent for a moment. Teacher Aizen. I'm here, I'm quiet. If I fail to challenge Gui Yanchenj, well, you will be killed. After all, the other party has no reason to hold back. He has said something like I won't let you go in public before. Then do you think I have a chance of winning? Very small. But it's not zero, right? Yes. I think there is still a possibility of success. Aizen adjusted her sitting position and the smile on her face became more subtle. After all, Shizuia's Zanpakara seems to me, have infinite possibilities. This is the end of the conversation. What is the answer from Ma Jingyi? Thinking, the boy finally looked up and breathed a long sigh. It is definitely false to say that you are not nervous. It was an encounter with each other on a narrow road before, but now it is the consequence of independent choice. So, do you want to go on? This is obviously a thorny road to Shura. Ai Ma Jingyi couldn't help but clench his hands slightly, and finally he relaxed again. As Aizen said, she doesn't like blood or pain. She can't understand the idea of a combat maniac, and she has no interest in some great principles in the so-called battle of consciousness. But even if I don't like fighting, I understand the principle of retreating if I don't advance. Now that I am standing next to Aizen, the road ahead is naturally rugged to the naked eye. These things exist exactly, not things that will disappear if you look away. And the so-called talent also needs to be fulfilled to show its value. At this point, Ma Jing took a deep breath and slowly raised her head. The expression on his face became quite firm. The answer has been revealed in my heart. Teacher Aizen, I. 5 days later. On a cold moonlit night, Gui Yanchenj and his 11th team members were drinking and having fun, and are now on the way back to the team. Although the location is still within the Lingting court. But because the store itself is old and has not been moved away, it is now a remote place that is close to the edge. In other words, it is also difficult to provoke the patrol team if you do it here. Gui Yanchenj Jianba stopped, and he stared silently at the distance, staring at his figure sideways. It was after 2 breaths that he opened his mouth and showed a hearty smile. Hey! I've been looking for you for a long time, stinky brat. Well, so do I. The grudges need to be settled. If the other party wants to make trouble for himself, he needs to find an opportunity to break through. Ai Ma Jing, who tied up her long hair, lowered her right hand expressionlessly at this moment. The opponent is a captain-level figure. There is no room for resistance, and I must do my best. The location you have deliberately selected is adjusted to a perfect state, and a fearless heart. Imaging also made all preparations and finally gently stroked her right hand on the hilt of the knife around her waist. The head is self-devouring, bow clothes. Chapter 62, the twisted steel chain, the time to close. Dongxian was about to stand by the eaves, and he quietly looked at the scene in the distance, his lips slightly pursed and his body tense. "You want it, are you very nervous?" Aizen's voice came from the side, making Dongxian's already nervous expression become more and more serious. "Yes. I'm very nervous now, Lord Aizen." There is no perfunctory pretending to be reserved, but a straightforward confession. This situation is quite rare in normal times, but now it is possible to make such a straightforward move. It's still Dongxian who is still unable to understand Aizen's approach at this moment. He grabbed his right hand and relaxed, as if he felt he could not put it. Dongxian finally placed it on the hilt of the knife. "Mr. Aizen, Aizen's strength has indeed improved a lot. This is also a fact that we can see, but even so." Boom! A violent explosion came not far away. Light and heat soared into the sky, showing a buzzing sound like a dust explosion. There is quite a lot of noise, and it is late at night, so it will easily attract other people's attention if it is usually done. But as mentioned before, this is the place decided by Aizen and her group after careful consideration, and naturally there is a place to arrange it here. Long enough, quiet enough. As long as it doesn't make too exaggerated news. Aizen held the Zanpakara in her hand with a smile on her face and said with emotion at this moment. "Yes, I said before, Jing Yejun is completely different from you. So don't apply your ideas to him." "But Lord Aizen." Dongxian's tone suddenly became much more serious, and at this moment, his expression felt indescribable and ferocious. No matter how exaggerated Ma Jingyi's progress is, it is absolutely impossible to touch the captain-level figure. The combat quality and experience are not irrelevant. After all, these things are of no significance to discuss at this moment. It was just that I had the 6th level spiritual power before, but now? Even if I can beat you, I will only have the 4th level. He is indeed powerful, harmful. With a talent that I envy. But ah. Aizen pushed the glasses on her nose quietly and responded in a plain tone. "It's still difficult to defeat Gui Yanqing with these things alone." "That's true. The battle between the god of death is a competition in spiritual pressure, and the actual division of spiritual power is itself a rather general and somewhat irresponsible behavior. Because even the two people who are in the same level of spiritual power will show obvious differences in actual combat. And the most important, it is still the other party who has mastered the ability called dissolution. As we all know, after all, the gods of death have a qualitative leap in their spiritual pressure and combat power. In the original work, Yi of Siphon Jai Yuan once mentioned. Depending on each person's situation, the combat power in the dissolution state is generally about 5 to 10 times that of the initial solution. Once he let go of his hands and feet, he has no chance of winning at all with Ma Jing. But from the moment Dongxian looked at it, his thoughts became increasingly confused. Isn't Aizen fully able to understand the problem of this contest? Then why does he still want to? Yes, you seem to be misunderstanding something. Aizen stood up slowly, and he smoothed out the wrinkles on his clothes and swept away the dust that was invisible to the naked eye. "I have never said something similar to letting any Ma Jing defeat Gui Yanqing's Jianba. My purpose is just to allow Shizuikan to find the real name of Zanpakara, and even to say it's second best. I just said go to challenge Gui Yanqing. If you think about it carefully, isn't this the case?" Dongxian. The blind brother was confused all of a sudden. He stammered for a long time but couldn't speak, but Aizen turned his gaze to the distance. Yes. This is the truth. But although Aizen did think so, at the same time, he also had some expectations. After all, in terms of the status quo, this man named Ai Ma Jingyi is not without any chance of winning. The other party will not use all his strength at this time, because the captain-level figures are strictly prohibited from being liberated in the spirit court. Considering Gui Yanqing's fear of Captain Yamamoto, he must have used this power unless he was forced to the extreme. Even on the other hand, if Jing Yejun can do this level, wouldn't it be more important to show his strength? Eisen smiled and stared into the distance, and Dong Xianyao beside him finally remained silent. Subtle and fragile balance. Before Gui Yanchen's patience was exhausted, he found his real name, broke the deadlock, and escaped. This is the purpose of everyone coming here this time. Push the time a few minutes before it. Because the information between each other is shared. So long before taking action, Arima Jing understood what Eisen's intention meant. It is precisely because of this that I choose not to be a reservation and do my best. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity if the other party has some concerns. A thin and light zanpakut appeared, and a slender steel chain was wrapped around his wrist. The maze built with Giyan City as its goal is absolutely complex. I want to explore it and find the way to live. This level of simulation consumption is absolutely exaggerated, but at the same time, Ma Jing also has the corresponding confidence. During this period of time when I was practicing at Sifanjai Yuan Yat, Ma Jing Yi's attribute value has been significantly improved. Cut, 59. Fist, 60. Walk, 65. Ghost, 40. In vain, instant steps are the top priority. Not only did he have the personal guidance of Yoichi Yasui in Sifanjai Yuan, but also Zishiro's continuous training, which also improved Ma Jingyi's learning efficiency a lot. The ghost path itself is not the specialty of the Sifanjai Yuan family, but for the strong, this kind of thing is also knowledge that can be understood by others. With Ma Jing, he also gained a lot. In order to practice these things, the parties involved temporarily put the sword aside and instead mentioned the remaining 3 attribute values to the maximum limit within their ability. The soul is a lump of strength and has a weight like substance. 5th class spiritual power. This is where Ma Jing's strength lies at this moment. Although it is still not worth mentioning for a real strong man, this is also the limit that a young man can achieve. Precipitation, surging. The spiritual pressure began to surge in the shape of a wave. The colorful background begins to fade, time chokes and stagnates. The spiritual pressure splashed out and turned into phantoms visible to the naked eye. With Ma Jing as the center, it began to spread rapidly around. The blue and red brilliances were reversed in Ma Jing's pupils, which were dull. Failed, successful. Countless futures appear before your eyes, condense and break. It's like a cycle that has been repeated, and it's more like a Mobius ring that has been bitten but has begun to circulate continuously. The steel chain wrapped around the wrist began to hover. The twisted steel chain, the time to close. In a trance. Ma Jing also saw it. The nodes that can crack the entire Mobius ring. Chapter 63, Yama Hammer. It is not surprising that Ma Jing has this result. After all, I have enough information at hand. It is not the first time I have taken action with Gui Yanchensh, and with the help of Eisen, the 11th team that was originally in trouble. All the staff have also retired. The parameters that can affect one's own prediction have been basically fixed. Facing the maze like a dead object, Ma Jing found the exit. It's here. The spirit that comes back condenses into the whole body, and under conscious control, the car gives you a sharp shape like a sharp knife. Step forward and turn sideways. It was extremely simple, even an abstract action, but it accurately avoided the vertical slash that struck him in front of him. Ma Jing also avoided it. But the evil wind and murderous intent aroused by the force have not dissipated. At this moment, it is like a slender needle, piercing through the clothes and penetrates into the flesh. If you are hit, even if you are now, you may lose your ability to move immediately. It's really terrifying. Thinking about it, Ma Jing also turned the tip of the knife and stabbed straight towards Gui Yanchenj. The movement was straightforward and simple, but it stabbed Gui Yanchenj in the chest from an extremely strange angle. He succeeded, but Ma Jing was completely unhappy. After all, the feedback feels too shallow, and I feel like I am stuck on a very honest steel plate. Hey, little dear! Gui Yanqing's sneer was without compassion. I don't plan to use sneak attack this time. I think I didn't kill you last time, so do you have confidence in your strength? Although I have made some progress, I want to fight with me, you guy. I can't help but underestimate people. With a shout, Gui Yanqing's anger opened wide, and he raised his legs and kicked Ma Jing hard at him. Azuma Jingyi's face did not change at all. He only took half a step to sideways and avoided the heavy blow towards his chest. Then he half raised his right hand and pressed the spirit on it to brew quickly until it gathered into shape. The bright fiery red began to boil, igniting the air, rendering a hot and dazzling brilliance. 31 red cannons of the way. Air contracts. It bloomed in an instant again. Boom. The fire light that belongs to the ghost realm soared into the sky and bloomed in a spiral shape. The reason why Aizen is able to make such a thing is still confident, which is because Aizen is protecting her. Ama Jing also took the opportunity to set off and retreated to a position more than 10 meters away to stand. The offense and defense that just happened was all expected, and there was no surprise. This is indeed because Ma Jing also sees the future. He silently clenched the Zanpakara in his hand, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart at this moment. As expected, it's too shallow. The gap between spiritual power is something that is beyond words. For the god of death, this thing is an insurmountable gap. Your own attack will be offset, but the opponent's damage can be easily doubled. The situation of one's rise and the other's decline is exactly the problem that Ma Jing must face. Previously, he was able to unexpectedly damage to the other party with his sneak attack, but that situation itself was also an accident. It is the degree to which you can defend yourself as long as you are careful enough. So, use the Zanpakara as a feint attack, supplemented by the ghost path to conduct the main attack. This is where Ma Jing came to the conclusion at this moment, and it is also one of the future directions that can gain the upper hand. Just keep going a few times like this. Although the loss of spiritual power will be large, the physical strength gap between the two sides will be widened. After that, Gui Yanqing will show fatigue. This is the future that can be seen. But this kind of thing itself is not realistic. Because Gui Yanqing, who was covered in fire, was walking slowly from the thick smoke. His top was lit, and his thick hair and body were breathing as he fell asleep, like a black bear with fur peeled off. Just looking at it gives people an inexplicable sense of oppression. Hey! Gui Yanqing's nostrils trembled slightly, his ferocious face twisted, and he showed a smile without any kindness. I thought your ability was strange before. Every time I could find this most subtle angle to avoid and fight back. Now I can be sure that your ability should be something similar to predicting the future. It's really enviable. This kind of thing should be my ability. It is not uncommon to have such a conclusion. After all, the other party is also a captain-level figure. No matter how foolish you are, you should have this level of combat intuition. The question is how Gui Yanqing will respond after knowing his ability. Under the gaze of Eri Majinja, the thick man raised the Zanpakara in his hand. He bared his teeth, as if he had set his sights on the beast that had set his posture on his right foot. In the spirit court, captain-level figures are not allowed to be liberated from Zanpakara. I don't want to cause extra trouble, but you guys have really annoyed me. Now I feel stuffy when I just see this face. So boy, I have made a decision. Even if I am pursued by Mr. Yamamoto, I have to kill you. Anger, shame, resentment, all kinds of emotions have no meaning at this moment. After all, in the eyes of Gui Yanqing, who had put aside his ethics and moral values, the other party was dead. Who would be involved with such non-existent things? Where is the anger? The arrogant attitude is the source of the absolutely unparalleled power. Hey! A soft moan, as if there were nothing, came. Standing on the opposite side, Ma Jing could also clearly feel that the air around him was rolling back. Wind. He was condensing towards Gui Yanqing, the Zanpakara in his hand. What is this? It was like a black hole, absorbing everything around it and gathering it into such an exaggeration. Can the liberation of Zanpakuра have such power? Comparing yourself horizontally, Ma Jingyi's expression is inevitably tense. After all, this is his first time facing the captain-level liberation of Zanpakura, and he has no idea what the other party's strength is. My heart beats wildly and my body is tight. It is in this kind of nervousness, even 120% concentration. Gui Yanchinj Jianba opened his mouth wide and shouted in a low voice. Rabo rooting him, Yama hammer. Bump. The wind and waves in the ghost realm were far more reversing, and they crashed towards Ma Jing. The person involved couldn't help but take a step back at this moment, and the expression on his face became much more serious. Disappeared. Not just the original Gui Yanchinj Jianba. Even the future that you can see disappears at this moment. There is no surprise to this result. After all, Gui Yancheng Jianba, who is the reference object, modified his own parameters. The theories so far naturally cannot be generalized. So, what kind of strength can Gui Yanchinj, who liberated the Zanpakura? Thoughts were falling, and Ma Jing also looked at the distorted figure not far away in front of him. The already thick body expanded again, but now it looks like it is about 3 meters high. The body is engraved with twisted and distinct black patterns, like a tattoo of unknown significance. The highlight of Gui Yanchinj was as ferocious as an evil ghost. However, compared to these, what Ma Jing paid the most attention to was the zanpo in his hand. No, that was no longer a knife. Long strips, as thick as the body. The sharp needles are arranged densely, swallowing the moonlight. This is Ghost Yanchinj's Zanpakura? When his heart was calm, Ma Jing also saw the other party move. He turned halfway and took half a step forward with his left foot, as if he was about to throw out the big hammer in his hand. Gui Yanchinj made a charging position. What does he want to do? At this distance, the other party couldn't touch him at all. Could it be that he wanted to throw the Zanpakura? If you don't understand what the other party's intention is, Ma Jing can only increase your vigilance as much as possible. It's coming. Boy, let's stop the boring farce. A shout. The thick and long hammer was swept down hard. Then, the entire sky seemed to have been torn apart. I couldn't see clearly at all. As for Ma Jing, I was just dazed for a while, and then I felt that my whole body became extremely dull. What happened? The consciousness is a bit confused, but fortunately he has not completely lost his ability to think. I could feel that I should have fallen to the ground. Did you press down by the spiritual pressure? Or was it just because something like knife energy was knocked away? I don't know very well. After all, Gui Yanchinj's Zanpakura ability is also unknown. Very heavy. I am in the duel with Gui Yanchinj. How can I distract myself at this time? Want to stand up? Curl your legs hard, push your waist in forcefully, and support your upper body to stand upright. Very good, just stand up again next time. Because of some strength loss, you need to hold on for a while at this good time. Hand. The left hand fell to a position not far away. Soaked in the blood, the flesh and blood separated, and it was a miserable piece. After realizing it, Ma Jing suddenly felt the severe pain. He opened his mouth slightly and found that he could not say a word. Breathe, breathe. But this simple action seems so difficult at this moment. Because not only his left arm, but also his left half of his body, he turned into a bloody patch at this moment. The muscles were stirred into a ball and the organs were exposed. Only half of the lungs remain. Ahem, cough, puff. Ma Jing also fell to the ground in a mess. His eyes were slightly condensed. At this moment, he just saw Gui Yanchinj closing his posture. He was dragging the Yama Mal slowly walking towards this side. It hurts a lot, right? Well, it's my uncle's method after all, so that's certain. The Yama Mal can stir up the air, allowing me to hit my opponent regardless of distance. So even though you are still more than 10 meters away from me, it doesn't make any sense to me. After that being said, aiming at your head was obviously, can you find a way to avoid it in the end? What a touching talent! In time, it wouldn't be a troublesome thing to surpass yourself. It is precisely because of this. Gui Yanchen showed a hideous smile and raised the Yama maul over his head. You should die. Akimajing also struggled to stare at the top of her head. His eyes passed through Giyan City and landed on the cold moon. Are you going to die? Right here? That's now? My thoughts are complicated and chaotic. The bow on the right hand is still the same. It was tightly clamped, and the iron chains on it suddenly tightened, and it was now deeply embedded in the flesh. Something seems to be changing, but it seems too late. Because the sharp weapon broke through the air. The big hammer smashed hard. Completely penetrate and shatter Ao Ma Jingyi's body. The turbid flesh and blood splashed up and stuck to Gui Yanchen's face, making him smile proudly. It's all over. Chapter 64, Sing It, My Name. A Ma Jing also died at Gui Yanchen's hands. The miracle did not happen, and the flow had not been reversed. Like a rule that has been decayed, rotten, and has not changed in thousands of years, although it cannot be seen, the sound vividly depicts this fact. And it is transmitted to the reaction nerve that Dongxian wants. Accepting reality requires a process, and before that, Dongxian had already had a clearer reaction. The muscles of his body were tensed in an instant, and Dongxian, whose mouth was slightly opened, was about to take half a step forward like a conditioned reflex at this moment. Yes, what do you want to do? Aizen's voice came from behind, both slow and slow, as if everything was at the control of it. As you can see, I'm going. Are you revenge? Aizen's voice was a little sarcastic, his attitude was still calm, and his tone was even more emotional. You are obviously a person who is invisible to the naked eye, but you are even more slower than us in this regard. You are too uneasy. Reprimand itself is not the purpose, so after saying this, Aizen added with a smile. So, let's review the content taught in the college a little bit. Spiritual pressure represents the mass and density of a person's soul. With the breath it overflows, the god of death can judge the strength of its god of strength. At the same time, you can feel the fluctuations and ups and downs of spiritual pressure, and you can also detect another important fact. That is whether the other party's life or death is not. Aizen slowly stepped forward until she finally stood at the edge of the house. Don't you feel this spiritual pressure that is not weak, but is even gradually increasing? Aizen half raised her left hand, slowly closing it as if to set off the invisible thing in the air. His eyes became softer, but there was an indescribable excitement, so much that he whispered at this moment. Is this the power of Jing Yejun? That's perfect. This is exactly the truth. With Ma Jingyi's spiritual pressure was not only not lost. On the contrary, at this moment he showed an inflated tendency. He almost encapsulated the entire street, as if he had crushed his body, dismantled it, and integrated it into the exaggeration of the Lingting court. I have never seen such a level of ability. Moreover, considering that Ma Jing had overflowed the spiritual power level before, it should not be enough to reach the level of solution. So the answer is quite clear. This is the complete initial solution, and it is also the true ability of Ma Jingyi. So, where are you now? Quiet is the Lord. I really want to know. Lan Ran spoke with emotion. The real name of this knife. What appeared in front of me was a mess of darkness. The body seems to be soaked in sticky and turbid glue, which makes people disgusted, but they can't find the outlet. Am I dead? Then what is this place? During thought, Arimajing also heard a familiar voice. Why not run? Although it was an accent I had never heard of before, I felt extremely familiar to myself at this moment. There is an indescribable sense of intimacy. Why do such a dangerous thing? Even though he was timid, he wasn't as wary as others. I would even tremble all over my body until I started the action. How could this mentality confront the real strong man? The scene in front of you begins to regain color. Little by little, strands of black and white appeared, and finally a strange but undesirable image was weaved in front of Ma Jing. That was a little girl in a dead domineering outfit, and her height should be as high as Ma Jingyi's waist. Long hair, round face, big eyes. If you can grow up safely, you should be a very beautiful person. But the disgusting expression that the other party showed at this moment completely destroyed this image beauty. She was as if she had engraved disgust on her face, and at this moment she stared at Ma Jingyi in front of her, and her tone was not friendly at all. I know everything, I can see it all. You are obviously more afraid than anyone else and don't want to do such dangerous things. Even when it comes to dreams, you just want to have a girlfriend and be able to spend your life laughing and laughing. So, then just escape. Stay away from dangerous things and find a place where no one can see. No one will blame you anyway. Shouldn't this be what you really want to do? A long talk. The tone that seemed to be blaming something, but it seemed to be a kind of complaint. Ma Jing just listened quietly until her expression trembled slightly. Said softly. Feel sorry. Ha! The Zanpakara is a thing of the mind. In the face of these abstract lives, as the sword master, there can be said that there is no secret at all. It is precisely because of this that Ma Jing can fully understand what the other party wants to express at this moment. The other party is willing to appear in front of him, and Ma Jing can also get the other party's ideas. The minds and minds are connected at this moment. Are you protecting me? I don't want to see myself bleeding, nor do I want to see myself hurt, struggling in pain. Reflecting the weakness of Amajinja, the image of all worries, anxiety, and anxiety is the appearance of the sword soul at this moment. The other party seemed to have been hit by the weakest vital point. The expression that was originally tense collapsed in an instant, and he couldn't help but lower his head. He began to sob in a low voice. There's no way. Who told you to be so weak? Just seeing you constantly being killed and tortured, I'm almost going crazy. If it's so useless, don't learn from others as heroes. As long as we live so peacefully, no one will blame us, right? Looking at the little guy with a grievance on his face and started jumping. Ma Jing squatted down calmly, stretched out her right hand, and gently touched the other person's head. Thank you for your hard work, I didn't expect that all my flaws were passed on to you. In the future in the simulation, Ma Jing has died countless times. This stacked negative emotions are constantly torturing the soul of the sword. This is why. So far, Ma Jinja can only exert some of the Zanpakara abilities. Too cunning. Enjoy the bonus brought by the other party's ability, but I don't need to bear any pressure at all. Feel sorry. Then. Thanks. Ma Jingyi's palm fell and slowly spread it in front of the other party. Looking at the little girl's crying face slightly raised, Ma Jingyi's lips squirmed for a moment, and said softly. Please work together in the future, bow clothes. Fool. The little guy jumped up and punched Ma Jingyi's head. It hurts. Everyone said it, my name is not this. The other party had become extremely energetic, and Ma Jing also watched her jump up easily and rode directly on her neck. The energetic sword soul shouted loudly with his face facing the sky. It's over here, it's useless to say more. Hello. Sing it, my name. The bow and cloak are in shape, and its original meaning is derived from the shadow of the bow and snake. It means mistakenly thinking of the bow shadow reflected in the wine glass as a snake, which is a metaphor for fear caused by suspicion of gods and ghosts. This is a phantom, and it is also a simulated bubble. The image of the Utrodos does exist, but just like its name, Ma Jing has seen only simple silhouettes. I have shed my skin and sublimated into a dragon. Its name is Turn Upside Down and Stir the World. Showing the true power of the whole body will make all sentient beings lose all their passions and annoyances. Sagala Dragon. Chapter 65, Sagala Dragon. The proud expression on Gui Yancheng's face did not last long. Because soon, he also noticed the strange thing. It was so strange that the other party's spiritual pressure did not disappear. On the contrary, as time goes by, it is constantly overflowing and expanding. This situation is obviously quite abnormal. Although Gui Yancheng is not a real master, he still noticed something obvious at this moment. The other party must have not died yet. Although it was unexpected, this situation made him confused at this moment. What situation? Why can someone still disperse their spiritual pressure? Then what I just broke was not my body, but what strange thing must it be? Body? The thick body began to rotate left and right, and his big head was like a bear to observe. But there was some later discovery, and the streets that were originally clear gradually became confused at this moment. It's getting foggy. This situation is absolutely abnormal. Gui Yancheng frowned slightly, and he subconsciously waved the Yama hammer in his hand and shot it out left and right. The air is shocked, and every attack can ignore the distance and penetrate perfectly to the distance. However, the expected roar did not come. It should be a wall there. There is no reason why your Yama hammer can't knock on the wall. TMD, it's impossible that old man Yamamoto quietly took my attack outside. Gui Yancheng, who originally seemed full of confidence, finally showed some nervousness at this moment. Because he could no longer see the surroundings. The surging fog rolled back like sea water, limiting his vision to as much as half a meter in front of him. Subconsciously I wanted to move towards the surroundings to see a more accurate situation. But after years of street fighting, his experience of seeing blood told him at this moment that it is not suitable for swaying around. You have to figure out why the situation is good first. So what exactly is the problem? Gui Yancheng looked up at the sky, but now the full moon above his head still exists, telling him that he is still in the spiritual court. By the way, there are also corpses at feet. But when he looked down, Gui Yancheng could no longer see any filth. There was only a clean floating water under my feet. Wait, water? At some point, a large area of flowing water had already emerged at Gui Yancheng's feet. They kept surging and gathering, like the sea water is the same. The moment when his thoughts were falling, Gui Yancheng's whole body subconsciously tensed, because he could feel a clear sense of threat and was attacking him. The unknown is always nervous, especially when the situation is unknown. So what is attacking itself? Knife? Sword? A sneak attack? Is it a ghost? Or is it a more powerful technique? Yan Mo's hammer subconsciously blocked in front of him, and as expected, a familiar figure came from the thick fog. It is precisely because of Ma Jing. Boy! Gui Yancheng seemed to have found a way to vent his anger. He didn't even have the intention of defense, but instead waved the hammer in his hand angrily. Anyway, the opponent only has 5th class spiritual power, and even if he uses his energy to make money, he will definitely not be able to break through his own defense. So, just attack. By then, his Yama Mahara will break Ma Jingyi's head without bias. The expected slash fell down. Sure enough, it's not at all, puff. The blood that splashed out made Gui Yancheng stunned for a moment. The severe pain that followed immediately made the head, which was not very smart, appear more dull. Gui Yancheng screamed in pain, and the Yama hammer in his hand fell down and hit Ma Jingyi's head straight. The expected flesh and blood flow did not happen, and the boy's figure dissipated like a mist and disappeared in an instant. The Yama maul pierced through the mist and fell on the flat ground in front of him, making a violent roar. Bump! The entire floor sunk toward the bottom. My own power is still terrifying and absolutely powerful. But this feeling of being powerful and having nowhere to use makes Gui Yancheng's brain hurt like convulsions. Where is that annoying little guy? Where did he hide? In addition, the wound that was cut just now. He raised his hand and touched the place between his waist and abdomen. The traces of blood were filled with blood, which made Gui Yancheng's heart completely sink. The injury is very serious, which is the degree to which the intestines can almost slip out. But why can this kid hurt himself? He had only barely managed to break his skin before. No, what is even more strange than this is the other party's ability. Not visible, not caught. No sense, no harm. The surrounding mist was filled with the aura of the annoying little ghost, and the water under his feet was slowly climbing, and now it had lost its calves. Although I don't understand what this means, Gui Yancheng has almost lost his patience. Hey! Where are you hiding? The response is not words, but 3 sharp pains that came one after another. It's coming again, that kind of life-sacrificing offensive. Gui Yancheng's pupils contracted violently. Considering that he suffered a big loss just now, he now chose to take the initiative to defend. The mist broke open, and the 3 Mahjings also stepped forward with their swords and slashed at him without distinction. The angle is tricky and the dodge is not enough. Puff! A wound was opened on his shoulder with a deep bone-visible wound. Ah! Gui Yancheng roared angrily, and he kept waving the Yama hammer in his hand. The attacks burst through the mist and stirred everything around him to a turbidity. Come out, come out, come out! Just when Gui Yancheng was in a state of ecstasy. In the eyes of Aizen on the outside, it was another scene. The entire street is now covered by a layer of invisible mist. They are constantly rolling and wandering, but they do not tend to overflow. Instead, they were all gathered together, as strange as if they were controlled by some consciousness and left in place. Dongxian tilted his head inexplicably and couldn't help but whisper. Mr. Aizen, is this the real ability of Zanpakuра? Aizen did not answer immediately, his eyes flashed, as if he was thinking about something carefully. It was not until a few breaths stopped that he said slowly. Sorry, yes. I don't know very well why the status quo. The ability to make Aizen say such words is itself a manifestation of strength. But the liberation of Zanpakuta has a trajectory to follow. As we said before, Shizuia's Zanpakuta was specialized for the purpose of single-to-single. According to common sense, this complete liberation ability should not change. Dongxian wanted to understand the reason, but at this moment, he found that he could not see through the origin of this thing at all. Then what is this mist? Aizen doesn't like to make inaccurate speeches, after all, doing so seems to be lacking in confidence. But if the target is Ma Jingyi, he doesn't mind saying something unrealistic. Suppose, you want it. If the Bao clothing that does not exert all its strength, its ability it simulates Jing Yejun's behavior and makes various speculations. Will the Zanpakura, which showed his appearance, be able to let the other party predict Shizuia's behavior? In nothingness. Ama Jing also slowly opened her eyes. He saw Gui Yancheng's embarrassing appearance in the mist, and at this moment he also showed an unsurprising expression. The abilities of the Sagala dragon are not fundamentally different from those of the Bao, but if you really want to say it, they are just the object of simulation, and they are switched to the other party. Gui Yancheng's strength has been completely understood and is undoubtedly exposed under the abilities of Sagala dragon. Defense is useless because the Sagala dragon has seen through the weakness. So the attack will be penetrated. Counterattack is useless, because Ma Jing has completely lived with the mist. I do not have a true body, but have become a spiritual body in the sea. The maze disappeared. It became an endless sea that could trap the other party. The simulated object is no longer Ma Jing, but has become Gui Yancheng whose parameters have been fully understood. So, just struggle as much as you like. Like a puppet, like everything. While please your opponent, dance wildly to the end of your life. Seeing that the water at Gui Yancheng's feet were already reaching his waist, Ma Jingyi's expression was not fluctuating. That is the countdown to life. Turn the rivers and the seas and stir up the world. If you cannot find the exit of this broad sea, you will be drowned in the sea with reluctance. Can you break the deadlock? In Ao Majing's opinion, there may be only one possibility at this moment. Sure enough, not long after, A Majing also heard the shrill cry. Solve. Chapter 66, Just a Knife. Dissolution. After the first stage of liberation of Zanpakara, the second stage of liberation of Zanpakara is also the final form of Zanpakara. It can liberate and use Zanpakara's abilities more thoroughly and comprehensively. Even if it is placed in the long history of the soul realm, there are very few death gods who can achieve this level. Because this not only requires the use of itself to possess extraordinary spiritual power. At the same time, the other party needs to be able to communicate with Zanpakara, have a complete dialogue with it, or make the other party surrender. No matter what the means are. No matter what the genre is. All of this will be like a river rushing into the sea, closing at the end and becoming a fixed result. The new posture after the liberation of Zanpakara is also the ultimate method of the god of death. Aizen had already stood in front of Dongxianyao and showed a feeling of emotion at this moment. Can you force the captain level figure to this point? Perfect. Is this your true strength, Shizuiajin? Boom. The buzzing sound of the sky and the earth was like a thunder explosion. It was already late at night, but a violent storm was blowing out of thin air. K. Above my head, the originally clear moon no longer knew when it had disappeared. Instead, there was a dark cloud that was muddy and low, as if it was about to swallow the sky. The spirit pressure overflowed in the air, filled with the feeling of existence that made people unable to move their sight away. Such power made the two people not far away feel this strange in an instant. The cold sweat that Dongxian wanted suddenly emerged. The body couldn't help but tremble, and the subconscious was screaming wildly, making a sharp sound like a hissing. Instinct was telling him to stay away from here and not to keep getting closer. Dongxian had to subconsciously take a half step back. But Aizen gently held her back and heard the other party speak at this moment. Yes, calm down. Dongxian, who had just woken up from his dream, suddenly turned around and saw Aizen looking at him with a smile. I'm sorry, I'm rude. It doesn't matter, don't blame yourself. It's the first time you've observed someone else's solution at such a distance. It's reasonable to have such a reaction. Aizen pushed her glasses casually, her tone as smooth as flowing water. There is no spiritual pressure that can compete with each other. Facing the captain-level figure who has been solved and exerted all its strength. Just being able to stand still is already a very outstanding figure. This is exactly the truth. The gap between the god of death is so obvious. The power of rules is broken by turning large forces into bricks, and similar examples are everywhere. So, there is also Majing, which will not be an exception. Dissolution. Crush, ravage, and take charge of life and death. Come on, the demon Yama. The thick fog was blown away at this moment, and the strong wind swept over was like a mountain collapse and a tsunami, completely defeating the sea area transformed into spiritual power. Between the splashing water, Gui Yanchen's body finally appeared. It seemed that he had completely deviated from the concept called human form. At this moment, it not only expanded to a height of more than 5 meters. Even the appearance changed drastically. 2 rolled horns appeared above the head, and 2 terrifying wounds were forced to tear open between the ribs on both sides. 2 pairs of wide and thick hands twisted from them bend and stretch out, spread out. The body was covered with 2/3 of the black pattern, as if the whole person was Gui Yanchenj who was rushing downstream from Jiu. At this moment, he looked up at the sky and shouted. Ga ha ha ha. He laughed wildly and danced his arms. The punches implied the air, causing the latter to be stimulating, rippling layer by layer like ripples on the water. Boom 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 boom. The victim, called air, was constantly deformed and ravaged, completely destroying the surrounding streets and floors. The building was completely shattered, lost its shape, and finally forced to turn into the most basic spiritual sprite shape. Gui Yancheng laughed wildly, as if showing his strength, shouting at the top of his voice. Did you see it? My demon of Yama! The Zanpakara no longer makes sense. I am the sharpest knife. My 6 arms can produce air waves, and the efficiency is 6 times that of the previous one. Come out! Don't you come out yet! Then I will destroy the entire street. Then you can turn back into Lingzi with this ruin. The great demon of Yama abandoned the image of a human, strengthened the control of air, and perfectly realized the attack method of zero distance. I see. This is the true strength of Gui Yancheng's Jianba. In the empty land, Ma Jing's eyes were still as calm as usual. The gap between the two sides is beyond words. If you continue to confront each other like this, you will definitely die with Ma Jing. But at this moment, he could not escape with his own strength alone. Gui Yancheng had no reason to let his spiritual pressure go away, and now he started attacking regardless of his concern, which further confirmed this. Do you want to surrender if you think you are? The answer is of course no. It is definitely not Ma Jing's style to be slaughtered. The parameters change, and the sea of confusion is also spread out. There is no point in continuing to maintain output at this time. Ama Jingyi's figure finally appeared. He appeared directly in front of Guiyan City, nearly 10 meters away from the other party. The rascal monster immediately discovered something strange. The blue veins swelled up on its forearms and roared and waved. It is to completely penetrate the air. Azuma Jingyi's body was completely shattered without any accident, not turned into flowing water, but turned into a powdery spirit. The inability to recover, which means that there is no way out of Ma Jing. Go to die! Little devil! While shouting, Gui Yancheng looked to the left. The spiritual pressure that Ma Jing, who also flew away, was reorganizing and turned back to the person holding a Zanpakara on the left. He waved the long sword in his hand in silence and slashed it down on his body, but it made a harsh echo. The blade could not even break the other person's skin, as if it was cut on the steel column with a utility knife. Such powerless resistance made Gui Yancheng smile even more proudly. What's the use of that kind of slender thing now? Be honest and die for me, little dear. With one punch, Ma Jingyi's spiritual pressure disappeared again. However, the young man seemed to have not heard this sentence at all, gathered the few remaining spiritual pressures again and turned into another expressionless clone. 3 steps forward, accumulate strength on your side. Half squat, swing the knife. The extremely smooth movement was slashed in the middle position just now. Gui Yancheng just waved his right hand impatiently and swept the figure in front of him like dust. So I said it, this thing doesn't do to me at all. Puff! A light sound, as if there were, was heard. Accompanied by the pain like a needle, Gui Yancheng's expression became stiff and weird in an instant. Well? What happened? He lowered his head and saw the knife as fragile as glass, which was now sank into his waist and abdomen. The cut wound was not deep, but even so, Gui Yancheng showed an almost stunned expression. Why did you get hurt? Why can he break his leather armor at this level? This guy just now. What did he do? The few remaining spiritual pressures gathered again, and finally became the images of 2 people with Ma Jing. Hey! What did you do? Without taking the initiative to launch an attack, Gui Yancheng showed a look of fear at this moment. What did I do? Ma Jing on the left also pondered for a moment. Just swing the knife. Ama Jing on the right also chuckled. Well, that's what it means to you. Chapter 67, Books written by Monkey. Right. Even if Ma Jing did not do anything excessive, she just simply waved her knife. It was just after accepting the reality of returning without success. The power of the Sagala dragon has been completely recorded in detail. The defense of the skin and the heavy feeling of spiritual pressure. In the gap between the two sides, you need to see through the other party's movements and avoid the attack of 6 arms. Break through such many difficulties together and break through everything. Little and one drop. They are infinitely magnified and unfolded in the Aral Sea held by the Sagala dragon. Akimajing also peeked at everything about Gui Yanchinj in the wide space of consciousness, like a ruthless high-dimensional observer, with the help of Sagala Long. The young man looked at the angle like a leopard in his tube. All the other party's information is quickly analyzing the severity of breathing, the speed of the body's reaction. In such a complicated and trivial fragment, Ma Jing kept simulating his attack. 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. In the ocean of nothing, Ma Jing also repeated this slashing action over and over again, just like an ignorant monkey constantly fiddling with the computer in front of him. The output content is mostly meaningless garbled, with no reference meaning at all. But as long as you have enough experiments, as long as you have enough opportunities to try, monkeys can also write a masterpiece. The flaws flashed inspiration were revealed between thousands of repetitions, and were accurately grasped by Ma Jing. It seems like wandering and wandering in the boundless deep space. At this moment, touching this clear corner, the Sagala dragon's ability completely analyzed it and achieved the purpose of information sharing. Now, all the monkeys have learned this masterpiece. The gap between level 3 spiritual power and the ability to cut through Gui Yanchin's skin is now fully controlled by Ma Jing. The angle of force is used, and the adjustment of breathing is done. The way of walking, the position of aiming. In the invisible sea of salt, this process has been tempered countless times until I fully adapted and got used to it. It was just showing off his skills on stage. In the power of Sagala Dragon, Ma Jing has already repeated it in countless ways. And that's more than that. Ama Jing on the left also showed a peaceful smile and said quietly, "Even monkeys won't stop. We will continue to improve." Ama Jing Yi on the right raised the long blade in her hand and said with compassion, "Standing on the shoulders of our ancestors, we will climb the peak again." Being able to break through the attack of Gui Yanchin's leather armor does not mean the end. It is the first threshold that monkeys named Ma Jing Yi crossed. After breaking the defense, damage is followed by deepening. Repeat and progress continuously. Until finally I found the endpoint that could kill him. The two Ma Jings stood side by side, and at this moment they were in completely different positions. Then, let's bet. X2. Ma Jing on the left also took a step horizontally, put his knife into the sheath, and made a gesture of raising a hang. "It is your fist that smashes all my spiritual pressure first." On the right, Ma Jing also took a step back, held the knife in both hands, and placed the blade across his eyebrows. "I'll break through your defense first and cut off everything. Show the true power of the whole body, causing all sentient beings to lose all their fever and annoyance." Sagala Dragon delivers his life here. A great sense of crisis surged, making Gui Yanchin's expression extremely distorted in an instant. "Stop kidding! You bastard!" Gui Yanchin's muscles were tensing unconsciously. The gap between the two sides is visible to the naked eye: spiritual power, physical strength, attack methods, etc. There is only spiritual pressure that can attack twice now. As long as you survive this round, even if you don't take action, the opponent should be able to get out of energy and dry up. Yes. Gui Yanchin has an absolute advantage. It's like gambling on a card table, with a sure win and full of confidence. But the faint pain in his waist made him unable to raise enough courage no matter what. Unilateral abuse and killing is what Gui Yanchin likes to do the most, and it is also the source of his preference and joy. But if he wants to put his life on the scale of equality, weighed, measured, Gui Yanchin's heartbeat was accelerating uncontrollably. What a joke! I am the captain of the 11th team of the 13th team of the guarding court. I enjoyed so many privileges, and at the same time I mastered this ability that was unprecedented and unparalleled. I should be admired and stand on the high platform. Why do you still have to bet on life with such an unknown bad guy? Take action. Take action. The other party is just bluffing. As long as you take the initiative, the other party will have no chance to turn things around. This is the case, but Gui Yancheng's cold sweat is increasing. It penetrates into the eyelids and mixes into the eyeballs. Sour and angry. Damn, damn, damn. Ah! A roar of unknown significance came out. Gui Yancheng raised his 6 hands high, as if he had finally made a decision. That's at this time. A very strange voice came from everyone's ears. That's all tonight. Broke in. Mirror flowers and water moon. Bump. If there was a slight moan sounded in my ears, Gui Yancheng's expression was dazed for a moment, and then he fell into a dullness of unknown significance. Time seems to have passed a long time. It seemed like it was just a moment. It was not until Gui Yancheng heard a voice coming from the side that his expression suddenly changed. Hey, what are you doing? He turned his head away after realizing it. What comes to mind is a stamen with round explosive head, wearing white-framed sunglasses. The captain of the opponent's body was extremely distinct. The 13th team of the guarding court, the captain of the 7th team, Ichuan Luohu appeared at this moment. Although she is wearing sunglasses, she can tell the other person's impatient feeling just from the other person's body movements and tone. As if he was dissatisfied with Gui Yancheng's dullness, Ichuan Luohu shouted in a loud voice. I'm asking you. What are you doing? What am I doing? Of course I'm fighting. TMD, don't you have eyes? Am I kidding someone like this? Ichuan Luohu replied in a louder voice. Then who are you fighting with? Isn't it right next to you? Gui Yancheng suddenly turned around and pointed to his side, but what he saw was the members of the 11th team. Gui Yancheng's expression was dull. He opened his mouth slightly and said softly. I seem to be fighting with others. Opponent, who is the opponent? There is no interest in Gui Yancheng's self-talk. Ichuan Luohu jumped lightly and landed on the ruined street. Liberate the Zanpakara in the spiritual court without authorization and use the solving. I will kill the members of the ranks in public and have no reason or repentance. Ignore the old man's ban and do such a thing that both humans and gods are angry. Akawa Luohu glanced at him for a while, and then took it back, and there was a bit of indescribable seriousness in his tone. Are you, looking down on Team 13 of the guarding court? Chapter 68, Emergency Set. Emergency Gathering, Emergency Gathering. The captain of the 13th team of the guarding court gathered urgently late at night. Because of the urgency of time and the uniqueness of nature, the behavior of this collection itself is not compulsive. It is possible to consider the situation at the discretion of the situation so that some people who are inconvenient to attend can also be temporarily gathered where they are not present. But even so, did you wake up someone in the middle of the night for a meeting? It's a little too careless. Feng Qiluoshuro raised his right hand with a haggard face and played with his long hair hanging down on his shoulders. If you stay up late, your hair will get worse. Mako Hiriko was wearing a pajamas and only wore Captain Yuri as a cover on the outside. Well, just complain less. After all, calling everyone here at this time must be an important matter. Yura Harikisuk was trying to smooth things over, and Yoichiko, who was next to him, couldn't help but quip. It has nothing to do with you. After all, even if there is no gathering, you are still staying up late, right? Ahaha. This statement is a bit hurtful. If possible, I hope to use research to describe this behavior. The slim man patted the back of his head and showed his impatient face, twisting his neck and making crackling sounds. Liu Chuan said with a mouthwash. That kind of thing is fine no matter what. I just want to know what is going on when I call everyone here. Looking around, everyone present looked sleepy. Only the old man with white hair and thick beard narrowed his eyes slightly, stood straight on one side with his waist and whispered. The affairs of the Guardian Court never have any order, nor are there any priorities. Since there are important matters, we should respond to them. Not far away, Siphon Jiyuan said in a sloppy and said in a joking tone. Here's Grandpa's preaching time. Yura Harakisuk smiled bitterly and squeezed Yika down next to him. The sound is a little loud, and people will hear it. It's okay, they are all old friends, they just want to make jokes and they won't get angry. The Rottenwood silver bell was covered with black lines, but it did not say anything to scold. After all, although the other party is not as old as him, he is still the leader among the nobles. Since you are at the same level, no matter how you perform, it is a matter of fact. There is no rudeness at all. Mr. Siphon Jiyuan, please be careful in your words and actions. Sorry, my grandfather, please pay attention next time. Despite being dissatisfied, the truth is that, and I can only accept it at this moment. After all, communication between nobles is such a boring thing. Outside the door, a figure who was late came crashing into the room, attracting everyone's attention. After being stared at by several gazes, the visitor was somewhat embarrassed and showed an expression of embarrassment. Are you late? Tall and thin cheeks. The well-trimmed short hair looks clean and neat, and from the appearance, she is a very cheerful middle-aged man. He was the captain of the 10th team at that time. Zhibo is united and participates in it. No, it should be said that it's just right. Standing in the corner, Akawara raised his right hand and pointed at Shiba Yuxin's back. The captain of the chief and Captain Mashiwa are here too. With the arrival of these two people, the originally slightly relaxed atmosphere was tense at this moment. Like a steel wire that reached the critical point, in this tense and suffocating atmosphere, Yamamoto Basanaki Shigeki slowly stepped onto the stage. Stand in the public before people. The long staff in the palm paused on the high platform, making a crisp sound. The 1000 Cicero Yucatec of the 1000 Cs of the 13th team is temporarily absent from this parliament due to illness. The 8th team of the 8th team of the Chun Shui Harumiya is taking care of him, and he is also absent. I hope you know. This is the case again. Everyone present basically showed such an expression. Yuja Shishiro's health has always been in a bad state. Even Captain Mashiwa's years of care still has not achieved any effect. Considering the teacher-student feelings between Shizhiro Yucatec and the old man, everyone present couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. What an overworked old man! Then, the other captains are in place. Today's meeting will be held soon. Hey! Please wait. Feng Kilo Shuro put down his one-handed with curled hair and spoke in confusion. The guy from the 11th team hasn't arrived yet, right? Does he have any problems? Akawa Luau, who was beside him, pushed his sunglasses and said in a low tone. This is the purpose of holding an emergency meeting today. Feng Jiao, let's listen to the old man finish his words first. The interrupted journey was not investigated. Yamamoto's eyes narrowed slightly, as if all the sorrows and joys were gone, and there was no rule to follow. The reason for convening an emergency meeting this time is that the captain of the 11th team, Gui Yanchinj, ignored the ban within the team and used the solution in the spirit court without authorization, creating the spiritualization of the streets, and the impact ranges affecting 3 miles around. The loss was caused, 36 people were killed, including 6 team members of the 11th team and 2 officers. Its nature is so bad that it cannot be ignored. Bump! The cane landed on the ground with a circle of visible sounds swept across the world, making everyone present feel a little anxious. It was because the spiritual pressure on Yamamoto's Minroera Husa Shijiko was rolling around. The accumulation of abyss and seas is like a vast ocean. When it is still, the wind is calm, but there are changes at this moment, and the sense of crisis revealed in it is enough to make everyone show a nervous expression. There is no doubt. The old man has already become really angry. However, the other captains present looked at each other and saw some doubts in each other's eyes. That disturbed me a little. The one who spoke was Ura Harakisuk. His expression was as cautious as ever, and he felt an indescribable sense of humility at this moment. In theory, the burst of spiritual pressure generated by the solution is absolutely significant. But why don't we feel the specific changes? This is indeed the case. The essence of the god of death is the soul body, and spiritual pressure is the proof of its existence. And the solution is the ultimate method in the god of death. The reason why liberation in the spiritual court is not allowed is essentially because it cannot cause too much riots. But Gui Yanchinj seemed to have avoided this perfectly and achieved a hidden solution? This seems really strange and unreasonable. After all, this rude person is most despised by everyone, and he should not learn this incredible spiritual pressure control technique. Ichuan Luohua pondered and spoke at this moment. I don't know the specific situation, I only know that I was on patrol. During this period, I suddenly felt a large-scale outbreak of spiritual pressure. After arriving at the scene, there was only a mess on the ground. Ura Harakisuk showed a thoughtful expression and retreated back to the queue. There are very few clues. There is no way to investigate. Chapter 69, We Are Invincible. Yamamoto's eyes swept across, and for a moment, his eyes were dull and his expression was indescribable, and his expression was pushed into the conference room. Everyone's eyes were like needles and pricks, piercing into the flesh, making Gui Yanchinj tremble. Nervous. A kind of tension and trembling that arises naturally when being watched by the superior has completely wrapped its heart. After angering Yamamoto, can I continue to hang out in the 13th team of the guarding court? After all, why did I suddenly liberate the Zanpakara? What am I doing? Could it be that I really use the solution to my subordinates and even beat others to a mess? I always feel a strange aura from the inside out. But I couldn't find any problem. The affairs of Gui Yanchinj must not be let go, and they must be held accountable. After discussion and agreed, there are now two options. First, I was imprisoned and reflected on it for 5 years. Second, exile Liuhun Street, quell the rebellion and guarding, and perform 10 years of duty. Yamamoto Toshiri Sai Shigeki faced Gui Yanchinj's half-lifted head and stared at the other party coldly. The grass and rotten things are also valuable. The style of the 13th team of the guarding court has never been limited to pattern and form. It is derived from the spiritual core of the killer organization, and it is only for one purpose from beginning to end as long as you can fight. Therefore, Yamamoto gave a choice. Make a choice, Gui Yanchinj. On one hand, he was in jail with pain, while on the other hand, he continued to have fun. The answer is self-evident. Gui Yanchinj's heart was filled with excitement and he was about to shout with ecstasy. Are you awake? Jinjiajin. Open your eyes. What I saw was a familiar starry sky. His eyes turned and he moved to one side, and he could see Aizen who was smiling at him. It's still within the Lingting court, but because Majing has never been here, so I said at this moment no more specific location or direction. My body is very heavy and my mind is a little confused. But he was not yet able to completely lose his ability to think, and struggled to sit up. Arimajing also saw Aizen and Dongxianyeo beside him. After pondering for a while, Majing couldn't help but rub her eyes. Because there are many things that are inexplicably ghosted. Don't worry, this is just a complication caused by excessive spiritual power. When the state improves, this situation will be alleviated. Is that so? Ama Jing also put down her hands. Dongxian beside him wanted to say something, but his words were calmed to his mouth, and finally he chose to remain silent and retreated not far behind him. Only the conversation space between Arimajinja and Aizen was left. How do you feel? Can you stand up by yourself? Well, no problem. Fight the waist and exert force both legs. Ama Jing also stood up and breathed a sigh of relief. All the things that happened before came to my mind, which made Ama Jing realize the situation at this moment. So, we are It has been 3 hours since the fight. As if he could fully understand why the other party was confused, Aizen pushed his glasses calmly and said in a slow tone. Gui Yanchinj was detained by the captain of the 7th franchise in the future. Considering the captain's strict attitude towards the rules, the trial should have been over now. Is it impossible to solve it in the spiritual court? This matter was indeed troublesome after being caught. Akamajing nodded slightly to express her understanding. Then let's omit these non-nutritional topics for the time being, Shizuiajin. Ainan said with a smile. Do you already understand the real name of Zanpakura? Amimajing nodded calmly. Well, its name is... etc. Aizen interrupted the other party's description and spoke at this moment. This is the power that Jing Yejun has learned through life and death, and it is also your precious wealth. Considering that I have not done anything this time, you don't have to tell me. Although he is a nominal superior or subordinate. But as mentioned before, Aizen hopes for like-minded partners, not those who follow the rules. Ai Majing was silent for a moment, then she chuckled. No, there is nothing that cannot be said, after all, it is not a big deal. Since you have embarked on this path, it will be meaningless if you don't go to the dark. Since there is a relationship of trust between each other, intelligence sharing is also a necessary link. Besides, Ma Jingyi's ability itself is not a particularly difficult type to understand if you have the opportunity to observe it a few more times, others will notice it sooner or later. The Zanpakura is called the Sagala Dragon. Ability is also an advanced form derived from Bao clothes. It can be expressed in 2 ways. The first is to use the information I received as the data for reference, and finally simulate an isolated place that can surround the other party. It comes from the power of the Sagala dragon, which is the meaning of the king of the Aral Sea. This isolated place will be presented in a maze. The other party needs to bear the invasion of my spiritual pressure and find the right exit under endless harassment. Of course, if the strength gap between the 2 sides is too large, this isolation place will be naturally broken. In addition, when using the Sagala dragon, I will lose the concept of vital importance. Thus, I will transform my body into spiritual power. Just as I saw before, if Gui Yanchinj could defeat the last 2 spirit bodies in one breath, I would die with it. This ability seems to be a waste of money, after all, it is meaningless to the strong. So the focus is on the second ability. I would rather call the second ability, the ability to analyze. I can further analyze the other party's behavior through fighting with the other party, observation, and my own summary, and finally choose the best solving action. It was a bit abstract in spoken language alone, and Ma Jing also raised her right hand and made a gesture. Just like my method of attacking Gui Yanchinj. The first collision that seemed to be ineffective was actually a part of collecting information. It's like planting a sapling. I used my spiritual power as nutrition to water it, causing it to grow rapidly, and finally become a towering tree with lush branches and leaves. And the veins, branches, leaves, on it will be everything I can foresee. Yes, it's everything. The reason why my second attack was able to break through Gui Yanchinj's defense was because I discovered the opponent's weakness through this ability. Aizen's lips pursed slightly and nodded gently at this moment. So that's it, but this is far from Jinjiajin's limit. Facing the boy who was a little surprised, Ainan said with a smile. Since you use spiritual power as your food, why do you look like in the end should be unknown? In other words, as long as you can have enough spiritual power to supplement it, Jing Yejun may be able to hit the opponent's vital points during the second attack, and kill him with 1 blow. As literally 1 blow test, 2 blows will kill. Ai Majing also touched the back of her head helplessly and finally sighed. That's just a theoretical matter. At least with my current strength, it's absolutely impossible to do it. Dongxian on the side couldn't help but say. But that's also possible, right? Aizen said in a slight voice. It is this truth, infinite possibilities. This is the essence of the Zanpakura sword of Shizuiakan. The first ability is not a waste. Instead, lay the foundation and preparation for the analysis. It is possible to divide spiritual power, which means that no matter how exaggerated the gap is, Jing Yejun can also have multiple contacts with the other party with its non-fatal point characteristics. Collect, analyze until it is defeated. Everything is all actions taken to achieve the ultimate goal. Aizen sighed lightly and said in a tone of emotion. Sure enough, my vision is not wrong. Jing Yejun, you are indeed the image of a brave man in a narrow road. Not affected by identity, strength, or all external influences. You can put the other party's life on the scale and force the other party. Come on a gamble of life and death with you. It is the sword of the younger to cut off your flaws first. It was the opponent's attack that took the lead in shattering the spiritual pressure. No matter how strong the opponent is, no matter how exaggerated the gap is, we can still bravely fight back on the single plank bridge and make the most irrational struggle. Aizen looked at the boy in front of her, and she had never felt any turbulent heart, and there were some ripples at this moment. His expression suddenly fluctuated significantly, and at this moment, he couldn't help but outline the corners of his mouth. Are you happy? Is it pleasant? Maybe there are some, maybe all of them? But no matter what, it is the most prevailing at this moment and wraps up Aizen's heart. It is the torrent called trust. Being able to confess my ability to me, Jing Yejun, this trust really makes me feel extremely heavy. It is not polite to come but not come. What's more, he is a like-minded and equally amazing disciple. After a brief and momentary pause, Aizen made a seemingly very irrational decision. Then, let me share a secret. He pulled the Zanpakara on his waist into his palm and said in a calm tone. My Zanpakara is called Mirror Flower Water Moon, and its ability is complete hypnosis. With Ma Jing, he also knows the more specific abilities. But at this moment, I was somewhat moved by the fact that I could hear the person involved explaining it personally. After all, there is usually only one situation in the original work that can let Aizen explain the Zanpakara's ability to you personally. That is the victory declaration after winning. I thought the secret sharing might end here, but I didn't expect Aizen to smile and continue to say. Of course, this ability is not indestructible. As long as you touch the knife body before the complete hypnosis is started, you can avoid the mirror and water moon. Why? Ma Jing couldn't help but be slightly stunned. This Ichimaru-jin used decades of preparation and testing to finally know the secret, at this moment, told himself in such a light attitude? The person involved raised his head unexpectedly. But I just saw Aizen squatting down and stretching out her right hand. The secrets shared can deepen the relationship and bond between each other. Jing Yejun, I am very grateful now and at the same time. If you can have someone like you walking with me, I believe the road ahead will be much wider. Come on, Shizuijin. Let's unite. Yes, if you want to describe it. We are invincible ahead. Chapter 70, It's Snowing. 3 months after the battle in Guiyanchange. The seasons are changing, autumn goes and winter comes. The old spring festival has just ended, the Japanese New Year is the New Year's Day in China. With the fireworks full of energy, Ma Jing was rubbing her hands and breathing in front of the side wall of Zhenyang Spiritual Art Academy. The winter in the Soul Realm is as harsh as a sword, and the weather is often no longer visible after winter. Yet. Ama Jing also reached out to rub her face, but found that even her nose was starting to harden. It's really exaggerating. Sorry, I've been waiting for you for a long time. The sound of Hu Che Yanjian came from behind him. He turned around halfway and saw the other party panting and holding the side wall with slender short hair sticking to his forehead, with a slightly tired expression. It's okay, I just arrived. Although I had been waiting for half an hour, I had no complaints about Ma Jing. After all, Yuyan Huch obviously went out after putting on makeup. Considering that the other party always looks plain and faces up to the sky, today's outfit is indeed extremely delicate. That. Putting on the scarf, Toru moved his head awkwardly. It looks strange. Before going out, King Ian pulled her to change her makeup again. By the way, I added perfume and foundation then again. This kind of sticky thing, will it really look good when it is applied to the face? The skin looks a little whiter. Although the clear voice makes the face look as tender as an egg, I always feel a little indescribable. I thought I would only fiddle with these things when I was wearing Byuki. Always feel. He became a little different from his own appearance. If the sight was warm, Toru felt that she was almost melted at this moment. Oh! Stop staring like this. Of course it's not surprising. It's very cute. Arimajing also raised her right hand with a smile and pointed it lightly at the other party's earlobe. The earrings I chose to give out earlier were worn by the other party these days. Just seeing this thing, Majing feels happy. After all, it has the value of use, which also means that your vision is not too bad. Hearing Arimajing Yi's comments, Yuan Hyuk's hands, which were placed on his chest, slung slightly, and he was obviously relieved. It's really easy to understand. Although he was a little too much for the person involved, Ma Jinja's playfulness surged up again. But, well, although that's what I said. But after all, I still feel that Yanjian is better when I come to life. Like a furry cat. Huch Yanjian's body suddenly tensed, and her thick eyebrows became a clump, and she shouted out in great grievance. Ah! My eyes suddenly turned red. It's too much. It took me so long, but you said that. The joke was a little too much, and Ma Jing quickly explained and comforted her, so she reluctantly let the other party accept the status quo. Getting along with people is a relatively difficult thing in itself. Fortunately, his favor for Toru Toriki was enough to make up for these expenses. The two came to a dessert shop while wandering around. The time chaos in the corpse soul world is similar to this extremely modern architecture that will appear after the 21st century. This is also a good location for Majing to inquire about it in advance. Because it is relatively close to the college, it is also very popular in the student group on weekdays. Looking through the menu, Yukino Toro almost buried his eyes. Oh! The dieting and meals on weekdays are exaggerated. At this time, just seeing various pictures for reference on the above, Yin Huach could no longer move his eyes. But, you have to be patient. Just give me a cup of bitter coffee, thank you. Just moving his eyes away was like going to the execution ground, and Yin Huach was squeezed out a few drops of tears. This level of entanglement made the waiter beside him smile. Akamajing said helplessly. Laojia, strawberry cake, cream ice cream, chocolate bar bake, 2 servings each. Ah, wait. It's okay, I'm treating you today. After getting involved with a prison teacher, I really don't lack money, and I will have some employee benefits from time to time. Now I have already resigned from my part-time job in the college. No. That's not the case. I work hard to drink white porridge on weekdays, not to indulge in diet at this time. After all, the parties involved were confirmed 3 days ago. The height of the perfect breakthrough of 185. If you continue to grow, you will really become a highly anticipated weirdo. Majing could fully understand the other party's difficulties, but at this moment he waved his hand and said with a smile to the waiter beside him. Let's do it for now, please. Understand, please wait. Seeing that Hu Che's voice was about to be warm, Majing turned around and smiled. Don't worry about these things. Isn't Yanjian going to the 4th team for an internship soon? Everyone in the team is a serious person, and they shouldn't be irresponsible about your situation. Students with clear ambitions do have this aspect of arrangement. Now they are still such a side todo or 4th team, so this situation will naturally open the door to convenience. Considering the situation of Yuyan of Torakai, Captain Mashiwali also nodded in agreement with this matter. In other words, nowadays, Yulin Hyuk is just waiting quietly for graduation, and then he can take office in the 4th team directly. It's true that the truth is, but Yulin's head shrank and buried, and her right hand habitually began to stir the long hair on her temples. Will you get fat? You'll be laughed at by everyone. It's okay. How come it doesn't matter? This is common sense for social survival. Ma Jing also supported her chin with one hand and swept her eyes to the scenery outside the floor-to-ceiling window. It started to snow. As long as Yanjian marries me, won't it be enough? This year's snow is bigger than usual. Well. After realizing it, Yuyan Hu's face began to turn red rapidly. Her mouth trembled for a while, and finally she couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hands and let out a dull scream. Ah! Can you say this kind of thing casually? Akimajing also closed her eyes. He smiled and looked at the woman in front of him, with a calm and peaceful glamour in his eyes. What, don't you? It is not difficult to refuse. But Yuyan Toro couldn't say that, no matter what. The hesitant girl pursed her lips. Finally, he murmured as if he was about to cry. Start, at least, you have to say such things on a formal occasion, right? Oh, sorry, then I'll change to a more serious place next time and do it again then. Looking at the other party showing such an inadvertent smile. An angry cross pattern burst out from Hu Xiong's head. You guy! Ahaha, sorry, I just think Yanjian's reaction is too interesting. Wait, are you going to do it? Here? Wait, puff. Chapter 71, The Bright Surface, the Damp Inside. His face was covered with bruises that were beaten out. Ama Jing limped back to the dormitory. He sat on the chair, looked in the mirror and started to apply medicine to himself. The anxious Hu Che Yanjian should not be underestimated. His vein level is so high that it is impossible to resist. Thanks to her previous familiarity with the Omida family, Arima Shizuia's bedroom has also been replaced with the most high-end single room. This kind of environment will not be disturbed. It is precisely because of this that Ma Jing can unpack the envelope in front of him as if no one else was there. If you have Ma Jing, you will personally open it. Long time no see, Jing is yet. The deep winter is the sun without light, and now it is the most harsh time. I don't need to give me any more advice to change food and add clothes. Jing Yi should be able to understand it. It has been a month since the last contact. I wonder if I have made any progress in my skills? I still hope that you will not fall into practice even if you are quiet. Restrain yourself and be cautious in your own self and be careful in your own heart and understand your nature. This time I contacted you with letters is just about the follow-up internship of Jing Yejun. When winter comes and spring comes, Jing Yejun will usher in the next team internship, right? If possible, I hope Jing Yejun can choose the 8th team for study. Captain Jingle Chun Shui is a very worthy person to learn from. If you spend a while with him, I believe Jing Yejun can also grow up. And if conditions permit, please don't give up on the opportunity to contact Yuzukshi's hero and Captain Yamamoto. The specific content will be discussed in detail at the next meeting. Of course, if you have other ideas, Jing Yejun can do it yourself. After all, I just made some appropriate suggestions for Jing Yejun. So with this in mind, I listed the following list, attached to the back of the letter paper for Jing Yejun as a reference. After all, paper and pen are too thin and cannot carry the mind. Although I feel a lot of emotion, I am now in my heart and can't describe 1 in 10,000. Take care, be quiet. Eisen added medical treatment above. I can only say that I am a prison teacher. The rigorous content of the letter I wrote can be said to be without any slightest room. Compare the things you wrote horizontally. Alas! I can only say that I can't go into it in depth. My own cultural papermaking is indeed not comparable to old popular characters. After all, the feudal social background of death originally advocates reading. This kind of thing is just a accumulation. If you don't have ink in your stomach, you want to shake it a few times, and you will be the one who will be moved and ashamed in the end. But then again, is the next destination the 8th team? A little surprised, but it is reasonable. After all, from the perspective of Eri Majinja, he could roughly understand Aizen's arrangements for him. Since ability is the control and analysis of information, you must contact more people relying on your accumulated savings. You can achieve the effect of quantitative change and qualitative change. As literally. A century-old layout. Ai Ma Jingyi's lips pursed slightly, and she couldn't help but sigh at this moment. After all, the person involved had never thought that he would have the opportunity to participate in such a meticulous plan. It really makes people feel moved. So, if you think deeply according to this idea, with Ma Jing, he will soon find several more suitable targets. Among the 13th team of Guardians, it is worthy of attention from the prison division and believes that some of the energy needs to be devoted to attention. I'm afraid there are only these few. Flipped the letter paper in his hand, and sure enough, the names on the top were almost as expected by the parties involved. Captain of the Yuban team, Yamamoto Tsugaki. Captain of the 2nd team, the Siphonjai Yuan One Knight. The captain of the 4th team, the Flower of Mao is Fierce. Captain of the 8th team, Jingle Chun Shui. Captain of the 12th team, Kisokura Hara. The captain of the 13th team, Shizhiro Fuzu. The 6 people are on the list, and the arrangement order is indefinitely determined, and they are all objects that need to be observed. Should I say that the prison teacher has a good vision? Basically, the captain-level figures who shine in the original work are divided according to their strength, and the lowest level belongs to the high-level captain. Did I treat these people as imaginary enemies and let me take advantage of the opportunity now to have more contact? No other reason is expected. And in it, the job opportunities for internships in the 1st team are rare, and you need to draw lots to queue up in the Spiritual Art Academy. In comparison, the 8th team is a relatively compromise option. Because there is still a relationship between us and Old Man Yamamoto. If you can stay in the 8th team for a while, you may be able to find Yamamoto, and there is also the opportunity to meet Shizhiro Yukitake. In addition, the 8th team is also famous as an intelligence team. When conducting internships there, Ma Jing can also obtain some intelligence content. It can be said that he killed 3 birds with 1 stone. As the next target, the parties involved have no opinions. Only. When I think about my future fight with these characters, I will fight Hedon. Amos. Ma Jingyi's head began to sweat a little. The old man who plays with fire with great strength and a sinister uncle who falls outside and steel on the inside. A murderous man with a face that looks like a Buddha, a pioneer in research with a kind attitude. Quar. Is there really a chance of winning if you fight with such a person? I'll beat the old man Yamamoto? True or fake? It's so damn, prison teacher. But after feeling, Eri Majingyi's expression gradually relaxed. After all, no matter how much jokes are, things are going to be done. He didn't feel that he had no chance of winning. After all, there is still 100 years left. With Ma Jing, you can slow down and adjust your condition bit by bit. No need to worry, no need to be afraid. Time is a partner who stands on Ai Ma Jing's side. The boy looked at the letter paper in his hand in a daze. He pondered for a while, then couldn't help but chuckle. Then, the matter will come to an end. 100 years later. By now, the spiritual pressure of both hands began to surge. Imitating Aizen's previous behavior, Eri Majing also ignited all the letter paper in her palm, turning it into ashes. The next day, the energetic Ma Jing also carried a large bag and a small bag, and took the recommendation letter, and rushed to the gate of the 8th team's house. After the team members who were in charge of the gate, the opponent led A Ma Jing into the team house. On the way, you can see many rooms with seals and various prohibitions. The number is still quite large. Now that a long corridor is coming, at least half of it must be. The teammate explained from the side enthusiastically. Because it is because of the specialization of the intelligence organization, you will be more sensitive to these things. Please do not walk around at will without permission. So that's it, the content in this aspect is not difficult to understand. Only, is there so much information that needs to be hidden? The teammate pondered for a moment, scratching the corner of his mouth with some distress. It seemed that he didn't know how to answer for a moment. Of course, boy, intelligence is a lifeline in another sense. What can be used needs to be carefully stored to ensure that it will not be missed or leaked. Things that cannot be used must be destroyed in time, so as to ensure that there is no trace and no handle left. This is the style of our 8th team. When is there another person behind it? Turning his head, Ma Jing also saw a middle-aged man with a slightly exaggerated appearance standing behind him. The brown slightly curly medium-length hair is tied into a ponytail, with 2 women's fancy hairpins in it, which looks weird and lazy. She was wearing a pink feathered jacket with patterns, often wearing a straw hat on her head and a little beard on her jaw. He was showing a silly smile. "Oh, I've been waiting for you for a long time." It seemed that the person stretched out his right hand to him and did not respond. The other party said again. "I am the current captain of the 8th Division, and I am the case with Chen Shui of Kyoto. It's me." This lazy and exaggerated look can't be found in the entire Lingting. Although it is somewhat different from the expected situation, it does not prevent Ma Jing from making a specific response. The etiquette that should be found must not be missing. After tightening his body a little, he took a step back, half a step. Ma Jing was also planning to introduce himself. The other party had already stepped forward and patted his shoulder intimately. "Ah, I'll give up on such polite words, there's Ma Jing. I've heard about you for a long time. In order to meet you today, I couldn't even participate in the ending scene of 3 songs." It was possible to feel that the other party had no malice at all. At the same time, Ama Jing was also confused about the other party's speech. "So who are the 3? The teammate on the side took a serious look and walked back half a step back, approaching Ama Jingyi's side and whispered. "The popular geisha has been preparing to retire in recent days because she is preparing to get married." "Oh, what's so capable of Sankey? I've looked at you with admiration. What you do is not worth mentioning." No. No matter what, this should not be the job of the 8th team, which is in charge of intelligence content, right?" Looking at Jingle, Chen Shui happily communicated with the teammates under her command. Ma Jing suddenly thought of it. This is really true that the words upward and downward are. Ignoring this short and helpless farce, Jing Le Chen Shui personally led Ma Jing through the corridor and went around for several rounds. "It's the first time Ma Jun has been here? How about it? How do you feel about the atmosphere of the 8th team?" Kyoto Chen Shui's attitude is very friendly, as if he is just chatting with his friends as easygoing. Ma Jing also thought for a moment, then opened her mouth and replied. "Still, it's a little mysterious. After all, there are things everywhere that cannot be seen, entered, or touched." Kyoto Chen Shui closed her hands in front of her, and when she heard this, she showed a subtle smile. "Ha, is it mysterious? It's a very interesting speech angle. But it is not uncommon to have such a speech. The spirit court? No, the history of the soul realm itself is long enough. How many things can you know, but you can't know? Just like a drama that only adults love, what floats on the surface is a bright and beautiful Taiwanese scene. What sinks inside is the core of yin and wetness." So, Jing Le Chen Shui did not stop. He stared into the distance and said with a smile. "Whether there is something unknown hidden under the glamorous surface of Ma Jun." Chapter 72, The Heavy Secret of Adults. Kyoto Lian Chen Shui said something as ashamed in a calm tone. But before Ma Jing could open her mouth and say something, the person involved had already chuckled and then waved his right hand gently. Sorry, I started to ask questions again if I accidentally. It's true I really alienated people into another way of work. Suspicion and denial on your own. It seems that Kyoto Chun Shui is just smiling and saying something unintentional. But if you really think about it carefully, are these words really just a nagging sentence that is indifferent? In this inexplicable pulling, Ma Jing also followed the other party to the captain's office. He stepped forward and pulled open the door in front of him. Jing Le Chun Shui said to Ai Ma Jing with a decadent smile. This is my office. In short, come in and sit for a while. The interior of the office is a little gloomy. Compared with the layout of the fifth team, not only does the lighting be less, but the overall decoration style also tends to be grey-black wooden style. The overall tone is quite gentle. From here, you can also feel the designer's style while being lazy. It also has a bit of inexplicable elaboration. There was also a faint smell of incense floating in the room. If you came here immediately after lunch, the idea of resting for a while should easily emerge. It is indeed a very stylish room. Only, what's wrong? Seeing that Ma Jing stopped, Jing Le Chun Shui's expression seemed a little curious. Ai Ma Jing also choked for a moment and couldn't speak immediately. After all, this is the first time he has encountered this situation and he has no idea where to start. It is in this inexplicable entanglement. The boy raised his right hand and pointed gently towards the distance. Since you don't know how to speak, it's better to let the other party make a judgment on your own. Following Ma Jingyi's gaze, Jingle Chun Shui turned her head. I saw the magazine scattered on my desk. Pink cover, thickened pages. It is a weekly reading material. On the cover, a woman in a bikini put her hands on her hips and made a half-turning move. She gestured toward the camera. Young and beautiful girl. Just by looking at it, you can know that the nature of this thing is definitely not too simple. Kira Chun Shui's careless expression became a little embarrassed. He quickly stepped forward and took the magazine into his arms. It's true, and occasionally, when I forget to pack up. Don't you want to get away with it? The captain of the 8th team reads such magazines when he is at work? Old man Yamamoto would be furious when he finds out, right? Captain Jingle. Ahaha, I will occasionally see you forget to pack up. Akama Jun, who just now was just an important information disguised as a magazine, so please don't ask about it. Ama Jing also rubbed her chin, but said with a serious expression. Is that book just now, the 109th issue of Ticking the Head? Kyoto Chun Shui's eyes also became sharper. Do you know this? After all, there are not many interesting publications in the Lingting court. Even if the parties are not interested. There are also many students who read this kind of thing in the class on weekdays. Admit it. Ai Ma Jing is also a normal man. Even if she doesn't take the initiative to buy it, it's still normal to borrow one or two. Kyoto Chun Shui took a step back and his expression became a little subtle. What else do you know? Akama Jing also said carefully. This is the New Year's special. The quality of the paper is thickened, and finally there is a special photo of this album. And if you guess correctly, bikini special topic, Zia Qice's 8 photos. If you can continue to subscribe for more than 1 year, you will also get photo frames and precious handwritten signature paper. Although it is not as clear as it is. But this is also the professional knowledge accumulated over time. Ama Jing also showed a subtle smile and said. Captain Jingle, you still it's an enthusiast level. Kyoto Chun Shui chuckled and scratched his head. He took off his hat and walked directly to Arima Jingyi's side, reaching out and patting the other person's shoulder. Just as you said, after all, there are not many magazines that can be seen in the Lingting. Ah, the current college students are really amazing. Can you read this kind of thing casually? When I was studying, I was going to get burned at all times. Is that true? Ama Jing also lowered her head thoughtfully and glanced in the direction of the trash can. In addition to this kind of interesting magazine, there are also publishers from the 13th team of the Guading. A publication sold in the name of the first team. Yamamoto Motoria Su Shishida, written by Shichiko Yamamoto, named Yuan Liu Magazine. Now I'm already lying in the trash can. Although this thing is a forced subscription by the entire team, Mako Hirako often complains about thick and no place to put it. But at least they know to let it go carefully so that they won't throw away anything directly. Should we say that the relationship between you teachers and students is so abstract? Following Ai Ma Jingyi's gaze, Jingle Chun Shui pondered for a moment. He reminded him like a whisper. This is the heavy secret of adults. I'm in trouble, don't reveal it. Ahaha, I'll work hard. I haven't read the collection of Smashing the Head? I'll divide you 2 volumes later. Absolutely fulfill your mission. You boy. The two of them laughed for a while, which also eased the slightly subtle atmosphere. Retake your seat. Jing Le Chun Shui's hands were intertwined in front of him, supporting his chin, and was smiling at the boy in front of him. Let's get back to the point. Since we are here for internship in our 8th team, there will be still many necessary work processes. So before I start, I need to ask you Majun a few questions. Don't be nervous, it's just something like a class test. So, for Eri Majun, what is the core essence of the secret? Looking at Jingle Chun Shui, whose IQ reoccupied the highlands, Ma Jing also pondered for a moment. Are you cautious? Kira Harumiya made a tactical backward movement and rubbed his chin at this moment. So that's it. I can't tell that A Majun is the more old-fashioned type. So I guessed wrong. Safe and be at ease, there is no so-called correct answer at all, it is just to satisfy my personal desire for communication. Kyoto Chun Shui adjusted his sitting position and said in a playful tone. Actually, in my opinion, the core essence of the secret is actually sharing. Young man, there is no airtight wall in the world. As long as it exists and is recorded, it is only a difference in time to be known. So before that, find a person you can trust and share the so-called secret with the other party. This is what I think is the correct solution. After all, people always accidentally feel lonely creatures. Jing Le Chun Shui tilted his head and showed a slightly deep smile to Ai Ma Jing. Don't you think so, boy? Chapter 73, Drink a Drink. This is the block that houses Liuhun Street Intelligence Information. Because there is a large flow of people there and there are often in and out situations, it is the lowest confidential content. The specific update will be basically done in 1 week, and the specific practices are recorded in the execution manual. I won't explain this aspect for the time being. If you have time, read it more. If you continue to go inside, you will be in the Lingting court. It was already the next morning. After yesterday's conversation with Kyoto Chun Shui, considering that time is not urgent, the other party arranged the training to the second day. Because it was my first time to come into contact with this work, Ma Jing was somewhat moved. Classification and division. Periodically destruction. You also need to remember the changed password from time to time. To be honest, Ma Jing never expected that what the 8th team had to do would be so cumbersome. Thinking about this, Ma Jing also carefully classified the information in her hands. I am thinking about what else to add to the work I will need to add later. A familiar voice came from behind. Yo, are you still busy? Half turned, it was Jingle Chun Shui. He showed half of his head behind the bookshelf, and was holding the edge of the hat, showing a humble smile. It's time to get off work. Are you still so diligent? You should say that you are worthy of being a newcomer. This kind of energy is really enviable. But the others are still working, just like that. My thoughts have not yet subsided. Eri Majing looked at the team leader who was leading her guidance just now, stretched her waist and said goodbye to Kyoto Chun Shui with a smile. Captain, I'll leave first. Oh, have a good rest. So is the 8th team so casual working style? No wonder everyone tried their best to drill into such a place. It turns out that there is a reason for this. Otherwise, look at other teams, and you still need to pass the Lingting sewer? When the journey invasion, Hanataro led the people walking the sewer, it is said that only the people from the 4th team know the route. There is also the 5th team that is always on call, just like a brick, wherever you need to move. What stands out there is a 24-hour standby. It's so cool here. From 9 to 5, working hours are unstoppable. When it's time to go, you can just put down your things and leave. So where is this confidentiality highlighted? As if he could fully understand Arima Jingyi's confusion, Kyoto Chun Shui laughed and pulled down the hat on his head a little. The interns won't be able to get through the things that really matter, so there's no need to worry too much about this. If you think about it this way, it does make some sense. In fact, not only interns, but also new teammates, everyone's work is relatively leisurely. After all, the premise of sharing a secret requires a relationship of trust. So before accumulating enough resume, there is indeed no burden on the work of the 8th team. Perhaps it is precisely because of this. Only everyone will have some unrealistic fantasies about the work of the 8th team. I see. It is indeed an angle that has never been imagined. With the mouth of Jingle Chun Shui, Ma Jing also gained a lot. Well, although that's what I said, in fact, even I have nothing to do. So it's enough to get off work at the right time. The old man won't say anything to me. Ai Ma Jing also looked at him with a little choking. Take back the preface. This uncle is indeed a slut. Okay, I've booked a very interesting location tonight. It's okay if you have Ma Jun tonight, right? Then let's go with me. As he said that, Kyoto Chun Shui put his right hand close to his mouth and gestured a simple move. Go and have a drink, how about it? Considering my own situation, it's not impossible. Just Captain Jingle, are you so idle? Nothing can do anything but drink? What's this about Arima Jun? I'm also working, work. Jingle Chun Shui's mouth was slightly raised, and she showed a very proud smile. Intelligence collection is also a part of the work of the 8th team. The Lingting is very big. It is difficult to collect any useful things just by relying on us. So, you have to learn to take the initiative, boy. Is this the reason for drinking flower wine? Forget it. There is nothing to say about this uncle who is full of incorrect words. After packing up his things, Ma Jing also followed Jingle Chun Shui and walked out of the team. He couldn't help asking on the way. Captain Jingle, why do you feel like you take special care of me? It's not the person involved who is narcissistic. But this kind of thing seems a bit abnormal. After all, no matter how exaggerated Kyoto Chun Shui is, it is impossible to bring every intern student to drink a flower bar. I won't say anything else. Old man Yamamoto will definitely get angry and get cerebral hemorrhage. At this moment, when he heard Ma Jingyi's question, Jing Le Chun Shui pondered and finally showed an inexplicable smile. Yes, after all, there is a distant relative's child who is very well taken care of by you. Is there any? After thinking for a while, Ma Jing also reacted suddenly. Are you referring to Senior Ise Yojio? Can you remember the name? It seems that your relationship is pretty good. After all, I have asked a lot of knowledge about ghosts before. Is that true? But now Ma Jun's level should be much higher than that guy, right? Although he was just a very plain communication, the words he said at this moment made Ma Jing realize some subtlety. The true level of his ghost path has not been revealed to the public yet. Kyoto Chun Shui spoke in such a sure tone. So for what reason did he give the conclusion? Although I care a little bit, it is obviously not the time to go deeper. That. I'm ashamed. Actually, I haven't known Senior Ise for a long time. It should be far from being taken care of. After all, I just met the other party and had some communication afterwards. But Kyoto Chun Shui shook her head with a smile. That child is actually quite fragile inside, and I am a little worried on weekdays. But I noticed that she was much cheerful later. This is also because of Ma Jun's help. Jing Le Chun Shui raised his hand and patted Ma Jingyi on the shoulder. Thanks to you, the child has become much sunny. Is there? Yes? I'll ask. Does Ma Jun have a girlfriend now? Before Ma Jing could open her mouth and reply, Jingle Chun Shui said with a smile. If there is one, it will be a little troubled. After all, we will go to the place we will go later. It's quite inconvenient. Chapter 74 Remarks on the list. Suddenly I was told that the recommendation had not been advanced, so I had to go on the shelves. There are not many manuscripts left, try to update as much as possible. In addition, let's post a comment on the shelves. The inspiration for writing this book was to see Xiang Ketan's PV being updated again, and suddenly I felt something in my heart, unrealistic ideas. If the protagonist can go back to the past, think about the problem from the same perspective as Aizen, and act together, what impact will it have on the future plot development? There are many ideas, but after I actually wrote it, it became a relationship similar to that of teachers and students. This is actually a relatively lazy approach. After all, at the beginning, I wanted to write a storyline of how I grew up together after entering school with Aizen and finally achieved each other. But unfortunately, I don't have a clear idea of writing this kind of story. Because in essence, I am an ordinary person who is looking up at a character like Aizen. How can I write about Aizen's confusion and entanglement if I can't really understand the other person? I can only say that longing is indeed the most distant feeling from understanding. I am personally quite satisfied with the current model of getting along, because as a teacher, I still feel a little adaptable when describing Aizen from the perspective of a teacher. After all, from the perspective of this man's loneliness, he should also like to cultivate a partner who can stand shoulder to shoulder with him, right? In addition, regarding emotions, I did think about writing about the harem at the beginning, but after I was involved in the Hualien of Mao, I hesitated for a moment. It's not that I don't like this character, but that she is a little complicated in my eyes. I don't think she is even a person who can get along with normally. The 1,000 Years captain, who was murderous, temporarily put down his butcher knife, but still couldn't help but think about it. She should be a simple person. Just like Sister Hua in other novels, chopping, killing, fighting, it's great. While thinking this way, I saw that the keyword CE given to Mao's Hilly in the special collection of the appendix of the bartender is CI. This made me feel a little bit overwhelmed. I think the sense of peace she has shown over thousands of years of accumulation is not a disguise. It is a change from the heart, or even subtle way. But as the author, I cannot understand this change in the role. In other words, I can't imagine how a person like the protagonist should enter this woman's heart for. After all, Ma Jing is not a person like Mu Jianba. I think the characters written through this unilateral speculation are too thin. Some readers may like them, but I really can't do it. By the way, since you have mentioned giving keywords, in my imagination, an introduction to the protagonist is change. I want to change something through his abilities and behaviors. There is no effect now, I can only say that because the plot has not been much. Brother, it's just less than a year since it's been. Some things can be roughly revealed because they are the main content in the outline and do not involve spoilers. The invasion of the journey will leave with Aizen. The Battle of Soramaki will win, but there will still be people going to jail. The old man Yamamoto will not die if he has 1,000 years of bloody battle. He will still open his eyes, but the process will be even more difficult. The only one who cuts out that knife is Strawberry Brother. After all, no matter how powerful the protagonist's ability is, in my understanding, it will ultimately not exceed this ultimate mixed-race cub. I can't understand the value of Strawberry Brother's knife now. Of course, the protagonist must also have considerable actions and roles here. The writing is a bit trivial, but the general thinking route is like this. In addition, I would like to express my thoughts on what I have written here. The timeline arrangement is indeed quite chaotic. I can only say that if you have the opportunity to write a second book, pay more attention. But then again, this is indeed the same as some friends said. The map of death is not big, the world of corpse souls, virtual circles, present, at most an invisible empire is added. Among them, the proportion of the corpse soul world is too high, which is a part that has to be written. There are too many people in Team 13, and their heads are hurting while writing while studying. Sorry, let everyone taste shit. The last one. Actually. Because I have roughly understood by now that I am writing the book. As an author, it is absolutely impossible for me to satisfy everyone. So I am destined to be able to serve and please these people who I think are my target group. Just leave if you can't stand it, because we are not the same person. Wu Jing's face. It is indeed a blessing for me to be able to screen out such readers in advance. Okay, I wrote so many things in a mess. In short, let me emphasize it again at the end. The VIP chapter will be updated starting at 12 o'clock and will be released from today. Hot updates, hot, looking forward to it. No matter what, please make a first order first, I'll kneel down for you. Chapter 75, Adult Drama, please book first. Lingting is very big. In addition to various functional facilities, many places for entertainment and fun are also arranged. Duobaoxuan. Although I have never been here, there is no shortage of young masters in Zhenyang Spiritual Art Academy. These people discuss a lot of things on weekdays, and there are many similar consumption places. It is a type of hearing. Under such a feudal background, transaction itself is also a custom. As for drinking flower wine and so on. In AI Ma Jing's view, this may be a kind of entertainment style creation. It is the afterglow and vent that only upper-class characters have. Follow Jing Lechun to the stairs, the two of them were wearing bags beside the fence sitting in the compartment. The tatami-style structure is suitable for sitting on the ground, and the same is true for the low wooden tables and futons placed inside. I have been a person for 2 lifetimes. Although I am not as old as you guys, I shouldn't be afraid. However, you will only know after you go. This is really not as simple as I imagined. There is no saying that 3 of them are together. Looking at Ying Ying's 3 singing girls smiling and sticking them up, Ma Jing felt that her eyes were not enough to see. Don't be too tricked by the children. Be careful and don't scare people. Holding the wine glass, he was already half paralyzed and lying on Jingle Chun Shui, smiling and laughing. Okay X3. I have never seen such a formation, and I am not as good as drinking. AI Ma Jing quickly got drunk. The few singing girls beside them had already retreated at some point. At this moment, only 2 were left on the high platform. Jingle Chun Shui shook the white porcelain wine glass and said in a joking tone. Ma Jun, I didn't expect you to have such a restrained personality. Haha, today I really saw something interesting. Want to face 3 people in one breath? Then he shook his head faster. Although he didn't want to study this aspect in detail, Ma Jing is still a more dedicated person for now. Well, it's enough for me to have the courage. That really makes you laugh. Are you angry? Where can it be? This is your hospitality for you, Captain. I'm not too happy yet. Failed to wait for the reply, Jingle Chun Shui suddenly stood up. He smiled and stared at the bottom of the stands, and said in a happier tone. Here's here, today's drama is about to start. Ma Jing also stared at the bottom. Under the wide background, on the platform raised by wooden boards, a man and a woman were performing a drama. Ai Ma Jun, have you ever been exposed to drama before? The party involved shook his head honestly. Not at all. Jing Le Chun Shui let out a light sniff and let go and fill the wine glass in front of Ma Jing. Then take this opportunity to appreciate it. After all, when you return to the academy, this kind of opportunity is quite rare. All of them have come to this point. If you have Mahjong, you can only nod in response to it to express your understanding at this moment. Dong, dong, dong. 3 muffled sounds shook, like flying bamboos falling on the rocks. The sadness and joy of a man and a woman begins. The drama is divided into the alternation of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. The two people's emotions also complete the overlapping feeling similar to the change of 4 seasons from the first meeting, passionate love, breakup, and love killing. As the woman behind the paper door made a move to wipe her neck, something like blood gushing over it, and it was also for this already dim story. It adds a bit of human feeling. Mahjong also witnessed the whole process on the high platform until it ended. He just pursed his lips until he heard the smile of Kyoto Chun Shui coming from beside him. How about it? What do you think about watching a drama for the first time? After a moment of silence, Mahjong also whispered. It's really gorgeous. The makeup and movements should have been rehearsed for a long time. The setting of the stage and the borrowing description also made me feel very interesting. As for the last one, Mahjong also opened her mouth dully and said with emotion. Women are indeed a very terrible object. That's it. Jingle Chun Shui took a sip of sake with a smile. He seemed to be drunk, and even his tone became lighter. The weak and pitiful image is not the whole thing. Dissect it and disassemble it. No matter how gentle a woman is, she may be a sinister and cunning venomous snake. This contrast is really hard to stop. That's why adult drama makes me like it. After all, I don't want to meet such a terrifying woman, so just looking at this place is enough. So if you come to drink flower wine, is there any reason for this? After that being said, you Mahjong, you don't have a girlfriend here yet, right? Without waiting for an answer, the smile on Kyoto Chun Shui's face became obscene. Then you probably haven't hugged a woman yet. That feeling is completely different, soft and delicate, a little slender, pitiful, like a flower stained with morning dew, which may even make people feel pity. The so-called youth is just a passing time. It is like a woman like a flash in the serious. It will make people sincerely like it when they look. Even if you just want to say something simple, as long as you get closer, you will think about getting close. When you meet your hand, you will want to kiss you, and then stop and stop. If you continue, some unclean things will come out. Aka Mahjong waved her hands repeatedly and opened her mouth and said at this moment. Okay, let's stop here first. The other party showed a rather boring expression. Tisk, the most exciting content is obviously coming. Then please keep it for yourself. As if he had noticed the change in the topic, Kyoto Chun Shui also restrained his expression. He turned his head as if nothing had happened, looked at the high platform that was being removed, and said in a tone without any turbulence. After all, the so-called drama is such a thing. After watching it, it is the essence of it. Well? Did I misunderstand something just now? Seeing the other party showing his signature joking expression, Mahjong couldn't help but smile bitterly. Jingle spring water. This guy is far more funny than I thought. But the uncle with this personality also understands the concept of moderate tension and moderation. He will not say anything too much, and he also knows how to adjust the atmosphere. As Aizen said, I should be able to learn a lot when I am by his side. Any Mahjong, I'm curious about one thing. Rubbing the stubble on his chin, Jing Le Chun Shui stared at the scene below the stage, his tone as plain as usual. Although the occasion is not very convenient, can I ask? Mahjong also turned her head happily. Please. He saw that the smile on Kyoto Chun Shui's face gradually faded, and finally turned into a thoughtful outline. You have mastered it, right? P.S. The next one is slowly released. It is expected to be 6,000 yuan today. If you are in good condition, 1 W and will be the same. Chapter 76, Study, Growth. As Jingle Chun Shui said, in such a private room, it is indeed not a place to talk about the relevant content in detail. Considering that it was not the first time that it had happened, Ma Jing was able to remain calm at this moment. Captain Jingle, you definitely do. I was asked in confusion just now. Now is a positive sentence. Akimajing also saw that the other party slowly turned his head at this moment and cast a meaningful look at him. I've actually been following you for a while, when I was fighting with Deputy Captain Kainari Omida. Although they are only limited to the free fighting skills, and there is no murderous fight between them. But being able to do that means that Ma Jun's strength is extraordinary. I later investigated your life experience, and found that there was nothing worth paying attention to. The ordinary background, even when I lived in Kolo district, was in obscurity. Let me think about it, right? He is simply a normal refugee. Even if Ma Jing has no tendency to speak, because now, he has noticed something strange. The other party should have come prepared. Unlike the tentative opening of Shifanjai Yuanyai before, Kyoto Chun Shui felt full of confidence at this moment. Compared to asking. On the contrary, it is more like Kyoto Chun Shui explaining it unilaterally. But all this changed after admission. This opportunity, it should start with contact with Aizen. Speaking of Aizen's fourth seat. No, I should be called the deputy captain now, and I am indeed a hidden personality. It is a fate that you two can get together. Now it seems that your opportunity to become stronger should have something to do with each other. I have to say. As the captain of the 8th team, Kyoto Chun Shui does not disappoint this name. These information and contents are clearly maintained by Ma Jing and Aizen, and are trying not to disclose them. But after the other party's deliberate observation, it also leaked without reservation. And you have already received a shallow tack. You can infer based on the time you applied for it. At best, you can only take 1 month to enter the school. With this level of potential, you can apply to be transferred to a more advanced class and gain more learning resources. But you didn't do that. Boy, you're hiding something very important. It is definitely false to say that you are not nervous. But at this moment, Ma Jing still can't find any room to interrupt. Because Kyung Le Chun Shui's talking to himself has not ended yet. Eyes was transferred later because of her position, but should you still maintain a certain amount of contact with him? A slightly uncertain tone also gives people a sense of certainty. Because Jingle Chun Shui has subsequent content. I didn't care too much about this kind of thing, after all, the friendship between teachers and students is also a normal thing. Well, I have also been a student, so I can definitely understand this kind of mood. As for this, Jingle Chun Shui poured half a cup of warm wine on his own and drank it all. But the turning point in the matter is another matter. What is it specifically? After thinking about it for a moment, Kyoto Chun Shui's slightly rosy cheeks trembled for a moment, and then said with a smile. Yes, I remembered it the time Gui Yanchinj was injured. As a student who is not even a team member, he can hurt a captain-level figure. It's no exaggeration to say that everyone actually thinks it's a joke. After all, there are always people who can't stand that guy's style on weekdays. They mock him with your name. I believe everyone is happy to see this kind of scene. But there are always people who want to be serious, such as some people who are better, well, I'm also included. Jingle Chun Shui looked at Eri Majing Yi, and his eyes became quite subtle at this moment. The battle between the god of death is a battle of spiritual pressure. Under the gap that is too exaggerated, the weak cannot even hurt the strong. But if Ma Jun can do this, it can only mean one thing. Jing Le Chun Shui adjusted his sitting position, raised his right hand slightly, stained with a faint smell of alcohol, and pointed his index finger at Ao Ma Jing from the air. The sum of your spiritual pressure has reached the level that can threaten the captain-level figure. No need to say much. At this moment, everything is brewing in silence. Akimajing was also choking for a while, and was about to speak up. Kira Harumiya, who was sitting opposite, spoke first. He waved his hand with a smile, and the expression on his face also changed back to his usual cynical appearance. "Ah, don't be nervous, don't explain anything. To be honest, I'm not very interested in these things, because I'm not within the scope of work. The reason why I investigated such content is ultimately just my personal curiosity. I have said before that because of work, I always have some curiosity about unknown things. Of course, this is the only thing. Yes, but that's all." Kira Chun Shui took away the hat placed on the table and put it on his head. "I am the captain of the 13th team of the Guardian team and the 8th division. I can only do something within my ability and do my best to guard the Ling Ting. No matter what purpose Ama Jun wants to hide his strength, this actually has no conflict with me. Even on the other hand, I would like a guy like Ma Jun who is cautious in character. After all, when getting along with a meticulous guy, even if you just force yourself to smile, it will give people a feeling of spring breeze. In comparison, a guy like Gui Yanchinj who is expressing his emotions and anger will be more annoying. So if conditions permit, I don't care that others have concealed anything from me." Jing Le Chun Shui stood up and his eyes fell on the platform not far away. "It's just a disguise, even if it's well known. False things are not without their meaning, after all, as long as everything can be kept calm. This is the best result. Don't you think so? There is Ma Jun. It doesn't matter who your colleagues are. These juniors don't care about the hidden means. After all, in the final analysis, for Kyoto Chun Shui and others, it is enough to ensure the safety of the Lingting court." Taking a deep breath, Ma Jing slowly stood up. "Well, thank you for your guidance, Captain Jingle. Some things cannot be hidden. Just like the intuition of Sifenjai Yuan Yoichi and the investigation of Kira Harumizu. After all, Lingting itself is a large iron barrel that has been in operation for many years. The connections and relationships between each other are extremely complicated." At this moment, Arimajing also realized that the reason why Aizen let him contact these captains was probably not just for him to obtain information. Learn, grow. Use the strengths of others to make up for one's own shortcomings. When he heard Ma Jingyi's words, Kyoto Chun Shui only showed a decadent and lazy smile. "It would be better to understand what I mean, boy. So, let's stop here today." Chapter 77, Heartbeat that has been retrieved with 900 years. From birth. The eyes cannot see, the ears cannot hear, the mouth cannot speak, and the movement cannot be done. But even so, I still survived. This is a revelation, and it is also a sign, indicating that I should survive. To bring compassion and love to the world. Like a lamb, the mortals, shaped like corpses, are asking for my strength. Since you hope for it, you will definitely respond. Come on, stretch out your hand and touch my body. Let me feel your thoughts, your expectations, everything about you. My blood, my power, divides it into a corner. Take it away, this is my kindness, please remember it in your heart. But humans are also fragile and pitiful lives. A fragile thing like a flash of Sirius will disappear silently when you are distracted. It is precisely because it is short, so it is beautiful. The poor person who has given me the power will eventually return to my body with his soul. What a sad world! Lament, regret, feel angry, and be sad. This is the power of death, a link of reincarnation, and the sword of Damocles hanging high above the heads of the world. If the world is reintegrated, there may not be such a barrier between life and death. Listening to the cry of the people, I will definitely respond. I can share my strength to the ignorant, and I can also harvest the souls of the confused ones. Therefore, no need to be afraid, no need to be afraid. I am the father of all things. The world will eventually return to my command and become the road on the journey, holding me to the high platform until the sky that dominates everything above the dome. People are waiting for me to save, and everything in the world is waiting for me to trample on. Feeling. The soul is gathering. I opened my eyes, heard a low moan, and spoke. I walked on the earth and began to sing, my name. The torrent hidden in the shadows has silenced the disaster that has lasted for hundreds of years. Like a rusted gear, it began to bite stiffly and awkwardly, but even so dull, it made people laugh. The empire that makes people unable to move away from their sight has also begun to move. Listen. The bells are ringing under dusk. The crowd of confused people gathered and prayed, and they offered their faith, pursued strength, freedom, dreams, and until their souls became loyal. The goal is okay. Just because, Your Majesty, you will lead us to victory. So there is no need to feel ashamed, let alone so-called reserve. Just sing our true name. Its name is Audiobook. Pooh. The sudden and shocking echoes lingered on the entire earth. Like the lamb, the mortals cried with joy, ran around and told each other, sharing this hard-won joy and shock. Everything. They will all be as recorded in the prophecy. Your Majesty spent 900 years to retrieve his heartbeat, and his voice spread throughout the empire, and he would eventually gather those who are capable here. Because of this, all flows will follow His Majesty's guidance and begin to gather and merge. So, wait with confidence. Wait for His Majesty to use the next 90 years to retrieve his thoughts. Waiting for His Majesty to regain his strength in the next 9 years. Waiting for His Majesty to spend the next 9 days. Retrieve the world. Yet. Ma Jing, who was sorting out books, couldn't help but sneeze. He rubbed his nose, his throat sobbed for a moment, and his face was quite tired. The 8th team members who were beside him turned their heads and stared at this side. What's wrong? Have you caught a cold? No, it's just an allergic. Haha, thank you for your concern. I can only say that with Ma Jingyi's physique, I really have no fate with drinking now. Since the received party ended yesterday, Ma Jing has been in such a sick state. After all, who would have thought that spiritual bodies would also have the concept of alcohol allergies? The teammate next to him nodded in a vague way, and said in a relaxed tone while busy with the work at hand. How do you feel? What is the job of the 8th team? It's really easy. Write as a veteran, I have to remind you carefully. Don't write randomly when filling out your application form later. Some teams are not something that people should go to. For example, Akimajing also looked at the other party and said as if she had known her family. The 3rd team and the 5th team are just 2 bricks. The former's death rate is even more exaggerated. The 4th team needs to open the sewer, the 9th team patrols the dungeon all day, and the 13th team always goes on a business trip to a pier. Hee. If you let this out, you won't know how many times you should die. I can only say that the other party does trust me more. As Jing Le Chun Shui said, after getting along with each other these days, Ma Jing can feel that the other party has no malice. So that's it. I will use it as a reference. Thank you for your guidance. Well, I'm looking forward to people like you coming to work in the 8th team. There are so few people who work with integrity like you. It was obviously because everyone came to the 8th team because they were very fussy in their work. Captain Jingle, is this kind of atmosphere in your team really careless? He sighed helplessly, and Ma Jingyi's attention also shifted to the topic just now. I'll bother you, is the type of mission of the 13th team that often travels to the world on business trips. Yes, don't you know? I really don't have any impression. But soon, Ma Jing reacted. The reason why Rukia Kukaki went to the world is because she is a team member of the 13th team. After briefly recalling the relevant content, Ma Jing also remembered these things roughly. The team members are specially sent to the team that performs soul burial and purify the virtual world. Most of the team members are sent to the team that is currently on duty and has been fighting with the virtual world for many years. It turns out that the 13th team is the real war madman. Do you want to consider how many people can play in the 11th team? Change to the 13th team to shine and heat it up? It can only be said that because of Utake's hero, Mahjong has a very thin impression of this team. Just as I feel sad in my heart. The old man beside him hummed a little tune, put the things on his hand and walked out of the confidential room happily. Mahjong also looked back at the clock next to her. Tisk. It's time to go, right? It's so cool to get off work on time. Mahjong also cleaned up briefly. After about a few minutes of delay, she pushed the door open. I didn't think about it, outside there was a familiar figure standing right there. Oh, you're very hard-working. You're only coming out after everyone else has been exposed. Seeing Jing Le Chun Shui standing at the door with a smile, Mahjong also started to sweat on her forehead. Captain Jingle, I really can't drink anymore. Ahaha, I was wrong yesterday, so pay more attention next time. But today is a little different. If you have time, please be sure to come with me. So is there anything important? It's not an exaggeration, I just go and chat with Shanya and talk some gossip. Meeting with Yamamoto Motoriyasu Shijiko? It seemed that he didn't see the expression on Mahjong's face at all. Kyoto Chun Shui rubbed his chin and said in a memory-like tone. Shanya has been used to this habit a long time ago. At this time of year, he would hold a small meeting to commemorate something. The age is too old, and it is difficult to recall the specific year. But fortunately, the captain of the intelligence department will not be defeated. By the way, it started about 900 years ago. Chapter 78, Sign Up. Good evening, there is an appointment here, private room. Thank you, everyone else has arrived? Woo wow. I'm going to be taught a lesson by the old man again. It's so embarrassing. I'm sorry, I accidentally said something extra. Anyway, please lead the way. Following Jingle Chun Shui, Mahjong also came to a completely unfamiliar place again. From the appearance, it looks like a small courtyard. But after entering it, I found that there was a different world. The compartments here are quite hidden, and there are also elaborate dressed servants to lead the way. Although I don't know what the destination is, no matter how I look at it, it looks like a high-consumption place. It's a place that poor students like me cannot access for the time being. He came to the door of the compartment in a winding circle, and Mahjong also saw the famous brand attached to the door. It uses a very particular font and describes the shape of the word heart. The servant next to him pushed open the sliding door and made a gesture of inviting him. Kyoto Le Chun Shui returned the gift, and while entering, he did not forget to pat Mahjong Yi's shoulder gently. Don't stand there, boy. Immediately afterwards, I entered the room. Mahjong also saw this. This was a slightly wide flat house. In the middle is a quaint long wooden table. There are no traces of splicing, as if there are several soft and solid futons placed on the tatami that are integrated. There was no extra furnishings in the room, but a sliding door was placed on the right side. Now it was half open, allowing Mahjong to see some outlines of the exterior. It is a very exquisite small courtyard. The number of people indoors is not large, and at this moment, there are only 3 people. The person sitting on the left hand had long flowing white hair. His face was peaceful and there were also traces of warmth in his eyebrows. At this moment, I was sipping the tea in front of me in a small sip. Hearing the movement, he turned his head halfway and showed a very happy smile at Kyoto Chun Shui. Chun Shui, I've been waiting for you for a long time. The 13th team of the Guardian Court, the captain of the 13th team, and Shi's hero Fuzu is the identity of the person in front of him. This is the first time I have seen each other. Miss Mahjong couldn't help but take a few more glances. After saying hello to Kuraharu Mizu, Shi's hero Yukatake turned his gaze and fell on the boy. The traces in the eyes were not hostile, and the tone was even calmer and gentle. This one is. Kyoto Chun Shui took off his hat and patted Ma Jingyi's shoulder with a smile. Oh, it's Arima Jun who came to our team for internship. The newcomer I mentioned to you in the meeting before. What? It looks very energetic. A frivolous tone, but he spoke a topic that was quite concerning. This made the remaining two people turn their eyes and then move towards this direction. Sitting under the master's seat was a middle-aged man with a very particular appearance. The well-trimmed half-beard, which is set off in the death-domineering clothes, highlights a slightly different sense of gentlemanship than the ordinary god of death. Although it was the first time we met, the other party's identity was about to emerge at this moment. Deputy Captain of the first team, Jiro, Minister of the Sea. This person is also considered a heavyweight. He has become active 2,000 years ago, and since the establishment of the 13th team of Yu Hutting, he has been the deputy commander of the captain. In order to hide his strength that is sufficient to be a captain, he can persist in not solving it in front of everyone and last for 1,000 years. Even if you are ridiculed, you don't care. It is already a loyal dog that is so incredible. He was holding a cup of tea cup with golden thread and silver edges embedded in it. Now that I heard the description of Kyoto Chun Shui, I put it down carefully. It is best to put black tea when it is warm, but if you have something to do, it is not bad to put it aside for the time being. Did that boy who hurt Gui Yanchinj in your mouth with the level of the yard student? Yes, Senior Kuma, it's this guy. No, no. Even if you have broad knowledge, you are a little nervous now. Because he can feel it. Most it is a ruthless, spiritual and thoughtless eyes that show an unparalleled sense of existence at the same time. He was staring at him in a calm posture. The other party was the old man sitting on the main seat. It is hard to describe the first impression the other party gave Ma Jingyi, because the feeling itself seems complicated and weird. That was an old man with a calm and solemn appearance. Bald, with many wrinkles on the face and protruding cheekbones. It is like a sharp and distinctive outline on the marks carved by a knife and axe. There are two cross-shaped scars formed by knife wounds on the right side of the forehead, which adds a bit of indescribable sense of solemnity. This is the face. It is a symbol of ferocity and cruelty. But after putting together such facial features and setting them with long white beards and eyebrows, it gives people an indescribable sense of kindness. Even in this entangled and confused touch, Ma Jing recalled an extremely distinctive image. The merciful Bodhisattva. Grizzly Vajra. Both can find some traces in the old man, and at this moment they seem to be compatible with each other, but they also appear to be incompatible with each other. S founder and first-generation team of the Lingting Guardian 13 team, the position of captain. The founder of Yuan Liu and the chief coach of Yuan Zishu, and the founder of Zhenyang Spiritual Art Academy. The name and prefix only indicate the other party's achievements and strength, but even so, it still only shows the outline that looks like a corner. Its existence itself is the history of the spirit court. It is said that for thousands of years, there has never been an absolute strong man who can surpass his existence. Yamamoto Motorius Shijie. At this moment, I was sitting on the main seat in silence, and then he opened his eyes slowly. The pupils with more white and less black condensed without any sorrow and joy, and fell on Ma Jingyi. The heart seemed to have stopped for a moment. It's not because I'm too scared, but simply I'm aware of the palpitations that I'm staring at by some dangerous thing. If you have to describe it. Yes, just like the relationship between a field mouse and a viper. I am definitely not going to be an opponent now. Just as the moment his eyes met, Ma Jing realized this. And after a moment, he saw the other person's lips begin to squirm. Until he revealed stiff and low words. What's wrong? Are you so nervous when you're just targeted? I am not interested, so I teach a college student to start learning by introducing himself. Take your spirits. Being a student of Zhenyang College, you are also a student of me. Therefore, Yamamoto Motoriyasu Shigeki raised his chin slightly and said in a solemn tone. come on the list. Chapter 79, Yamamoto's Small Group. Self-Introduction. There is hoarse quiet. Zhenyang Spiritual Art Academy, 1st grade. He is a student. Several people present looked at each other, and at this moment they all showed a strange expression. Haha, in short, he is a very energetic young man. The skill of Shizhiro Yukate's smoothing field is indeed not a big deal. Well, being straightforward is also a kind of demeanor. Minister Jirokuro took a sip of black tea with emotion. Kurako Harumiya was watching happily, only Yamamoto Motoriya Shijiko sat in place with expressionless face, unable to see any sadness and joy. Don't think that the introduction is simple. After all, as the person involved, this is all about what you can say. Could it be added to a Diagnostic Co., Limited No. 002 employee, standing in the Sky Club's Golden member, one of the future angel investors in the virtual circle, the first member of the fashionable front line and so on? Without thinking, if you dare to speak, you will be able to catch it and slice it. Waiting for a long time. Old man Yamamoto sighed as if he had given up on something. The old man waved his sleeves lightly. Since you are a year, you should not be too harsh. It's okay today, remember to be more upright in the future. The thin right hand pointed to one side and said in a low tone. Get your seat. Oh, old man Shan is rare today, so come over quickly. Kyung Le Chun Shui was like a guy who passed a note to his friend in the exam room, patting Ma Jingyi's shoulder with a smile. Although I was still a little nervous. But this is not the time to show your timidity. After all, the purpose of going to various teams is to contact these big celebrities. Isn't this the opportunity I dream of now? There is no reason to retreat. It's rude. Nodding and returning the greeting, Ama Jing also walked forward slowly and sat next to Minister Jiro Sok carefully and cautiously. The deputy captain of the Yuban team, who was dressed in a very delicate manner, did not move, but just slowly closed his eyes at this moment. Young man, the sitting posture is up to be discussed. Well, the back tendons are not straightened, although you can just put your hands on your knees. But our Yuan Shui has slightly adjusted in the subtle parts. How much do you remember? What a sudden on-site test! But fortunately, Ma Jing is not an ignorant guy. The parties involved are busy. I adjusted my posture, placed my hands on my knees, and while buckled it inward, I slightly opened my arms and made a somewhat tight movement. Minister Jiro Sei smiled even more intensely. Yes, it's much smarter than the fool who brought you over. Kura Chun Shui, who was chatting and joking with Fuzu, said ah and showed a somewhat embarrassed expression. Senior Quibu, won't this kind of stomping behavior be too excessive? The delicate mustache chuckled and shook her head calmly. No, it's a great example to use you as a target. Otherwise, Lord Yuan Liuzai wouldn't have watched coldly. The old man was indeed looking at Jingle Chun Shui with a rather contemptuous look. Misbehavior and idle. Ahaha, I was scolded by the old man in the mountains again. Looking at Jing Le Chun Shui smiling while adding tea to herself, Ma Jing, who was beside him, couldn't help but sigh in her heart. If you can take Yamamoto's rebuke from Shijiko Yamamoto, looking at the 13th team of the Protector, I'm afraid this guy will be so confident. As for Minister Jiro Sei, this character with a very low presence in the original work was accompanied by Yuan Liuzai 1,000 years ago. In terms of seniority, they are indeed elders of Kura Kazura and Shizhiro Yukate's. There is indeed a reason to speak out at this time. So are there probably these characters in Yamamoto's small circle? There is no surprise at all for this result. After all, there will be differences when there are too many people. The warm-up behavior between people seems to be common sense nowadays. The prison masters will feel lonely. It's not like this old man who killed someone 1,000 years ago. When it comes to this, Ama Jun, you probably don't know what this party represents, right? The one who opened his mouth was Shizhiro Yukatake. As if he was the same appearance, his tone was quite calm, and he almost wrote the word friendly on the man on his face. Ma Jing, Zheng, pointed his head and replied softly. Yes. It's true, I knew Chen Shui was not a qualified guide. He shook his head with emotion, and Shi's hero Fuzua showed a peaceful smile and continued. This is actually a personal gathering of Mr. Yuan Liuzai. At the beginning, it was just a special day set to commemorate something. After that, because there are such strange behaviors every year, everyone just got together. After all, it seems more lively and popular, and it's better than Ching Ching and Cold Coming. What does Ao Ma Jun think? While making statements, they will appropriately ask the other party's opinions. You take Shi's hero is indeed a very well-educated person. If it was me, I would probably think so. The old man Yamamoto behind him snorted silently, turned his gaze at this moment, and stared at the outside of the courtyard beside him. Have a finger in the pie. I just took these once a year to recall some past content. The man who was beheaded and destroyed into ashes. A person who was killed and died with hatred. The blood and iron evaporate under the light and heat, like ash powder that is pressed against the muscles and bones, staining on my body bit by bit. Whenever I think of this day, I feel a faint pain in my body. Speaking plain words, Yamamoto's expression did not change at all. But at this moment, he squirmed his lips and then said slowly. Death is a sin, and death is a suffering. You want to do it yourself. At the same time, I hope to remember that you must not look down on your own life. The content of the speech was a bit complicated and abstract, and Ma Jing was still thinking, and Jing Le Chen Shui, who was sitting opposite, was already smiling at her friend. It's hard to understand, right? So it's very difficult for old guys to get along with. Please feel a little bit smaller. You can hear it here. You can't take this as if you didn't hear it, Captain Jingle. The push door behind him was slowly opened, and Yamanokari, wearing Haori, stood outside the door, showing a loving smile. Sorry, Captain. I'm a little later because of some important things. It's okay. Thank you for understanding. Since we are not held accountable, we will just talk about the topic. Mazaiwali looked at Jingle Chen Shui, whose expression was beginning to be nervous, and said word by word. Captain Kyoto, what did you say just now? Chapter 80, good job. Ahaha, I didn't say anything, which made you laugh. Haha, there's nothing. Let's go back to the topic just now, Captain Jingle. Captain Mazhiwa, please sit down quickly. The waiter, come and take 2 pots of new tea. The attitude is really respectful. It seems that compared to the mentor, the woman in front of me seems to be more scared by Jing Le Chen Shui. Ama Jing was still looking at the other person in a daze, but unexpectedly, Mao's Hiwali sat directly beside him. Sweep your hands in front of your knees and smooth the bent lining. Mao's Hiwali sat down in a very dignified posture, and smiled at Arima Jing beside him. Have you Ma Jun, long time no see you. Well? Can the other party still remember his name? It's indeed a long time no see, Captain Mazhiwa. Superior, because of the busy team affairs, I failed to take care of you until the end. Please forgive me. He looked at the other party with a smile and bowed slightly to him, and made a simple bowing posture. With Ma Jing, a large area of hair was standing upside down. Even if I count all the time in my previous life, I am not 100 years old now. Let the 1,000-year-old man salute himself? I can't bear it. I will endure my life. But since all this matter was mentioned, Ma Jing asked with the flow. Captain Mazhiwa, why did he remember my name? The other party pondered for a moment, and the expression on his face trembled a little, and he said in the tone of Gujing Bubo. Allah, it's a strange problem. Isn't it normal for someone as outstanding as Ma Jun to be paid attention to? In the 4th team reserve team, the child named Yuyan Huach has a good relationship with Arima Jun, right? It's great to be young. Just when you see you active, you can feel the beauty of life. Although he was praised by Ma Jing, he was also very good at it. But what happened afterwards sounded strange. So is this considered sarcastic? Ma Jing also stammered and wanted to say something. I heard the other party continue to smile and say, I just hope that Ma Jun can give some help when he meets next time. Because that child Hutch suddenly became a little strange some time ago, and even had many problems with his work. It's really helpless. It looks like something was caught by a sanity, but it can make people feel pitiful. By the way, Mao's Hualai turned his head halfway and said to Ma Jing with a smile. That should be after meeting Ma Jun. Do you have any clues to refer to in this regard? There should be some. But now, I can't say anything at all. The awkward atmosphere made people feel a little suffocating, and it was not until Yamamoto coughed lightly in the distance that it eased. At this moment, I listened to the other party and said quietly. The people are finally here, so, before starting today's cocktail party. Kingle Chun Shui, let's describe it briefly. The reason why Ma Jing is brought to this. Is there something else about me here? The person involved looked up and found that everyone was staring at him. It was after a moment. With Ma Jing, he was roughly able to react. This is a private car, and I am not on the bus. In nature, this is just a small gathering gathered in the name of Yamamoto Kinryu Sawashi Koku. If it weren't for the way that Jingle Chun Shui led the way, Ma Jing wouldn't have appeared here at all. So you haven't mentioned this to Yamamoto in advance? Captain Jingle, please make a little more comment. He wanted to explain something, but Yamamoto pointed out that Kira Harumiya asked him to speak, so he could only force him to hold it back. The cynical captain of the 8th Division took a sip of warm tea and stood up with a smile on his face at this moment. Okay, I guessed that Shan Ye would ask this long ago. I have already written a draft in my stomach. He coughed twice and cleared his throat. Jing Le Chun Shui smiled and pointed at Ai Ma Jing Ai at the opposite table with a smile. First, this guy has mastered it and started to understand it, but he does not intend to disclose his strength. Second, the person who hurt Gui Yanchinj that night was indeed this kid. Third, with this momentum, there must be his position in the future captain's seat. Isn't it necessary to let such rookies tomorrow meet our old seniors? Okay, I'll end here. As for this, everyone present also had different reactions. Shi's Hirofusel looked at Ma Jing Yi, and his expression mixed with surprise and surprise. Minister Jiro Sui glanced back at him, as if he had recognized Ma Jing and looked up and down for a while. Yamamoto Jinrijuana Shigeki was silent for a moment. Visible to the naked eye. His lips trembled slightly for a moment, and then a short syllable was squeezed out of it. Wow! It's not a rumor, nor is it an excuse for others to attack Gui Yanchinj. But with your own strength, did you really hurt the other party? The old man, who stood at the top of the god of death, once again set his sight on Ma Jing Yi. You! He opened his mouth. But he paused at this moment. It seems like thinking about something. Yuan Liu's eyes were calm and his tone was plain. When Siphon Jai Yuan made a big fuss in the academy before, was it that you suppressed Hinori Omada? Although it is a question, it is more like a statement. It seems, this is just a self-talk that confirms the other party's thoughts. Yes. I see. Yuan Liu's face squirmed for a moment, and the steep and severe cliff collapsed at this moment. He showed a plain and shallow smile. Can understand there are not many people who have produced the essence of my double bones. Is the name, called Yu Ma Jing. Good job. I was praised? Just realized this reality, the originally serious occasion quickly eased up at this moment. The newcomers are so powerful recently. As an old senior, you have to feel a little bit of a crisis. Shi's Hirofusua smiled and raised the teacup, and gestured at Ma Jing from afar. After that being said, why did Ma Jun want to hide his strength? You should know that if you do this, many of the resources in the academy will not be used. Failed to wait for the person involved to answer, Minister Jujiro had already spoken in deep thought. It should be just be more pure, right? A young man who can understand the essence of Lord Yuan Liuzai will definitely understand the principles of practice. Kyoto Chun Shui interrupted with a smile. Is it the theory that Shan Ye advocates that he has no desires and clear minds? I can't do it. It is said that he has to start wiping his body with a dry towel before dawn. It hurts so much if you think about it. That's why Master Yuan Liuzai said you are a playboy. Hey, I don't hate this title. The discussion here was very hot, and Ma Jing was also slightly relieved. I was about to drink tea to moisten my throat. But I found a sharp gaze beside me, stabbing at me like a steel needle. It is the flower of Mao. The other party restrained the smile that had been hanging on her face for a long time, and she did not show any obvious expression. Just like this, I looked at Ma Jing like I was looking at some handicraft. It looks like the Buddha's vision. There is neither emotion nor sorrow or joy. It's a little bit shivering. That, Captain Mazhiwa. The latter seemed to have just come back to his senses and leaned back slightly. Allah, sorry. I remembered some trivial matters from the past and accidentally showed a strange expression. The lips were slightly pursed, and the smooth curves squeezed out of the eyes wiped out all the disharmony. If it weren't for seeing it with your own eyes. Even if Ma Jing has Ma, he would not believe that the appearance just now would be the expression that Mao's Hiwali could show. So this is the other party's true appearance? As I thought about it, the sliding door behind me was pulled open. With an apology, the well-dressed servant walked into the room and began to arrange a banquet for tonight. Jingle Chun Shui cheered and laughed loudly. Okay, there's only one day of the cocktail party a year. You can't just get through it with a tight face. Especially you have Ma Jing. Ah, by the way. You seem to be allergic to alcohol. Chapter 81, Please take care of me again. The cocktail party was around 11 o'clock late at night. Because the opportunity was rare, Kiraharu Mizu and Yokotake Shizhiro both got drunk. Although Minister Jiro Sui was a little embarrassed, his demeanor was still very good. Is this the so-called British aristocratic mentality? It is said that the deputy captain of the K Army saw similar outfits during his current activities in the early years, and he was very eager to do so. So much so that this guy prefers Western style in terms of food, drink, and wear. But Old Man Shan is a very firm conservative school, and has been persistent in the style of the gentle style for thousands of years. It seems that the relationship between the two is indeed extraordinary if they can stick to themselves in front of such a stern boss. In addition, it is said that he also carried Captain Fuzua back in the end. Yuan Liuzai and Mao's Hiwa began to whisper on the way. Considering that both sides are old friends of thousands of years, there is naturally nothing to say in this situation. But Ma Jing didn't quite understand why these two people could drink as much as they were fine. Is alcohol tolerance proportional to age? Thinking about it, Jing Le Chun Shui, who was also on Ma Jing's shoulder, burped. This guy was so confused that he drank. Even the hat on his head had fallen to his waist. Halfway through the journey, Ma Jing felt that the weight became more and more exaggerated. I turned around and looked at it, but saw that the other party had even drooled. Just fell asleep like this. Captain of the Beijing band. Ah? Oh, sorry. The evening breeze blows, like a dream waking up. After wiping away the traces of embarrassment on his face and tidying up his expression, Kyoto Le Chun Shui changed back to that cynical expression. It's so annoying that I haven't relaxed so much for a long time. I accidentally let my younger generation see the bad side. No. Ahaha, it seems that the same is true. Looking at Jing Le Chun Shui smiling and rubbing the stubble, Ma Jing pondered for a moment and then asked. Captain Jingle, is it convenient to ask about something? Oh, I'll listen to the will of you. Why, why do you want to bring me to such a party? A subtle smile appeared on Kyung Le Chun Shui's face. What's wrong? Do you feel stressed? No, I'm just simply curious. Although we met Old Man Shan for the first time, it is indeed a bit psychological pressure. But no matter what. The purpose of having mahjong is also to be able to have more contact with several target characters. In terms of results, it can be regarded as a curve saving the country. Therefore, there is no dissatisfaction at this moment, and if I really want to say something, maybe I only have a little apology to Kyoto Chun Shui. After all, this is also a use of the other party's kindness. But then again, if it were a prison master, the other party would not have had psychological pressure in this regard at all. I can only say that I am indeed young in this regard, and I am far from reaching the level of being calm in favor of Aizen. There is insufficient practice. Are you just curious? Jingle Chun Shui pondered for a moment, as if he had made a weighing of pros and cons, and finally said with a chuckle. Actually, it's not something that can be put on the table. It's just my irresponsible captain, who is just a whim. Will it just make people feel more curious if they say this? It turns out that's true. It seems that you can notice the charm of the middle-aged uncle. It has nothing to do with this. Ahaha, it hurts people. The joke was put aside. Thoughts surge like a surging against the current, wrapping up the heart and making the expression deeper. It should have happened a long time ago. Ma-jun, I am very lazy and have no responsibility. So I've always been very troubled by those more serious instructions. I actually hate responsibility. It's not light and it's hard to take off once it's placed on your shoulders. Everyone likes to entrust these things to me, and then he leaves without a trace, leaving me alone with me. There is no turning back. With emotion, Kyoto Chun Shui rubbed his nose, and the expression on his face became a bit indescribable sad. Although I don't want to do these things, I just think of the faces and expressions of those people. If I refuse, I can't say anything. So I also want to try it out, whether this responsibility can be passed on to others. For example, you are like Ma-jun, someone like you. He chuckled and patted Ai Ma Jingyi's shoulder, and Kyoto Chun Shui's smile was quite relaxed. The important task of the guardian will be handed over to people like you sooner or later. Oh, with such an outstanding newcomer, my future work will be much easier. Although it is not impossible to understand the other party's bad attitude. But after all, why does Jingle Chun Shui trust herself so much? Even if you have mahjong, you don't think that her personal charm is exaggerated to the point where everyone loves you. So, why does the captain of Kyoto trust me so much? The other party chuckled without a trace and said slowly. Of course it's because of your relationship with ISEQ. I said it before? That child's temper is actually very difficult to get along with, but you can get to know her and become friends. This patience and demeanor are also a reflection of your nature. I am very lazy, so I prefer to refer to other people's ideas. In other words, that child Q is willing to believe you, so of course I am. I see. If there is this reason in it, it is not impossible to understand. Just when he recalled the various contents in the original work, Mahjong's expression became a little pity at this moment. Yamamoto was beheaded in half, and Utakeishi's hero also died. When he was in danger, he took on the position of captain of the 13th team of the Guardian Court. This man who is afraid of trouble and thinks about how to fish all day long is so annoying to work. This is a bit ironic. Captain of the Beijing band. What's wrong? If your future work content will become more complicated and cumbersome, what would you think? It's a very annoying topic. After all, although it looks a bit decadent, everyone trusts the captain of the Beijing band. Oh, Ma-jun would occasionally say some beautiful scenes. Who do you think of me? After pondering for a moment, Jingle Chun Shui lowered her head. A brilliance of thought flowed out from his eyes, but he sighed softly as if he had given up at the end. Then he said with a smile, "If there is really a crisis moment coming, there is nothing we can do about it. Even if you don't want to, this is an unavoidable responsibility. Adults should always shoulder these things. But then again, if you have Ma Jun, you must have already achieved success in learning, right?" Jingle Chun Shui put his hand on the boy's shoulder with a smile. Then at that time, "Please help me if you want to help me." "Am I?" As if he noticed that the person involved was hesitant, Jing Le Chun Shui turned his gaze. "What, don't you?" Akima Jing also pursed her lips and shook her head silently. "No, then that's when. Please take care of me again." Chapter 82, Work Report. Collection and Classification. Collect, identify. The above 4 work contents are the core, and then there are mostly business tasks that are similar to those created. Although occasionally you go out, this situation happened, but because of the interns, they could not get in touch with any core business. But relatively speaking, I am a lot familiar with Kyoto Chun Shui. Ignore the plot of the previous chapters. The above is my rough internship experience in the 8th team during this period. It has been a month since I returned to the team late at night with Jingle Chun Shui. Now that the internship task has been completed, Ma Jing has arrived at the 5th team house before returning to the academy. Make a simple report and exchange. Aizen, who was sitting upright behind the desk, nodding with a smile, as if she was quite satisfied with Eri Majinja's performance. "It's great, it's beyond my previous expectations. Just once internship in the 8th team, I have already had clear contact with several target characters. Jing Yejun, your arrival is always accompanied by surprises and good news." Dong Xian, who was sitting next to Ma Jing, wanted to reach out at the right time and move the warm tea water that had been placed in front of him. "Drink? If you should say it or not. After returning to the base, I do feel like my body and mind are relaxed. After all, they are all their own people, so there is no need to think about some words. It is really refreshing and comfortable." After thanking him, Ma Jing also took a sip of tea, but her eyes fell on the body of Dong Xianyao beside her. "Thank you. Speaking of which, Dong Xian, why did you change your hairstyle? I would occasionally want to change my impressions. How about my senses?" "It's okay, but why do you choose to explode? You always feel that your words will bring a black wind on the West Coast." "West Coast, black wind, what is that?" Aizen, not far away, collected the information in front of her and put it in the reserve compartment before returning it. "Okay, let's put aside the gossip first. Jing Yejun, I have some other people's things to confirm about this internship." Aizen took his seat again, his body leaned forward slightly, and his hands were intertwined and placed on his chin. "What's going on about Jingle Chun Shui? Do Jing Yejun have any thoughts about him? Ask me for my opinion?" He had no intention of hiding it, so after pondering for a moment, Ma Jing replied softly. "He is a person with different thoughts. I will dislike it and make it bad. The kind of uncle who will not help but sigh after encountering difficulties and reflect on whether he has done something bad recently. But at the same time, have a very meticulous mindset and will weigh the pros and cons very quickly. Even on the other hand, this sense of decadence is the other party's protective look. Hidden from this lazy temperament, the captain of Kyoto's methods will never be too gentle. These speeches are definitely not aimless. Considering the battle between Hokusa Town in the original line, Kyoto Chun Shui is the kind of person who can interfere in other people's battles with a smile and stab the knife in his back. Otherwise, the first blade would not have lost so quickly." Dong Xian, who was beside him, was inevitably surprised when he heard this speech. Is that lazy captain who sounds like a person who is so hidden? No, he is still a century-old captain, so he will feel strange without this foundation. Before Ma Jing could complain, Aizen sighed and said, "The Beijing band leader is good at disguising himself and looking for flaws. I also know these characteristics. Being able to know the other party's true face in such a short time is also a talent in itself. I can only say that I am worthy of Shizweijin. I have completed this mission very well. Aizen adjusted her sitting position and took the documents beside her into her hand. Yes, it's your side. Considering where you will go in the future, have you now thought about the target team? Just like Aizen's previous plan for everyone. In order to ensure the promotion speed, select a team that suits you as soon as possible and start making corresponding preparations. This is the most correct plan. Dongxian should salute respectfully and open his mouth carefully and said, "Yes. The one who is most suitable for me, should be the 9th team." Aka Ma Jingyi's expression moved slightly. Dongxian really chose this team. Aizen nodded slightly and said after a moment of silence. "Is the prison team, what is there any reason? My subordinates think that their abilities are limited. If they go to a popular and professional team, it will be difficult for them to climb to the upper level in a short period of time. In comparison, the 9th team has a responsibilities inconsistently, and there are relatively few students involved in it. Because it's mostly about dealing with people in prison, even if there are visual obstacles, it won't have much impact on the work. As long as you put in enough time and energy, your subordinates think that you can hold relevant important positions as quickly as possible. It is reasonable and convincing." At this moment, Aizen was also quite satisfied, nodding slightly and agreed. "But talk about this." With Ma Jing on the side, she couldn't help but say. "When it comes to this, the current captain of the 9th team seems to be," Aizen pushed her glasses quietly. 6 Carfist West. "Ah, yes, it's him. The Snippet King of the Death series is obviously not too bad, but he is always defeated, so he has become a famous meme that breaks the circle. It won't waste too much time." The tall and centenary captain, dressed up as a tough guy, but he just broke his hand and screamed on the ground. "Become a big-mouthed Feng Kilojiro and a Lie Dragon and Phoenix Thigh." Although there is indeed a reason why the author did not design it well, it is only in terms of the content expressed. It really makes people sigh and can't help laughing. Puff. Dongxian looked at this side with some confusion. "What are you laughing at? There is a horse." "No, please don't care about me, I just thought of something happy." Selectively ignoring Eri Majinja's out of composure, Aizen and Toji continued to communicate some precautions. During this period, Ma Jing also considered the reason why it was getting late and chose to stand up and leave at this moment. "Then I'll leave first, Mr. Aizen, Dongsan." Ainan nodded at him with a smile and said in a gentle tone. "Well, then use letters to continue contacting. Don't forget to practice during this period, Jing Yejun." "It's really harsh, Mr. Aizen." He shook his hand with a wry smile. After seeing Dongxian saying goodbye to him, he pushed the door out carelessly. The steps gradually faded away, and soon only 2 people were left in the room looking at each other. "So Lord Aizen, I should almost surrender." "Well, you must not relax in the next time. Also." As if he had pondered for a moment, Aizen's face showed a rare hesitation expression. "What's wrong, Lord Aizen? Yes, do you really not consider changing your hairstyle?" Chapter 83, Intercepting the Who. The internship task of the 8th team was completed. Ai Ma Jing also returned to a relatively calm college life. Winter ends soon, and before the spring breeze arrives. He watched a graduation ceremony and was officially promoted to a 2nd year. "From today on, my buddy is also considered a sen." Standing on the corridor and watching the freshmen who poured into the academy like canned sardines, Ma Jingyi's face was filled with emotion. "It has been a whole year since I entered school. The experience during this period is rich. Maybe it is until you get old and you will still feel the ups and downs of experiences after savoring it. So, I hope I can be safer this year." I don't know if it responded to Eri Majingyi's prayer. Soon, he received another letter from Eisen. The content inside is not complicated, but after seeing it clearly, the person involved couldn't help but widen his eyes. Sometimes, Gui Yanchinj was attacked by an unknown person on Liamen Street and is now confirmed dead. The person who started the fight has no name or surname, but considering the tradition of the 11th team, the replacement has been completed now, and the enlistment ceremony is expected to be held in 3 days. Jing Yejun, a new generation of Jianba, is born. The emotions in Eisen's handwritten book are even more emotional. But by comparison, Ma Jingyi's expression became a little richer. After all, he knew the content changes, so he was naturally well aware of this level of trend. The hedgehog head, the terrifying captain with a fierce look on his face. Did this guy appear at such an early stage? Although it is a bit strange, it makes sense to think about it carefully. After all, the information that can be confirmed now is probably because the other party has been the captain for less than 100 years. And now I'm thinking about it. It is indeed less than 100 years left before the plot begins. Ai Ma Jing also frowned slightly, thinking that she still had to feel a little urgency. And then again, more Mu Jianba. This kind of person can be said to be the type who is most restrained by Ma Jingyi. After all, this guy's combat power is completely follow-up. Generally speaking, others will only experience obvious fluctuations in strength during the liberation of Zanpakara. But this guy's strength changes process is quite ideal. It is a typical representative figure who can come from whatever I think. The data used as reference cannot be applied at all. If you force deduction, it will only waste my spiritual power. Although Strawberry Brother is also of this type. But he is a young man, and after he meets the other party, there are still other ways to deal with it. This is the contrary. Carrying a stolen knife, slashing everywhere, you can fight anyone you see, it's great. The guy made Ma Jing feel even more scared. If you can. With Ma Jing, it can be said that he doesn't want to have any contact with this guy at all. I have specialized in my profession. It is really not like Ma Jingyi's style when he fights this kind of freak of I think. During this period, Ma Jing also took a free time and found the 5th team's house to discuss with the prison teacher for a while. Questions about where to go next. The prison teacher seemed to have prepared for a long time, and now he looked at Ma Jing and felt a confident expression. Next, I personally recommend the 4th and 13th teams. The captain of both teams, Jing Yejun, has had contact with each other, and I guess he doesn't have any. It will be too strange. Taking this as an opportunity, Jing Yejun should be able to learn something useful around them. I see. Ai Ma Jing also thanked the prison teacher for his help and returned to the academy. After making a simple weighing of the pros and cons, he handed out his application. It was 1 week later. An unexpected surprise suddenly came to the ears of the person involved at this moment. Congratulations, I won the internship qualification for the first team in this round. Looking at the new instructor staring at him with a smile. Ma Jing seemed to be unable to accept reality and let out a whistle. There are too many complaints, and I don't know where to open it for a while. Topics such as is the internship experience of winning the first team worth celebrating, and why you seem so happy are temporarily ignored. The most important thing at present is a core doubt. Why is the first team? Although the internship system has been implemented for half a year. But to this point, the number of places in the first team is still very small and very tight. Ai Ma Jing is also a relatively self-aware person. This time he applied for the 13th team. After all, the opportunity is rare. If it were the 13th team, it would also have the special qualification to visit the world. What was the situation nearly 100 years ago when it was away from the original line? Just thinking about it makes people feel inexplicably expectant. As for the Huali of Mao, if it weren't for the reason behind Zheng Mujianba's side, Ma Jing might have really chosen the 4th team this time. But now I don't know if the other party can still hold back the murderous intent in his heart after all. who can guess the woman's thoughts thoroughly. Therefore, the 13th team is a relatively compromise option. However, now this wishful abacus is completely empty. I want to see who made this trick. After packing up his things in a hurry, Ma Jing also arrived in front of the first team the next day to report. Here is Ma Jing. He was born in the second year. He is a student. It's much more energetic than the first time. Minister Jiro looked at the boy outside the door and smiled faintly. Let's go, Lord Yuan Liuzai is already waiting for you. Old man Shan is waiting for me? This is a little bit too big. Although I was a little nervous, I couldn't speak much at this moment. I followed the other party quietly and drove straight in. Soon, the two of them came to a solemn and quaint sliding door. Minister Jiro Sui took a half step forward and raised his hand and tapped him in front of the door. Lord Yuan Liuzai, Ma Jing has arrived. Come in. The door was slowly opened. I saw a wide room slowly opening in front of my eyes. What comes to my mind is a classic heritage-style building. The tatami with obvious marks on the feet is grey and shiny, which is obviously a result of frequent cleaning. There is no extra furnishing inside the room, which looks empty at this moment, but it can only be on the front side wall. A huge writing paper was hung. On it, the heart pattern depicted in black and white paper also looks extremely eye-catching at this moment. The old man with his back to Ai Ma Jinja and wearing the Captain Yuri was slowly turning around at this moment. He even set his eyes on Ai Ma Jing Yi. Boy, I've been waiting for you for a long time. What are you waiting for me? While thinking, Ai Ma Jing also watched the other party slowly get up, and took off Haori, who symbolized the identity of the captain, and placed it aside. I want to see what kind of real kung fu is you, a young man. So. There was a crackling sound, and Yamamoto's Minroera Husa Shigeki curled up his hands slightly and his shoulders were closed. Finally, he bloomed out of his body from the position of his clothes. This hand was really surprised. Ma Jing also looked at the scars on the other party's body like a knife and axe carved, and couldn't help swallowing. Should I be said to be a living fossil-level figure in the corpse soul world? I'm afraid there are sources of wounds and traces. What excessive demands will such a strong man with super specifications make for himself? It won't make things difficult for me. While thinking, Ma Jing also looked at the other party and opened her mouth and said, Come and have a few moves with me. Chapter 84, Yuan Liu Heart Sutra. I'm playing Yuan Liuzai? Although this may indeed happen in the future, it is too abstract now. Ai Ma Jing also took a step back, as if facing a barrel of explosives that was about to explode, and said in a careful and cautious tone. Then, that. Captain of the Corps, do you have any misunderstandings about me? Is there such a possibility? He has discovered my spy identity and wants to use the excuse to beat me to death? It seems that it is impossible to do it. Looking at Ma Jingyi with a nervous face, Yuan Liuzai was not sad or happy on his face. He just turned sideways, clenched his right hand into a fist, and slowly lifted it to the level as he was as close as his eyebrows. What's wrong? Don't you put on your posture? There was no wind in the temple, blowing the old man's long beard and white eyebrows. The ground floated up. I am not good at speaking and specialize in cultivating the essence, energy, spirit, and body. Compared to exercising the advantage of temporary speech, I prefer to communicate in this way. Sand. The foot bag was rubbed on the sweaty and was scrubbed onto the shiny tatami, making a slight sound like gravel. Use fists as the mouth and tell each other with your body. No need to worry, it's just a simple exchange. I won't use spiritual pressure. So, I have mastered the Yuan Liu, let me witness it well. In terms of nature, it is basically the principal who comes to assess students. It seems that now that everything has been said, even if you don't want to do it, you have to do it. Adjust your breathing to relax and tighten your muscles. Jing was also trying to imitate the other party's movements and set off her posture at the same time, but she heard Yuan Liuzai suddenly speak. "Take off the clothes." "Well. The deadened costume is a symbol of the protection of the court. Wearing this thing requires you to be honest, keep your heart in mind, and abide by your duties. However, I and you are just a wild beast fighting for your own selfish desires at this moment. It has nothing to do with character, so you must not wear this thing. Is there any other reason? But if you think about it carefully, it seems that there is some truth. After all, in the original work, Yuan Liuzai will take off his clothes every time he does it. But wasn't that because Lu Renruohuo burned his clothes every time he appeared on the stage, so he just went shirtless? Master Shan, are you picking up private goods in the Yuan Liu Heart Sutra?" Despite this complaint, Ma Jing still took off her top. Honestly, she wanted to imitate the other party's actions and threw them on the ground. But the old man's eyes suddenly became sharp. "Now it's really impossible not to fold the clothes." The old man, as thick as a rock, did not move, but what he said at this moment became increasingly deeper. "Remember, the only thing that can soak the black is blood like red. If you do your blood, you will not let down the name of the protector. If you are the enemy's blood, you will live up to the name of the god of death." Can the old man say such passionate words? Recall that Yuan Liuzai, who was taciturn in the original work, actually explained this topic of value to himself. Nowadays, no matter how you think about it, it makes people feel moved. During this period, Ma Jing also took the opportunity to review his panel content. Cut, 60. Fist, 55. Walk, 60. Ghost, 49. Sad to say it. During this period of time when I was with Jingle Chun Shui, I did lose some practice. After all, I can't find any suitable training for the time being. But although that's what I said, it's also a bit strange to have Ma Jing. The attribute value seems to be stuck after it rises to 60 points. The attribute value symbolizing the instant step increased the most after being trained by Yoichi, and successfully surpassed the kendo and became the leader of the first attribute. I thought it would continue to grow like this, but now I didn't expect that both attribute values are stuck on this bottleneck. Although there is no clear description, the parties involved can roughly feel that this seems to be a kind of soft upper limit. It seems that some opportunities are needed to make it break through. Now I think about what I want. Yamamoto's voice came, pulling Ma Jinja's thoughts back to its original place. It's really not good to be distracted at this time. No, sorry. Captain, It's okay. Yuan Liuzai's posture remained unchanged, but his expression at this moment was squirming for a moment, as if it had been softened for a moment in the blink of an eye. Confusion is the privilege of young people. You can feel confused as you wish and keep thinking until you find the answer. Savings over 1,000 years. Rang Yuan Liuzai had already found his answer. So he can use this peaceful word to describe it and emphasize what his feelings are. However, you still need to let go of the confusion in your heart at this time. Let's start your thoughts and put them all in your fists and feet, as there is Ma Jing. Just for this moment. Just be a beast that is poured into instinct. Mima Jingyi's emotions were also aroused by a long lost. After all, Yuan Liuzai's speeches were full of sincerity. It would be rude if you don't respond yet. Take a deep breath. Feeling the blood in the body begins to rush. And under the drive of consciousness, I switch my body to a more convenient mode that is more convenient to move. Feeling my hands, the fingertips began to numb slightly. The temperature of the whole person seemed to have risen a little out of thin air. Ma Jing was also ready to face it. Then, come. My thoughts failed to collapse. Yuan Liuzai in front of him had suddenly disappeared. Abandoning unnecessary thoughts, Ma Jing only had one reaction at this moment. So fast. The fierce murderous intent surging like a madman's presence surging in front of him. Ai Ma Jingyi's eyes were so strong that she had to squint her eyes at this moment. In this abyss and sea-like momentum, even Ma Jing couldn't see the true appearance of Yuan Liuzai, but she could only glimpse at the right arm tearing everything open. He rushed towards him. If there is Ma Jing, this is a bone. It's not the same thing at all. It is even more unreasonable to beg for mercy. I can only block it. The hands were only in time to intertwined in front of Yuan Liuzai. The heavy punch was printed heavily like a shell. The air is squeezed, closed, and gathered. Until it gathered on the fist like a vortex, it exploded all at the moment of touching it. Boom! With Ma Jing, he also took off uncontrollably. His body rolled in the air for several times, and when it finally fell down, he fell to the ground in a mess, showing a painful expression. It blocked it, but it also paid a price. The left forearm placed in front of me has been severely deformed, but it hurts to sweat when it moves. But now it's not the time to yell. Because the offensive has not ended yet. You have to stand up and adjust your state. The fishy wind blew over the face, completely interrupting Ma Jingyi's thoughts. He looked at Yuan Liuzai, who narrowed his eyes slightly, and had no joy and sorrow at all, suddenly came to his front. The old man was ruthless like Shura. At this moment, he closed his hands together and hit his chest again without distinguishing between them. There is Ma Jing, this is the two bones. There is no time to adjust the state. It's going to die. Chapter 85, The Soft Upper Limit of 60. This is a bone. This is the double bone. Seeing that his big fist was about to punch him in the opposite direction, Ma Jing couldn't help but shout. Ah! After exclaiming, Ma Jing also woke up directly. He raised his waist from the floor and sat up all over. Akima Jing also patted her forehead a little blankly, and showed a rather surprised expression. I was still in the temple, with the thin quilt covered with my body. But now there is no trace of Yuan Liuzai. Are you awake? The voice came from behind, a little low and unfamiliar. Turning around, I saw a serious man sitting not far away from him. The two met their sight. It was an elderly teammate with a back, beard, and full of hair, but the hair on the right part was still black. Ama Jing also saw the other person's lips squirming for a moment, and finally showed a gentle smile. I am named Shiro Kotoyagen, and I hold 3 seats in the first team. I will take care of you when I meet for the first time. What a sudden self-introduction! But this style of speaking without asking the source and opening first does have the same gentle feeling as the old Zhangjiam Shiro. I remembered it. The other party was also the veteran chief officer behind Mr. Yamamoto, and his year was second only to the Quiba. After 1,000 years of bloody battle in the original line, he also served as deputy captain of the first team. Ma Jing also quickly got up and returned the gift. No. This is the second year of Zhenyang Spiritual Art Academy, and even if you have Ma Jing, you are here. So that's it, it's true. Seeing that Ama Jing also showed an unknown expression, she raised the corner of Yuan Shiro's mouth slightly. The ability to be on the yard of Lord Yuan Liuzai is the achievement of no one before and no one after another. With Ma Jun, this is the extent that neither Kyoto Chun Shui nor Shi's hero Yukatake could do it. Yes, is that true? But even if he said that, Ma Jing still couldn't be happy. After all, my hands are still folded. The bones should have been broken, and at the same time, due to congestion, the entire forearm tends to swell and turns into a purplish human appearance. Through communication, Ma Jing also realized that he had lost consciousness, and it only took about 10 minutes. Old man Yamamoto left the scene as early as when he fainted. Flee for fear of sin, There will be a special person to deal with the injury. Please come with Ma Jun. Although he was so painful that he grinned, even if he had Ma Jing, he couldn't say anything bad. After all, the fact is true as Chang Yuan Shiro said, and Yuan Liuzai himself did not mean to kill him. And I have gained a lot. You have a deeper understanding of the skills of the dialogue between Yamamoto Kinjasai Shigeki, and you will have a slight experience of the slightest battle. +5. Sure enough, it's here. Majing finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw this thing. After all, in the final analysis, just one punch can get 5 points of familiarity, which is also a relatively cost-effective deal. But this also raises another problem. As it turns out that 60 points is the soft upper limit. After all, if you have Majing, you don't believe it. The old man's punch only has 5 attribute values. Only by having experienced it in one's own way can one understand that it is the degree to which it can really break a person, the long-trained body and the power that rushes out. Although the moves are exactly the same, you can feel that this is not a level that ordinary people can reach. Reminding the content in the original work, this is obviously a manifestation of the other party's efforts. It's really scary. The so-called spiritual court's history books are truly unfathomable. No wonder the prison master was thinking hard that he would have to be a nuisance when he was causing trouble. Sure enough, among these captains, the one who is most afraid of is old man Yamamoto. "Your Majun, please come here." "Ah. Please trouble you, Senior Kongaya." It can only be said that the first team is indeed extraordinary, and the medical staff arranged in the team are also at the level of the fourth team. Under the action of the tract, the bones heal and the subcutaneous tissues move back to their original state. Apart from the faint bruise left, there are no other residual symptoms. Under the leadership of Shiroto Shiyagen, Arimajing also walked around to the cafeteria of the Yuban team. The decoration is unexpectedly quite simple. It's like a kind of employee canteen from the Showa era. Low and high, swaying fan. Under the main tone of wooden utensils, although the tables, chairs, and benches are shiny, they are somewhat neat and clean. Standing at the entrance, you can hear some teammates' discussions. Obviously, there is no need to pay too much attention to discipline here. He handed a wooden pallet to Shiro Yewan and said with a plain expression, "Most of the subsidies in the first team are used for food replenishment, so the things here are all developed in the form of self-service. Just don't waste food. This is also the teaching of Lord Yuan Liuzai." "Oh, it's free?" With Majing, he suddenly became excited. "Does he roasted cold cuts, shallot tofu, salt roasted blue and white fish, and beef brisket curry cubes?" After adding a large bowl of rice, Arimajing had already planned to leave with Yagan Shiro. But I heard a shout from the kitchen. "Please taste the newly released eel meat." The person involved twisted his neck like he had been welded to death. He chuckled at Yagan Shiro and nodded slightly to Arimajing. "Just don't waste it, there is Majun." After another round of cues, Majing happily brought 3 large strips of eel meat. The sauce-baked stuff looks bright in color, and now it just smells so loud that it makes people's index fingers tremble. You can still eat for free after being beaten. This is worth the price. The two of them circled around for a while, and finally went in a relatively remote corner. I saw a lonely back. Yamamoto's Motoriasushi Shigeki, the little old man, actually sat in such an inconspicuous corner to have a meal. "Mr. Yuan Liuzai, I'm bringing people here." The back half turned around and responded with a calm expression. "Thank you for your hard work, brush your teeth." He met his sight again. Although he was nervous like conditioned reflexes, Majing still said hello with a gritty bullet. "General, sir, sir." Just like Kongaya and the others, "Just call me Yuan Liuzai." It seemed that he didn't care much about the symmetry. Yuan Liuzai raised his right hand and gently tapped towards him. "Get your seat." Although he wanted to sit in a farther position, Kongaya quietly winked at himself, and the person involved could only sit opposite Yamamoto. "Does your hands still hurt?" A calm tone came from in front of him, and Majing nodded and responded. "It's much better." "Well, that's good. Paste the chopsticks in your right hand to make it flush." Yamamoto picked up the left-hand side miso soup, stirred it gently, and then served it to his mouth and took a sip. Although your skills are strange, they are much better than the few bad disciples of that time. Because of the age of time, few people are willing to study it now. Yuan Liuzai put down the miso soup, and his expression seemed to be quite emotional. After the appearance of Zanpakara, many death gods took it as the standard, but neglected physical exercise. It's a pity. This seems to make some sense. After all, a typical example is Omida Kianajan, who had taken action before. As a nobleman and the deputy captain of the second team, his dialogue skills were negligent to this extent, which was enough to illustrate the problem. There is hoarse quiet. Is there anything else I have to do here? Looking up, you can see Yuan Liuzai staring at him calmly. His hands were closed on the table and clenched into a fist. The expression on his face was not at all turbulent. Although I am old, I will no longer accept disciples. I don't want to see a young man like you lose his spirit of Yuan Liu. So, stay in the first team for a longer time. This sentence was a little confused. The person involved reacted for a while before he carefully raised his right hand and pointed it at his cheek. Do you mean to guide me personally? Yuan Liuzai's look at a fool was quite lethal. Cough cough. I'm not saying thank you yet. On the side, Shiro Konggaya was pretending to cough twice and initiated an assist request. Ah, so much, thank you Lord Yuan Liuzai. The old man Yamamoto sighed rarely, and his expression became a little strange. Is it because I've been with that stinky guy Chun Shui? I always feel like you have some of his outlines. Ahaha, Lord Yuan Liuzai, your illusion. That's probably because everyone has the desire to be lazy. Chapter 86, The Adhesive Mask. Work is always boring. Especially some content that tends toward transaction type. Generally speaking, in order to make the work smoothly, cognate the relationship between people, make the flow direction between each other smoother and smoother. This is the focus of the work. That's why, even if it is just a pretended smile and a fake friendliness, as long as everything has meaning, it has the value of sustaining. It doesn't matter. All adaptations are just for better changes. Thank you for your help, please take care of me next time. It doesn't matter. Because I am on the right and clear path. This mistake is our responsibility, but please don't blame others. As the deputy captain, I am willing to take on this. Work is the adhesive for adhering masks. Okay, no problem. We will pay attention next time. You need to pretend to be less prominent. It's just a small matter, and it's not a problem for our fifth team. It's just that I keep repeating what I have done. This time it is indeed a rare experience, and I will be taught next. Then, see you again. I am Eisen and medical treatment. I sincerely look forward to my next cooperation with you. Adapt to it, get used to it. But, after all, there will be times when you feel tired. Sitting back on the bench in the office and looking at the empty room, Eisen added a medical staff to the point of being excited and swayed. A short-term feeling of fatigue is inevitable after work. Occasionally I want to take a break or something at this time, I just need to relax properly. Write a copybook. A straight frame with circled strokes. No matter how you exercise and write, you still cannot overflow this square grid. Just because of overcoming is imperfect, and over-excess is too indulgent. The strength of the simplest taste and the arc that follows the rules is the essence of it. It's like reviewing everything in the past over and over again. It was like lifting the thick substance that was stuck to the adhesive and filling the gaps in the mask. The process of consolidation is always painful. But as long as the purpose is still perfect and worth looking forward to, all of these are small links worth paying for. But today's mood seems to be a little calm no matter what. Eisen stopped writing, and the gentle appearance of the past no longer appeared on his face. As he pondered and thought, Eisen put down the brush in her hand. If you are not in a mood, the things you write naturally are not what you want. Let go of these things for the time being. The mask covering her face, as if to be connected to her flesh, was temporarily removed. Turning his head and looking out the window, Eisen's expression was not filled with joy, making it impossible to know what he was thinking inside. But it hasn't been long. A burst of rapid footsteps came from outside. Dong 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 dong. Push your glasses flat and turn around the rocking chair. Smooth the collar of the body and raise the perfect curves obtained after repeated tempering. Please come in. Vice Captain Eisen, you have your letter. Thank you, I've been there for another trip. You are polite. I have received so much care from you on weekdays, and this is just a small matter. Then I have something to do, so I will say goodbye first. Well, please go slowly. The door closed, Eisen swept up the letters on the table, and shook hands. There was still no obvious change in expression on his face. After all, it was just an ordinary letter and had no special significance to Eisen. Goodwill that exudes perfunctory. People often misunderstand and mistakenly think that they are the special person. Poor people who seek warmth and desire emotional filling, will always contact themselves in a more private way at this time. Letters are a way of expression. Because it is private enough, it is also hidden enough. In this alone space, many people will unscrupulously release their feelings. Expose everything about yourself in the heart and open your heart. In terms of sincerity alone, it is indeed convincing, but it's a pity. In Eisen's opinion, these things are meaningless. No matter how passionate the relationship is, it is just the warmth emitted by the meat. A little bit. It makes people feel a little disgusting. He was already disgusted with these things, so that Eisen's brows frowned unconsciously. However, this action was soon stopped. Because he saw the signature of the letter. There is hoarse quiet. It's so wonderful. Just after seeing this name, your slightly gloomy mood will clear up. Even such a familiar and disgusting mask seems less annoying at this moment. The man trained through his own hands. Now that he has grown to this level, just thinking about the other person's appearance, Eisen feels a subtle sense of relaxation. The movement subconsciously accelerated 3 points. Eisen opened the envelope and slowly spread it in front of him. Eisen adds a medical mattress. Long time no see, teacher. Because I've been so busy recently. I haven't contacted you for nearly 4 months, right? Sorry, I clearly said before that I would like to contact me once every 3 months. But I'm really sorry, the training on the captain's side is really harsh. I'm exhausted every day just by dealing with exercise. There were several times they were even lifted horizontally by the senior Konggaya. It is said that I was beaten several times until I almost died. Ahaha, but I can't remember it basically, but I just seem to see something called Santuhi often. Yuan Liu is indeed something that cannot be touched by humans. I don't know what kind of nerves the old man is. Recently, I have started to urge me to get up before dawn. I also taught me to wipe my body with a dry cloth every day, saying that it can strengthen my body's resistance. The skin is about to be rubbed off. And this thing? It must be a lie, right? I feel like I've caught a cold more often. But no matter what, I still gain something. The skills of fighting in vain are keeping pace with each other. The achievements in this area should be presented soon. After all, according to the plan, I only have 2 months of internship left. To be honest, I still miss you and Dongxian quite a lot. By the way, that guy has already started working in the 9th team? Although I feel a little too hasty, but, well. Dongxian must have his own plan too. I just don't know when the next time I get together, and occasionally I want to go with the prison. Teacher, you have a drink or something? Of course, I can only deal with it with non-alcoholic beverages. Because the opportunity is rare, the wording this time is not very rigorous. I'm really sorry, the student has really no extra brain to think about these things recently. As for this, I don't know what I'm saying. I am too lazy to sort out the content, so let's do it first. Teacher. Looking forward to meeting you next time. There is hoarse quiet, above. His eyes swept away and he narrowed slightly at the end for a moment. Although Eisen's expression did not change in any intuitive way, the corner of her mouth, which had always maintained a prescribed curve, was deformed a little uncontrollably at this moment. Happiness is an emotion that is difficult to suppress. Compared with negative emotions such as sadness, etc. The human body's ability to suppress it is limited after all. This is a positive guidance and something that can make people feel happy in body and mind. Just like. Yes. Like the sun. Like-minded and trustworthy partner. At the same time, I trust my children unconditionally. It's like witnessing a towering tree growing vigorously, and the person who planted it himself is himself. He is an extension of his will and an inheritor who can fully understand his thoughts. Just thinking about this, Eisen's expression became extremely pleasant. If it was used to communicate with each other in the past, its final destination would be the high-temperature roast of Lingzi. After all, some things are inconvenient to disclose, and they are important information that need to be eliminated. But this one is completely different. It seems that Mahjong also said the person involved. It is just a simple act of unilateral complaints from the other party and pouring into confession. It is an immature representative behavior. But that's why. It has a bit of value for collection. Fold it back and put it up. Eisen was about to write a reply again. There was another sound of footsteps outside. Not long after, a thief's head came into the outside. Eisen sighed without a trace. Captain Pingzi, do you have any instructions? Ah, you are there. Stepping into it with a smile, Mako Hirako looked at the scene around her and said in a casual tone. I just met Lu Lang, who was delivering a letter in the corridor. That guy is really rash, he always runs around and likes to scream. So although it was not intentional, I still heard some interesting things. Anyone Mahjong has sent you a letter again, right? Eisen half raised her head, wrapped her hands on her chest, and the smile on her face remained the same. Yes, do you have any instructions? Mako Hirako shrugged and made a very relaxed position. It's not that serious matter, I'm just saying it to you. If you want to reply, please add a few more words. Captain Pingzi also asked for instructions. Let him work harder under the commander of the captain. Not everyone has this kind of opportunity. At least I have never had it in this group of people at the beginning. So that's it, I will tell you the truth. The two exchanged information with each other in a plain tone, without any unnecessary feelings. There's another thing. Mako Hirako stirred the drooping hair of her temples and looked at Eisen calmly at this moment. Captain Pingzi, please tell me. Will your recent work make you feel too tired? No, it's just a trivial matter to me. How is that possible? Others say that Vice Captain Eisen is so tired that he is sweating. Sorry, I really want to configure too many jobs for you, and I will distribute most of them to other officers in the future. You don't need this. This is the life of the captain, you just need to accept it. Mako Hirako half turned around and shook her hand at Eisen without any doubt. That's it, see you again. The only one left behind Eisen's office. The atmosphere at this moment was a bit indescribable solemn. Is it empty? If this is the way, it is a good method of targeting it. Eisen raised her right hand halfway, and at this moment she gently rubbed her chin, revealing a thoughtful expression. Although the time may be a little too ripe. But after all, this is reality, and not all matters can move forward in the ideal direction. Occasional deflection is also understandable. And your existence does make people feel a little disgusted. After a moment of thoughts receding, I felt like I suddenly remembered something. Eisen lowered her head again. It's really bad. Because of some unimportant things, I almost forgot what I wanted to do just now. In short, since this has come to this point. Eisen smiled and lifted up the paper and pen, spreading it all in front of her. Let's write a reply first. Chapter 87, Opportunity to break through the upper limit. There are many skills in vain, but the way I am going to take is completely different from the Sifenjai Yuan family. Following Yuan Liuzai, he followed suit and wiped his body with a dry cloth. Akimajing also asked with a grin. Hey? Is that true? Yuan Liuzai nodded without looking back and said in a deep voice. Don't slow down, just like me. Speed up and let the heat from friction spread throughout the body. Wiping the dry cloth is a training of willpower. Don't be perfunctory. Oh, it's oysters. Not everyone can have scars like you, and rubbing cloth is as tidy as shaves. If your skin becomes rough, you will be disliked by Yuyan Toro. I haven't married a wife yet. But even so, considering Yuan Liuzai's strong sense of self-awareness as if he had eyes on his back, Ma Jing grinned and began to accelerate. The skin is going to be broken, old man Shan. Bring respect to the name. Don't learn from that brat Chun Shui at any time. The sky is just the place of the courtyard that has just been dark. Today, Ma Jinja is still following Yamamoto's Toshiro Sai Shijiko, and is experiencing the essence of Yuan Liu. The minister Jiro, who was beside him, seemed to appreciate this scenery quite a bit, and would squat by his side every day and taste a cup of warm black tea. Today's voice is very energetic, there is Ma Jun. After all, it should be accustomed to it. Akamajing also smiled reluctantly, and at this moment he turned his thoughts back to the topic he had just talked about. Master Yuan Liuzai, what you just mentioned is the vain skills. Ah, by the way. I almost forgot about this. A rock-hard body stood not far away in front of him. Ama Jing also looked at the other party and raised her head, as if she showed a rather emotional expression. X2. But Yuan Liuzai didn't say anything. Arimajing also waited for a while, and after confirming that the other party had no intention of speaking, he turned his head to the side and coughed twice as he pretended to behave. Cough cough, cough ah, the white-handed skills of Sifenjai Yuan's family seem to be quite powerful, Lord Yuan Liuzai. Minister Jiro, not far away, also tacitly opened his head. No way. The memory of the elderly is always declining. In some aspects, although the parties do not want to admit it, these things are also undisputed facts. The two of them skipped this slightly sensitive topic without saying a word. Yuma, you are right. The Sifenjai Yuan house is mostly about practical skills. After all, since a long time ago, his skills are things that exist for assassination and making a living. In comparison, I am the Yuan Liu of my husband pays more attention to self-cultivation. When Ma Jing heard this, she couldn't help but smile embarrassedly. The first half of this sentence is somewhat understandable. Does this latter look too abstract? With your level and lethality, did you tell me that Yuan Liu uses things to cultivate one's own self-cultivation? If it were a few months ago, Ma Jing might have been talking about these complaints in her heart. But now, he also understood it accurately, and the essence of Yamamoto's Minroera Husa Shijiko. Yuan Liu's moves actually have no special significance. After all, such as the fame-based bone and the two bones, they are essentially skills that superimpose the momentum with speed and devote their whole body and mind to a blow. Compared with the various methods passed down by Sifenjai Yuan, the things taught by Yuan Liuzai are indeed a little thin. Why can that old man use it so vigorously? Then we can only use the most classic theory of power and big brick flying. Think about it carefully, the contest between the gods of death is so simple and unpretentious. Looking at the old man Shan in front of him, he put down his dry towel and slowly and firmly began to punch in the slowly rising sun. But that said, as long as you practice it with a perfect foundation, your foundation is solid enough, and you can exert your power of thunder with such means. You must not underestimate it. Behind him, Ma Jing also began to follow suit. X. Then how can I learn to your level, Shan yet? The old man chuckled slightly, somewhat rare. Simple, just like when I was young, I broke countless bodies with my own hands, and you will be able to do this sooner or later. It's like the touch of the skin, the thickness of the flesh, the distribution of internal organs. Everything will penetrate into the body with experience and eventually become some self-evident and unintentional act. Just put on a stance and you can understand what you should do next. Right. It's just something that's natural. The old man sighed for a moment, but Ma Jing behind him was grinning when he heard it. So simply killing too many people. Just like killing chickens and dogs, you have already developed experience, right? It's really a simple reason. But then again, nowadays, Ma Jing also has other confusions about cultivation. Because his vague attribute has been staying at 60 o'clock for a while. The parties involved did not care much about this soft upper limit before. However, this dilemma is too annoying, which makes Ma Jing feel sad. After all, I have been learning this from the old man for so long. It doesn't make sense that it doesn't make any increase at all. Now that I think about it, I can only explain that I must have taken the wrong direction. What you need after reaching 60 points may not be unilateral exercise, but to find other opportunities for breakthroughs. After considering this, the parties involved did not struggle for too long. There is a living fossil next to it. Why bother making things difficult for yourself? Just ask. Master Yuan Liuzai, is it convenient to ask some other things? He slowly made a punching posture, and Yuan Liuzai's long beard moved with the wind. But it's okay to say it. He made a punching move as if he was decent, and Ma Jing also said in contemplation. I seem to have encountered something similar to a bottleneck recently. The added points brought by the system are not just power in the simple sense. In fact, if Ma Jing himself will also have some insights into this series of gains. It is precisely because of this that what he said at this moment is not abstract, but rather seems more real and realistic. I feel that no matter how I exercise, I can't find a way to continue to improve, Mr. Shan. Why did the old man stop suddenly? Why did he turn around and look at me? Lord Yuan Liuzai. After a while, Akima Jing also looked at the other person's lips and stammered until a faint smile appeared from it. The sun rose. Carrying the bright light, the old man's scars all over his body became extremely distinct at this moment. Haha, you have reached the end of your studies. What's the meaning? With Ma Jing, you should try to find your own path. Just like when I was young, like other real strong men. Go and try and create your own genre. Chapter 88, What about your work experience? Yamamoto's words made Ma Jing absent-minded all day long. After all, the idea provided by the other party may indeed be useful. If you think about it carefully, it is not difficult to find that all powerful people have unique abilities corresponding to them. The 1,000-year-old captain-level ruthless man who cuts the Lingting from east to west without blinking. It was called the 8,000 flows of flowers of Mao, 1,000 flows. His swordsmanship claims to have mastered all the schools and sword skills in the world, and in essence he has indeed walked out of his own path. Old man in the mountains. This heavyweight has been together for nearly half a year, so naturally there is no need to mention it now. The Yuan Liu faction he created is now where Ma Jing also focuses on learning. As for the second-rate senior captain, Yura Harakisuk has his own ghost path, and Shifanjai Yuan Yaishi also has extremely unique white-handed skills. Jingle Chun Shui is sinister and has many ideas, and there are endless means, so there is also the possibility of hiding it. Yuzhishi's hero. Although he didn't know much, this sick brother is not a good-looking guy. In comparison, other captains with relatively average qualifications do not have such outstanding abilities. There is neither obvious display of strength nor the lack of ability to highlight one's own characteristics. It seems that in addition to the solution, everyone is a virtue. According to this theory, maybe this is the so-called dividing line of strength? So, if I want to break through the soft limit, do I have to find a way to create something by myself? But why do I have to compare with those senior captains? Before drawing the conclusion, Ma Jing also decided to confirm the content of her panel. Cut, 60. Fist, 60. Walk, 60. Ghost, 50. Compared to myself a year ago, my achievements are already earth-shaking. If you give your all, ordinary deputy captain level figures will not be your opponent. Even if you extract the single 60 point attribute and compare other same level characters horizontally, AMA Jing also thinks that she has the upper hand. It's a very easy thing. The parties involved have tried to burst out their full strength in private, although there is no explicit authoritative organization to make the decision. But at least it has reached the level of 4th class spiritual power. In the vice captain, this level of achievement is already enough. Even if it is derived according to this theory. After training all these skills to 60 points, your strength should be fixed at the level of being above the deputy team and not being enough for the main team. Then I am just one step away from the captain. Sitting in the temple, Ma Jing also looked at her hands and showed a thoughtful expression. At this time, you should enter the state of sword meditation and communicate with Sagala Dragon. After all, this kind of practice that is similar to asking oneself may have any alternative gains? AMA Jing also closed her eyes. Huh? I don't even know the end of the universe, so how can I know how you, a guy, can break through? Ahaha, if I were to say that, I would say that Sogalalong, wearing a dead domineering costume, rode directly on Arima Jingyi's neck and began to pull his hair and keep shouting. But you, practice quickly and make progress quickly. But this little power cannot demonstrate the true power of our Lord of the Aral Sea. It's that what's the name? Ah! I remember it. As a solution, a solution. Learn it quickly. Tomorrow, no, I will know what my real name is tonight. Just talking is not relieved. This guy actually started to use Ma Jingyi's head as a bulge and started to pound. It hurts, it hurts. Don't beat it anymore. Is my other side of my personality so bad? Did you pick a thorn when you were fighting? Oh, I really can't talk to this little guy. After a few perfunctory words, Ma Jing withdrew from the state of Dao Chan. When he opened his eyes again, the expression on his face became quite tired. After such a long circle, the problem has not been solved at all. And my thinking is a little bit wrong. The solution is indeed my current goal. But before achieving this achievement, 3rd class spiritual power is a gap that must be crossed. After going around, the problem returned to its original starting point. We had to find a way to solve this soft upper limit first. If I want to have money, I have to work first. If I want to find a job, I need to have work experience. Then where can I get my work experience without work? You have to break through the limitations of spiritual power first, so that you can touch the solution until you achieve overall strength growth. It's really a headache to think about it. AMA Jing also hugged her hands with her chest, showing a very distressed expression. Create your own genre? AMA Jing also thought for a while, and finally showed a rather self-deprecating expression. No matter how I think about it, I have not reached the level of being able to establish a section. How is it? Are you still worried? There is Ma Jun. A familiar voice came from behind. After nearly half a year of getting along, Ma Jing has long been accustomed to the voices of everyone in the team. At this moment, just hearing it, he had already determined the other party's identity. Turning around, Jiro, the deputy captain of the first team, was standing at the edge of the sliding door. The other party's dress was as gentlemanly as ever. At this moment, he looked at Arima Jingyi, and the expression on his face was quite kind. I have been sitting here for a whole morning. Are you getting anything? He would not be underestimated because of his identity as a deputy team member. Ma Jing also stood up respectfully and said, I'm sorry, not yet. Haha, I'm still as honest as ever. Minister Jiro's eyes swept around the dojo and finally returned to Eri Majinja's body. How long has it been since Eri Majun came to the Yifun team for internship? The question is a little abrupt, but it is not as unanswered. After pondering for a moment, Ma Jing nodded and replied. It should be almost 7 months until today. So that's it, time is so fast. After speaking with emotion, the expression on Minister Jiro Sei's face became a little subtle. After living for a long time, I always feel unrealistic about the passage of time. A dull person like me can only feel a little bit when the seasons change. The other party's eyes lowered, and after a moment, Minister Jiro raised his head and said to Eri Majing. You Ma Jun, do you have time to take time out with me? Is it an invitation from the deputy captain of the K headquarters? There is no reason to refuse. But... Aki Majing also laughed awkwardly twice, raised her hand and pointed at the setting sun outside the dojo. It was autumn and the warm breeze was slightly smoky. It doesn't matter to me, but will it not delay the afternoon tea time of Senior Quibu? Oh, does Ama Jun still understand this? Minister Jiro seemed to be a little interested, so he reached out to show his hand. He touched the beard on my face and smiled very brightly. Then let's have a drink together. Chapter 89, Hey! I'm disturbed. With an apology, Minister Jiro of Siama led Eri Majinja to a small shop with a very simple style. The facade is decorated with exquisite iron patterns. Through the window, you can see the antique tables and chairs made of dark wood inside. The lights are soft orange, reflecting a warm and elegant atmosphere. The air in the store was filled with the smell of roasted coffee beans, the gentle music. Oh? Is there a record machine here? Awesome, can you still get such a thing? Seeing the well-dressed servant walking around from behind the table, the smile on Minister Jiro Sei's face became even more intense. I have a good vision, but I can tell the most expensive thing in the store at a glance. Holding up the coffee cup I just handed over, the deputy captain of the first team showed a quite intoxicated expression. The gentle music, combined with the mellow feeling of coffee, always reminds me of the encounter in reality that year. It's just a pity that there are too few people who can appreciate such things in the spiritual court. Ai Majing also thanked the attendant who brought the coffee and took away 2 small bags of yellow sugar nearby. This is not a strange thing. After all, no one has ever been exposed to Western goods. Is it Western goods? Haha, it's a very interesting synonym. Ah. Sorry, I seemed to say something that bothered Senior Kuma. It's okay, I have a high acceptance of new things. Compared to the old-fashioned Lord Yuan Liuzai in your mouth, I should be a more innovative person. The occasional joke made by serious people does double the lethality. Ama Jing also opened her mouth silently, showing a sarcastic expression. After that being said, does Eri Majun like to eat sweet food? Seeing Quibu raise his hand and pointing at him, Ma Jing also smiled and raised the hollow sugar bag in her hand. Ah, are you referring to this? Sorry, I don't eat something that tastes bitter, so. Why is it a delicious thing to precipitate bitterness through time? Please wait until I'm 100 years old to talk about this topic. Haha, you guy is really interesting. Minister Jiro placed his hands flat on the table. At this moment, he half raised his left hand and began to rub the short beard on his face. Lucky, give this person some more desserts. The party involved made a tactical backward action. Ah, this is not a waste of money. It doesn't matter, it's a small shop I sponsored, so this time I'll be exempt from the order. Ho ho! Can you eat for free again? Ma Jing's eyes suddenly became sharp. Hard, is there any tiramisu? Quibu smiled quite generously. You kid really don't know how to be polite. Hey hey! After the pastry, rinse your mouth with coffee. After replenishing sugar and fat, Ma Jingyi's expression also relaxed. No wonder when Torakai Yuyan showed that satisfied expression when she first treated her. The satisfaction after this heat gap is filled is indeed not covered. The originally difficult mood has become beautiful. Wiping off the residue on his mouth with a tissue, Seijiro waved his hand gracefully and took down all the excess dishes decorations. Arimajun, are you struggling with the fact that your strength has not improved today, right? Let's talk about the important things. Arimajingyi's expression also made her 3-point serious. That's right. I'm very curious, why are you so anxious? Minister Jirosui raised his right hand, raised his index finger flat, and stirred his beard in a light posture. From you became the god of death to the present, it's only 1 year or several months, right? After just a little time, you have completed the initial learning and mastered the strength that is enough to serve as the deputy captain. It's true. If you hadn't insisted on hiding your identity, you would be the absolute sensational figure in Zhenyang Spiritual Art Academy now. Hearing this, Ma Jing inevitably uttered. But I can't hold it back. Can't say it. When he thought of the monsters in the drama, Ma Jing felt that he could not stop at all. Although time is his partner on his side, this is just a temporary alliance. If you cannot look at this advantage objectively, you will only end up with the backfire. It doesn't matter if it's inconvenient to speak. Just like this tone of speaking. Minister Jirosei's expression was peaceful and calm, mixed with the slightly burnt coffee aroma at this moment. Actually, Lord Yuan Liuzai also talked to me about this in private, and he also thought that Ma Jun felt an indescribable sense of anxiety. Is it that obvious? But because it did not hinder the practice, and the Yuan Liu's Heart Sutra and skills were not resolved, so there was nothing to pursue. Xie Shan's kindness is for not killing him. But in the final analysis, this emotion is still unhealthy. As he said that, the corner of Ju's mouth raised slightly, turning his fingertips at this moment, towards the side of her side tap over. Give me a simple example, Ma Jun. The record machine you just paid attention to. I actually made that thing bit by bit by bit. AKA Ma Jing was also shocked. Hey? Do you still have such great manual skills? Of course, that's also becoming increasingly cultivated. Quibu raised his right hand proudly and made a slightly widening move of his 5 fingers. From the beginning of being unfamiliar, I didn't know anything. Until I get to know slowly and become familiar with it. I learn these boring and obscure things while working. It took another 10 years to grasp it completely, and then it took action to reproduce it completely. So, can you understand what I want to say? There is Ma Jun. Quibu's eyes were gentle and he said calmly at this moment. Upset will only reveal flaws and will not bring any help. Although a genius like AI Ma Jun will definitely create something of his own in the future. But before that, please be sure to focus on the present. A true gentleman will not do such a rude behavior as a big step. There is no room for refutation, not to mention that what the other party said is reasonable and evidence, and there is no reason to be indifferent to it at this moment. All in all, Minister Jirosei was also using his own method to remind him that he needed to be cautious of being arrogant and impetuous. I appreciate this kind of thought. Ama Jing also raised her head halfway, and her expression became much more serious at this moment. I understand, Senior Kuma. Thank you for your guidance. Chapter 90, This is the way I flow. After returning from the coffee shop, Ma Jingyi's mood obviously changed a lot. Since there is no opportunity to make breakthroughs for the time being, then temporarily focusing on other things is not a solution. Let's do it step by step. Now that things have come to this point, Ma Jing no longer expects to make any more obvious leap forwards. All in all, let's raise the ghost path to 60 points first. Well, the scenery with all the abilities reaching the passing line. I guess it will be very eye-catching. After adjusting my mentality, I always feel that the scenery around me has become much more pleasing to the eye. So is this the truth that my heart is broad and the world is broad? Nowadays, Ma Jing can understand this emotion. Dinner time. Seeing that Arimajing also showed this silly and happy expression, Yuan Liuzai was holding the miso soup, and his eyes became a little strange. I was a little disgusting with laughter. While the person involved was going to have a meal, old man Yama asked softly at the side of Kairo Kokoya. Have he encountered any good things? The expression of rushing to the teeth is also quite strange. I don't know. Did you have a girlfriend? People Yuan Liuzai, you can't just speculate on the other party just because Ma Jun and Captain Chun Shui are getting close to each other. This state continues until the evening practice. He was beaten by Yuan Liuzai again, and Ma Jing collapsed on the ground with injuries all over his body. As usual, the old man took away the dry towel and wiped his body, put on a single dress, and sat cross-legged on the futon at the edge. That's all for today's training. Ama Jing also got up, took a deep breath, and shouted loudly. Thank you for your guidance. Okay, very energetic. In normal times, the person involved had already rolled and crawled back to the team house. But today's situation is slightly different. I don't know if my emotions are too calm, but I always feel that I will feel hurt when I move. It's not that exaggeration today. It is the feeling of being able to barely suppress it by adjusting your breathing and tightening your muscles. Standing still, Ma Jingyi's eyes were slightly ecstatic. Although he was gasping for breath, his sweating all over his body even indicated that his physical strength was approaching his limit. But at this moment, my eyes maintained an unusual sense of brightness. Breathe. It's just such a simple action. But you can feel the subtle feeling of airflow crashing into the body, mixing into the blood along the squeeze of your lungs, running around your body. It's really amazing. It seems that I have entered a very mysterious state. Arima Jingyi's thoughts did not make any further instructions, but the person involved's body had already set his sights on it. But, what should you put in? This is the most correct choice? Yuan Liu, Modern Fighting, Saifanjai Yuan Family Secrets. All kinds of skills and disturbing thoughts are like broken air. At this moment, with the gust of late autumn, it was blowing straight towards Ma Jing. Can hear it. It seemed like a voice was telling Ai Ma Jing that what was the most correct action at this moment. Look forward with right leg. Straighten your knees, making your body's midline clear, like a pine and cypress with your head raised. Then, go sideways and crawl tightly into your toes. The position of hands. Place your left hand on your waist. This side position seems to be for the post position movement during emergency response, and it is clenched into a fist. So the point is still the right hand. Starting with the shoulders, the lines of the muscles clearly bulge at this moment. Bang 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 bang. The pump called heart is fully fired at this moment. The power began to be driven, and with the surging blood, the machine called the body was completely activated. The sweat was evaporated at this moment, and Ma Jingyi's body began to show an unusually tight posture. His right hand poked out flat in front of him, clenched into a half-fist outline. Momentum. The flow visible to the naked eye flows and gathers in the temple. Yuan Liuzai, who was sitting quietly, turned his gaze early and placed it on the boy in the distance. A subtle and accurate premonition emerged at this moment. Although it was just an unrealistic consideration, Yamamoto's Toshiki Sai Shigeki still widened his eyes slightly. Witness is also a way of support. Not far away, Chong Yagan Shiro slowly stepped forward until he stood beside Old Man Shan. Lord Yuan Liuzai, this is. Just watch quietly. Apart from this, it is all redundant. Both of them were waiting quietly, and at this moment, Ma Jing also maintained this ready-to-go posture. He did not take action immediately. Because he was able to capture the flowing direction floating in the air, as if it were there or not. The pores in the body seemed to be opened, like sails sailing in the ocean, capturing all the flow directions. And feed back it to the body. The flow of air, the ups and downs of the heartbeat. All the environments were captured by Ma Jing at this moment. Even at this moment, Ma Jing was as blessed as the heart, and let his right hand open slightly with 5 fingers. It is in a fleeting moment. It was like this opportunity that fell into the ocean, and was accurately captured by Ma Jing. The boy took a step on his right foot. Then, everything seemed to be cut open. The right hand, which was tied together into a 4-finger shape, tearing the air away from the previous stance. Instant rewind. It is the filling of the air being extracted and ravaged. However, the sucking and spit that followed was like a huge wave that rose up, showing an unparalleled sense of existence at this moment. Boom! The strong wind visible to the naked eye spread around, raising Yuan Liuzai's long eyebrows and beard high. He unconsciously took a step back, half a step back at Yagan Shiro. His eyes narrowed slightly, and at this moment he felt a gust of wind blowing. This is just an airstrike without using spiritual pressure is so powerful. What if it hits a person with all its strength? Without waiting for more to say, Yuan Liuzai beside him walked forward in silence. He stood behind Arima Jingyi, waiting for the other party to maintain this position, as if he was savoring it carefully, an aftertaste until he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He fell to the ground with a plop. Hey! He gasped heavily, and Ma Jing even closed his eyes in pain. A severe pain was heard all over his body, which was a tragic cry similar to the after-explosion, and it was also a protest against reckless actions. Pain, pain. Although the pain was so painful that he could almost breathe, at the same time, Ma Jing felt sincerely happy. Because he saw the content that he had missed for a long time. You made an attempt to integrate skills, and you successfully integrated the skills of Kendo and White Fighting. King Dao +2 White Fight +2? Sure enough. There is nothing wrong with Ma Jingyi's idea. The opportunity to break through the soft upper limit is to learn to integrate it. The reason why all 4 skills are listed is that Ma Jing must learn these things completely before she can exploratory extensions. Sword, it's useless to fight. These 2 are the things I am best at and are also the things I try the most. So they are the most likely attribute values, to make progress. This is why I was able to hit this attack. Your own efforts are not a waste of energy. Even after reaching the soft limit, your accumulated exercise will be engraved on your body. Yes. Everything is just a natural thing. AKA Ma Jing successfully broke through the shackles of 60 attribute values. Boy, have you figured out your name? The sound of Yuan Liuzai came from behind, and Ma Jing forced open her sweat-soaked eyes and looked to one side. Although confused, although turbid. But you can still see the outline of the happy one. After Ma Jing pondered for a while, but fortunately, he was not a tangled person himself. Such a skill is just a name used to refer to. It has no special significance in itself. Following his heart, Ma Jing laughed loudly and shouted loudly. This is my school where Ma Jing Yi. Because it has no special meaning, so. This is my way of flowing. Chapter 91, Today is still the same. Carrying the soft bags of luggage in your hands. Ma Jing also faced the Yifan team house, saluted respectfully at this moment, and shouted loudly. Thank you so much for your care during this period. He wrapped his hands in front of Yuan Shiro, and at this moment he just smiled calmly. With Ma Jun, you will be safe all the way. Minister Jiro Kumita played with the short beard on his face, and his expression was quite relaxed. I'll graduate later, come to work in a team. Only Yamamoto's Motorija Sashishige was in the middle, leaning on a long stick, and his head was raised like a stone. Remember what you have learned during this period. When they were about to part, they still said such a stiff scene it was indeed like what Yuan Liuzai could say. I was a little excited. I felt a sense of joy that I had been in prison for several years and suddenly let go. But there is still a little more emotion. Despite the fatigue, my body was covered in injuries. But during these times in the first team, it was not just blood and sweat left behind. Jing also found an opportunity to make a breakthrough here and also clarified her future path. Even so, the gratitude in my heart has become so heavy that it is difficult to add up. Want to say something? But at this time, I don't know where I should start. So after a few hesitations, Ma Jing finally let out a long sigh and then said loudly, I will come back if I have time later. Kong Gaia and Quibu all smiled faintly. I'll bring some souvenirs then. Yuan Liuzai had closed his eyes. So before that, everyone, take care of yourself. Jing also took a half step back, raised her right hand and waved it gently. So, see you back. Facing everyone's farewell, Ma Jing turned around and was about to leave. Yuan Liuzai's thoughts came from behind. Go, live up to the name of the protector. The last few months of internship in the first team was completed. With Ma Jing, he returned to school in a dignified manner. So, because I was internship in the first team, not only did I complete all the credits, but my test scores were also excellent by default. Hey? This is too cunning. I'm obviously going out for an internship, so why don't there be such benefits? Seeing Hu Xiong's voice so loud that his eyes were crooked and his nose was slanted, Ma Jing was laughing quite jokingly. The two sat in the school cafeteria and now they have met for a long time. Because Captain Mishihua doesn't care much about communication with the academy, right? In fact, this kind of thing only needs to be confirmed through letters in advance, and then you can use your internship experience to replace your grades. Biting the spoon, Hu Cheyanjian's thick eyebrows were already clumped into a ball. Yes, is that true? Because I heard from the deputy captain of the K headquarters, I am somewhat confident. It is probably because Captain Mishihua is not in this regard. It is understandable. The first team focuses on business content. Although Ma Jing was not interested, she was more or less, she had been internships behind the Quema for a period of time. I naturally know a little more about many government affairs and affairs content than ordinary college students. But it's time to apply for this kind of thing in the future. If Captain Uzumaki can't get free, it doesn't matter if he asks Deputy Captain Yamada to deal with it. Considering that Mao's Hiwalai is not a professional in the traditional sense. It is understandable that you don't know much about these things. Let Yamada Kiyonosuke, who had also met Ma Jing, deal with it. This is also a good solution. Just hearing this, Yuyan's expression became more and more sad. Ah! Do you mean Senior Yamada? The expression and tone were a little different. Ma Jing also had a slightly moved expression and couldn't help but say. What's wrong? Is there something unexpected? No, it's just that Senior Yamada was transferred to another place 2 days ago. Now the vice chair of the fourth team is free. I see. Ma Jing nodded thoughtfully, picked up a piece of fried chicken and put it in her mouth. That's a high rise in some sense, right? It's not like showing such a sad expression. Hu Qianjian was like an eggplant hit by frost, and even her tone became dull. But it's also someone I finally got to know. I thought about getting to know the strange deputy captain again afterwards. Just thinking about it makes people nervous. Here comes again, this kind of social terror speech. I don't know when this girl will become as strong as the original line. Well, although it's quite interesting now. It is possible that the next deputy captain will be Yanjian, you. The person involved's face suddenly turned red. She stammered for a while, and finally lowered her head and muttered. A person like me is definitely not good, his level is so bad, and it will only cause trouble for Captain Mishihua if he rises. Yanjian's reply level is already very high, right? The results of the last simulation test were already ranked among the top of ordinary 4th-tier team players. Yuyan, who was stirring her hair, couldn't help but say ah. It was like a little secret was discovered. How did you know? Haha, the business work of the first team is very comprehensive. Ma Jing also let goth chopsticks in his hand showed a humble smile. As long as you pay a little attention to the various reports of the fourth team, some information will not be difficult to collect. This is the so-called use of power for personal gain. You guy. Oh, don't be angry, don't be angry, in fact, it hasn't been a lot. Real. Please, it's really just a little. Sitting back on the chair, Yukino Toro's lips squirmed for a while, and finally sighed as if he gave up. I believe you for the time being. It's really easy to mess with. But this is also the cuteness of the other person. Your ma, will you have to go to other teams for internships in the future? I don't have this plan for the time being. After all, I have gained too much this time, and I want to spend some time digesting it. Well, I guess I will not go out again until I finish my graduation this year. Having said that, it is late autumn now. There are only 3 or 4 months left before the end of this school year. Is that true? That's fine. Yuyan's expression was indescribable, as if after confirming this information, she finally completely let go of her hanging heart. Breathing a long sigh. What's wrong? You look quite emotional. No, it's just that there's so much going on lately. After glanced around, Yuyan Hyuk looked around and restrained his expression and said in a rather depressing tone. AMA must not know. Actually, just a while ago, the current captain of the 6th Division, Lord Tsukiki Yinling's son, Lord Tsukiki Kangchun, had already died in battle. It takes time to digest a piece of information to properly buffer it. After completely reacting, corresponding intelligence information also emerged in Ma Jing's mind. The rotten wood is pure. It is the father of the 6th team leader in the original line, Kuriki Shireya's father. Although there is no strong description in the main story, such a character has some hearing. I didn't expect this to happen. AMA Jing's expression also made a little serious and asked softly. Do you know something, Yanjian? The latter's lips were pursed into a line, as if they were a little unbearable, but more of it was a kind of panic-like uneasiness. It just makes people feel heart-wrenching. AMA Jing also stretched out her right hand and gently covered the other party's clenched fists. Don't be nervous. With me here, just talk slowly. The words of encouragement are not enough to inspire people, but if the target is Ma Jing, it is also possible. Huqianjian has indeed improved a lot. That happened 4 days ago. I was studying medical books in the team at that time. Suddenly I heard a burst of rapid movements from outside. I saw many people running around the corridor, and finally asked around and found out. It was Lord Kuroki Kangchun who was injured. He encountered a fierce attack on the way to perform the mission. It is said that he was brought back by Lord Kuroki Yinling, and the situation is quite urgent. In order to ensure effective rescue, Captain Mashiwa also took action personally, but the final result is still regrettable. When I saw it, everything was over. I didn't even see any blood, and Lord Kangchun's face was also very clean. That. Huqianjian was silent for a moment, then at the end, he forced the corner of his mouth and showed a slightly distorted smile. It looks like I'm asleep, no difference. That was the first time I saw Lord Shikiki Yinling. Although it was indeed very majestic. But when I looked at the other person's back, I always felt an indescribable sense of loneliness. Later, when I was chatting with Captain Mashiwa, I realized that Lord Kuriki Yinling had similar feelings. That child is indeed not good at fighting, but since he is a member of the Kilabu family, his talents must be displayed. From the perspective of Lord Kuriki Yinling, he may not feel regretful, but that's also his son who is watching him grow up slowly, right? I could feel that Yuyan's hands were trembling uncontrollably. Ma Jing was unable to make a sound to interrupt the other party, and at this moment he was just listening quietly. Sometimes I would think that nobles like Lord Kangchun would also be killed because of the mission. Those who are at the bottom of the class like us, the death rate is just a simple number. So, although it's just a little bit. Huqianjian's chin trembled slightly, and tears rolled down her cheeks. A little scared. I was afraid that I would die, and I was afraid that Ma Jing would lose her life like Kang Chun for no reason. The unknown is a piece of darkness. The chaotic and dangerous hidden inside also showed a hideous corner in front of Hu Che Yanjian. As Yamamoto Motoriasushi said, since he is in the name of the god of death and bears the responsibility of the guardian court, it is also normal to die in battle. But occasionally it's a bit slow a poor person who has not yet known the importance of life and death. Seeing the other party showing such sob expression, Ma Jing rarely spoke out for comfort. He just wiped away the other party's tears in silence. But this action made the other party's momentum become more and more intense. Seeing that Yuyan of Torakai began to cry, Ma Jing had to stand up and approach Hu Che Yanjian's side. The words alone seemed too thin. So Ma Jing also stretched out her hands and gently hugged Hu Che Yanjian's head. The other party did not express any expression, and at this moment he buried his face in Ma Jing's arms and began to sob silently. Ma Jing also gently patted Hu Che Yanjian's shoulder. Although the other party was tall, his figure still looked thin and skinny. Don't worry, I won't die easily. It seems to be just a very plain promise. But now only the parties involved understand the weight of the content. After all, those opponents that are visible to the naked eye in the future. After a screening, the 13th team of the Guardian Temple under the Imperial Town. The Knights of the Star Cross who are omniscient and omnipotent, can grasp the solution. Ho ho, there is a long way to go. Yuyan, who didn't know the truth, just arched her head upwards and returned to a thin tone silently. So, can you stop crying? Ma Jing also tried to take a step back, unable to walk. Well, let me go first. Don't want. Why? Don't you hate making these things in front of others the most? You can see Yuyan hutch in his arms twisting his head and changing the left face that was placed on Ma Jing's stomach to his right face. That's it, just hold it for a while. Aren't you afraid that others will see it? I don't want to think about these things now. Oh. The girl has grown up too. I felt a little relieved, but at the same time, I realized that the other party's emotions had been relieved. The thought of Ma Jing's desire to have fun has already gained the upper hand. Oh, it's King Ian. Hu Qianjian couldn't help but let out a ah and straightened up like a conditioned reflex. His eyes swept around, and there was no trace of her sister, they were all made up by Ma Jing. As for the parties involved, Wu has slipped away. Yanjian, I remember some things that I have to hurry to deal with. I will ask you next time and see you. Due to sufficient credits, Ma Jing can move freely for the rest of the time. So he first turned back, returned to the dormitory, and simply repaired it. Looking at himself dressed neatly in front of the mirror, Ma Jing's eyes became a little deeper. Hu Che Yanjian's words today were not untouched by him. But compared to the open emotions, what he was thinking was a little different from the other party. Sorry? Maybe it's a little bit. As Aizen said, it is not a bad thing to have compassion. It's like the first time when I was sleeping number 5, it's normal to hear or witness life weakening and gradually die. But that's why. In order not to be taken away important things. Talents need to keep moving forward. His right hand gently stroked the hilt of the shallow knife, and Ma Jing also took a deep breath. Turn around and walk out the door. Today, Ma Jing is still continuing to work hard to become stronger. Chapter 92, It is not bitter at least. Starting from Zhenyang Spiritual Art Academy. I did not go to other places, and Ma Jingyi's destination was the 5th team's house. Although because of the mirror and water, Ma Jing can go straight without worrying about exposure. But being cautious is always a good thing. After several twists and turns, he finally found a familiar office. Raise your hand and knock on the door. Please come in. Familiar and gentle tone. Ma Jing also pushed the door open and looked at the figure sitting behind the desk for a while. Aizen added medical treatment. Although the smile on his face was still the same, considering that the other party had been waiting for him for a while. If Ma Jing has a choice, she still chooses to speak honestly. Sorry, Mr. Aizen. Because he was a little late. The other party calmly put his hands together and slowly clasped his fists on the table, with his tone as usual. It's okay, I'm quiet. Split up is just to enhance the joy of meeting again. So, I will also cherish this rare and short moment very much. He is worthy of being a prison teacher. I haven't seen you for a long time, and what I said is still so stylish. I will borrow it without hesitation. It should be available next time I meet with Yuyan Toro. Please sit down, Jing Yejun. Okay. Then I'm not polite. As soon as these words were said, the expressions of the two present were instantly stiff. It must be a moment later that Ai Ma Jing showed an embarrassed expression and then smiled awkwardly. Ah, haha, no, sorry. The voice seems to be a little louder. Aizen pursed her lips helplessly and sighed helplessly. This is what Captain Yamamoto calls Yi Yuan Liu? Really? Although I still respect the captain himself very much, I have to say that he also taught Jin Jiajin something useless. The prison teacher rarely shows some aggression. But before Ma Jing could respond, the communication for convenience has entered the next stage. Let these things beside you for the time being, Shizuijin. I'm a little interested in your recent experience. Especially the current captain of the corps, Yamamoto Tshugaki. If possible. Aizen smiled and straightened her glasses and whispered. Can you trouble me? Can you reveal some information about him? The parties involved will naturally not hide anything. After all, Ma Jing can fully understand the anxiety of Aizen. Yamamoto Tsurai Shigeki is the key target of Guardians. There is no one in the original line. Even if Aizen becomes the captain, she rarely has the opportunity to contact the other party. Today is different from the past. With this line of your own, the prison teacher will naturally think about making rational use of it. When Ma Jing didn't reserve it, she tried her best to describe the old man Shan in her impression. I see. Aizen rubbed her chin thoughtfully, revealing a serious expression. It is not difficult for Ma Jing to make further judgments based on the other party's reaction alone. The information he provided seems to be helpful. It's probably these things I know. Well, it's very good. No, it should be said to be a big help. The smile on Aizen's face appeared again, but it was more eager than usual than her gentleness. By the way, in Shizuijin's opinion, what kind of person is Captain Yamamoto? Ask me for my opinion? Ama Jing also scratched the corner of her mouth a little embarrassedly and said embarrassedly. It's okay, but the opinions will appear subjective. Doesn't it matter? Aizen's smile remained unchanged. I have tasted too many objective things. In comparison, I am indeed more interested in Jing Yejun's ideas. Since all the words have come to this point, there is naturally no need to be more polite. After pondering for a moment, Ma Jing also thought and spoke. Yamamoto Toshiri Sai Shigekoku is in my eyes. He is an old-fashioned, stubborn, and hard as if he was as pine-shaped as a pine tree. I will have my own persistence in some inexplicable places, because my expressions are often serious, so it will make people feel difficult to get in touch. But after a deep understanding, you can understand that the other party is actually an extremely reasonable old man. For example, in terms of uniforms, I only think that Yuan Liu's eye is old-fashioned at the beginning, but in fact, I will also appropriately relax my conditions based on specific objects. How do you say something? Ma Jing also hugged her hands with her chest and thought hard for a while. Ah, there is. Be strict with yourself and be lenient with others. Just like the attitude of Kira Harumizu, Genki Sakura, and Kuriki Akiya, who did not take Captain Haori seriously. According to the rigor of Old Man Shan to himself, just a scolding and punishment can't be fooled. But in fact, there was no substantial punishment for these three people. In turn, he just made himself angry to death. Under the surface of the old-fashionedness, there is still a little adaptability, which can be said to be a character that refutes the impression and appearance. Eisen listened carefully to these descriptions, and at this moment Zhang focused his attention. So that's it. Jing Yejun seems to have learned some interesting things. That captain, I didn't expect that he would have such an unknown side. It seems that the other party also attaches great importance to Jing Yejun. Eisen stood up, took the warm water prepared in the corner, and washed away the tea leaves in front of Ma Jinja. Sorry. I've tried so much more to make you talk. In short, let's replenish some water with these cheap things first. The elegant fragrance is so refreshing that you can understand what the concept of very valuable is just the moment you smell it. Ah, I don't. Being appropriate and polite is indeed the right way to live in harmony with your friends, but I don't want to use this, Jing Yejun. Alas! After saying all these words, it seems too ignorant to shirk them. Akamajing could only watch the curly tea leaves flushed away by running water, stretching under the nourishment of temperature and moisture, soaking until the tea water dizzled into a light green color. Try it. It's a rare product I specially asked someone to buy, which may bring some good experience. Then I'm not polite. Hey! I drank a sip of the beef and drank half a cup directly. How do you feel? Facing Eisen's quite anticipated gaze, Ai Ma Jing could only ponder for a moment. Then he said carefully. It isn't at least bitter. Eisen's expression was stiff for a moment, and then the corners of her mouth were uncontrollably rising. The person involved even turned his head and half covered his right hand to the corner of his mouth. But in the end I couldn't bear it, the strong emotions that were so forced to the extreme. Eisen adds medical genus? Junsong. Ha! Jing Yejun, you can always say something that I don't expect. Chapter 93, I'll change. Take off my glasses. The deputy captain of the 5th team took out a soft hand towel and began to carefully wipe the lenses in his hand. The atmosphere was a bit indescribable joy. But at least, as the party involved, Ma Jingyi really couldn't laugh. Is my speech so happy? I can only say that the funny points of elegant people are indeed different from ordinary people like us. Returning the teacup in his hand to its original place, Ma Jing also opened her mouth slightly, and a bit of thoughtful look appeared in her eyes. Is there anything I want to say, Jin Jiajin? The perception is indeed keen, and Ma Jing is still hesitating whether to speak, and the other party has discovered this momentum. I'm just hesitating. I don't know if I should say something. Eisen placed the towel on the corner of the table and repositioned the glasses on the bridge of his nose in a gentle and calm manner. Thinking is not an ideal thing that can be achieved overnight. Since you have thoughts, there must be some difficulties. So don't hesitate, share your worries as much as possible, Shizuijin. As a supervisor, I am happy to guide you. Ama Jing also lowered her eyes to the teacup and said in a low tone. If we continue to act like this, sooner or later there will be a confrontation with Captain Yamamoto, right? Eisen remained silent for a moment, and then said. I can't guarantee such uncertainty, but, the probability shouldn't be too small. It's quite conservative. But the actual situation can be said to be clear and clear. After all, the opponent is the commander-in-chief of the 13th team of the Guardian Court, and it is also the place where the enemy is currently on the surface. Since they want to make subversive moves, there is no room for reconciliation in the position between the two sides. Arimajing could fully understand this, so after hearing Eisen's response, a faint smile appeared on her face. Teacher Eisen, you take good care of my mood. At this time, it is okay to be straightforward, but it is expressed in such a curved way. Eisen just chuckled as her own response. Unrealistic fantasies do have the need to exist. I just think Jing Yejun doesn't need to change her own ideas. What a gentle statement. The teacher's words are as good as ever. Jing Yejun can do this as long as he pays attention. Ha, spare me. With Ma Jing, he also understands that he does not have the talent in this area. In comparison, straightforward style is the most suitable style. Teacher Eisen. Ama Jing also raised her head halfway, and her slightly confused eyes were already much more determined at this moment. I have a heartless request. Eisen added a medical gang to the right hand placed on the table. The palm of his palm held his chin, his eyes were dull, and he showed an interesting expression at this moment. But it's okay to say it. If you really confront Captain Yamamoto in the future, please don't make any other arrangements. Akima Jing also said word by word. I'll deal with Yamamoto Kenryusawa's Hiko. The atmosphere solidified for a moment. Even like Eisen, she seemed to be a little surprised by this statement at this moment. After all, he could not understand why Ma Jing was motivated. Yamamoto Motorius Shijie. Even Eisen himself had to keep thinking about how to deal with the other party so that the loss could be minimized. The other party undoubtedly must be the most powerful god of death in the corpse soul world today. He is in charge of the name of the protector and kills all enemies in 1,000 years, an unprecedented terrifying person. Such a Shura without blood and tears, like the Buddha's compassionate face. But he was walking back to him. Nowadays, a young man who had never even mastered the explanation said something like "Leave Yuan Liu's eye to me for processing." Say honestly. If others spoke, Eisen would only ignore it expressionlessly. Like a joke in the literal sense, this can indeed make people happy physically and mentally. But that is also a creation and enjoyment based on reality. A stupid act that is too distant from reality will only make people feel bored and despise it. But now what he says is the godchild he values, and it is also an important partner Eisen believes that he can walk with him. Even if you have to ignore it, or even mock it. Eisen also wanted to find out what his ideas were before him. Jing Yejun, can you explain the reason? Well, there's nothing in fact. I just think I have to do this. What I said is a little vague. But some things cannot be clearly stated after all. As Ma Jing said before, Yamamoto Tsunryu Seteishi left room for trivial matters and appropriately allowed the people under his command to do whatever they wanted. But in comparison, the old man had a stubborn attitude towards certain things. There will never be room for traitors. Even if he fell to the ground with injuries, he would still struggle violently like a beast. In the Battle of Soramaki, even if he paid the price of an arm, he would still have the determination to die with Eisen. Yamamoto would not force his subordinates to sacrifice his life to carry out the action of the Guardian Court. He will only restrain himself with strict behavior. Such a terrifying and persistent belief, I guess if nothing changes are made, it will be in the not distant future. This guy will still end up being disabled, cut in half, and fall into hell in miserable consequences. After, Teacher Eisen, who has been kind to himself, will be sent to jail. Experience the passage of time between loneliness and indifference until 20,000 years later. But this should not be the case. I will reverse the direction of Soriko town, and the tragic tragedy of the 1,000-year bloody battle should also be curbed. Although it may sound a bit overestimated by Mr. Eisen. But I will become stronger and become enough to compete with Yamamoto Kenryusai Shijiko. Become able to walk side by side with Mr. Eisen and find the steps to the sky. Until you find the truth of everything and make changes. Just based on this belief. With the Zanpakura in hand. With Ma Jing, it will definitely change the direction of everything in the future. Seeing his godson showing such a resolute expression, Eisen's expression moved slightly, and finally she seemed to feel helpless. He lowered his head. A melodious sigh, Eisen's tone became quite emotional. Jing Yejun, my mood is quite complicated now. There is the joy that emerges when you find your goal. There is also a feeling of sadness that I worry about your choice. I see. Maybe this is what it feels like to see the younger generation grow up? It is indeed a touch of sweetness and bitterness. This road will be extremely difficult and miserable, Jing Yejun, can you accept it? The person involved smiled heartily. I think I'm fine. Aizen seemed to be completely relieved, and she let the corner of her mouth touch a helpless curve. I understand, then you can do what you want to do. Chicken birds will always be full of wings. The desire to explore will increase, and the desire to try will increase. That's the case. Then fly to your heart. Towards the boundless deep space, carrying dreams and everything in the future. Aizen looked at the boy in front of her with emotion and said slowly. I support any decision you have unconditionally, Jing Yejun. Chapter 94, The Source of Realm. Although I also understood that Aizen had no need to refuse. But at this moment, after hearing the other party's answer, Ma Jing still couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thank you, Mr. Aizen, for your understanding. Don't be so nervous, Jing Yejun. I just made a decision that all teachers will make. After solving Ari Majinja's worries, Aizen simply adjusted the atmosphere and brought the topic to the next stage. Okay, let's put aside the matters in the future. Shizuijin, I actually want to discuss some things when I come to you today. The prison master didn't have much time to talk to him, and Ma Jing was willing to help him. At this moment, he nodded and replied. You sound like that. It's about Bengaiu. The straightforward approach is quite straightforward, and it is not like the behavior Aizen can do on her usual occasions. But considering that I was facing an acquaintance this time, I omitted this slightly redundant behavior. Is it a blessing? Ama Jing also blinked her eyes, revealing a thoughtful expression. Since last time, Aizen collected fragments of the Spirit King's fingertips in Lunju's body in the land of Liuhun Street, Aizen seems to have temporarily put down related research. So have you picked it up again recently? I'm not hiding, Jing Yejun. In fact, I've been to Liuhun Street several times in the past few days. I originally wanted to try whether it could trigger the reaction of Bengaihu by feeding my soul to it. Have you quietly killed a lot of people? I can only say that although I feel a little emotional, from the current standpoint of Ma Jingyi, he can't say anything anymore. So, has Mr. Aizen made new discoveries? The other party chuckled and straightened his glasses, shook his head calmly. No, in fact, there is no progress in this regard. Bengaihu still has no clear feedback, and research on it has temporarily stalled at this stage. Then what are you going to talk to me? However, the itinerary in these few days has not been rewarded. As he said that, Aizen groped in her arms for a while, and then took out a familiar transparent bottle. The faint glow of the Kangyu is contained in it, and it continues to expand in Aizen's pupils, blending with its black background. It turned into a mysterious light blue color. The turning point in things was 3 days ago. That day, I harvested 13 souls with the qualifications to become the god of death to feed them to Bengaihu. For the result that still had no response. Even if I will feel a little lonely. But when I was about to leave, I saw a feint suddenly appear. It also has a limb of a wandering soul in its mouth, and it is obviously an evil individual who has been wandering in the area recently. I have no interest in it at all, so I naturally don't care too much. But at that moment during this time, Jing Yejun, an unrealistic idea suddenly emerged in my mind. Playing with the utensils in her hand, Aizen's tone was a little expectant. What changes will happen if the imaginary energy is injected into the spirit body and the two are in contact with each other? Akima Jing, who was beside him, also heard this. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. What should come is still coming. After getting tired of playing with people, I will indeed choose to adjust my goals. The prison teacher is still eyeing Su. Jing Yejun, aren't you curious? As the enemy of our god of death, what is the essence of the power that Su possesses? No way at all. But it was obviously disappointing to say this. When Ma Jing had no choice but to speak like a supporting role. It's a little. Haha, I am worthy of being my disciple. This desire for knowledge is also a must-have in life, and I must not abandon it. He walked around from behind the desk and came to the opposite side of Eri Majingyi. Let's re-examine it from the beginning. The existence of the corpse soul world itself is the place where the spirit body returns. The spirit body born here is like this, and is affected by various reasons other than emptiness, and those who die will also come here. According to this theory, there is no doubt that virtual existence itself is something that exists like the poison of the world. If it is swallowed by it, the spirit will be forced to merge with it and become one. Jing Yejun should be able to understand all the things that have come to this point, right? Seeing Eisen sitting on the guest chair, Eri Majing also filled her with a cup of new tea. And nodded and replied. Well, there is no problem. These are related contents taught in the Spiritual Art Academy. In other words, what Eisen said just now is all the consensus among the death gods in the corpse soul realm. After taking a sip of warm tea, Eisen said softly. Very good, so keep sorting it out. Jing Yejun, the skills of the god of death are divided into 4 categories, you should also know it. If you can practice it to the extreme, its strength will naturally be self-evident. But, Jinjiajin, if you have reached the peak of the 4 skills, what will be the next direction? Eri Majingyi's expression suddenly became strange. It is not surprising that the other party can ask such a thing. But the question is that the parties involved do not know how to answer. I don't know, prison teacher. My 4 scores have been fully calculated and I just passed the 60 point pass line. I naturally can't talk to the big guy who has already scored a lot. As if he had noticed Ai Majinja's embarrassment, Eisen pondered for a moment and then said. Sorry, I seem to have said something offensive. Let's skip this topic for now. Simply put, Jing Yejun, what I want to be sure of is very simple. I want to find an opportunity to break the shackles brought by the 4 major items and guide the god of death to a higher level. Yes, that's it. I want to find the source point that can break through the realm. Eisen's tone was as normal, but her expression was rarely a little excited. Virtue can swallow everything. Ruthless, cruel, and even only a very small number of individuals can have the same emotional and thinking ability as humans. I have actually tried several times to contact the human and the empty soul. Unfortunately, all of these experiments failed without exception. It seems that ordinary weak spirits cannot withstand this level of torture at all. So, Eisen pushed her glasses, and there was a vague tendency to rise upward from the corners of her mouth. Maybe the success rate of using some powerful spirits as experimental subjects can also change accordingly. It's a very interesting idea, Shizuijin. And in fact, I also have a relatively complete plan. It's just that before that, we need to make some reasonable preparations. Chapter 95, Flowers. The next day, in front of the 12th guarding team, Ajin wrapped his hands on his chest, looking into the distance as if he was waiting for something, slightly ecstatic. It was only a few minutes later that a familiar voice came from behind. Mr. Ajin. Long time no see. The sound is very recognizable, and it is the degree to which the other party's identity can be distinguished as soon as you hear it. But at the same time, my voice seems to have become much bigger. Turning his head, Ajin saw Ma Jing trotting towards him. The other party was carrying a large bag and small bag, as if he had consumed a lot of energy just to rush, so that his forehead was covered with sweat at this moment. Ajin calmly took the luggage from the other party and asked softly. Why did you suddenly apply for an internship in the 12th team? The person involved laughed twice, revealing his mouth full of big white teeth. Although the credits for this semester are enough, I think I'm idle and I have to find some places to learn things can do. I see. Ajin's face, which had always been serious, trembled slightly, and he squeezed out a rather easygoing smile. So is the 12th franchise your place of entertainment? It's a very excessive statement. I probably don't mean that. So it's just a joke, Ai Ma Jun. When did Mr. Ajin learn a cold joke? Is it very cold? Then I won't talk about it next time. The two walked side by side. First they moved to the team house, so that Ma Jing could place all their luggage in place. Ah, don't let go of this thing, I want to take it to the research bureau later. Is it something very important? It's just a trivial souvenir. After all, I haven't seen you for a long time. You're so kind, you're Ma Jun. It should be said that it is normal social interaction. Haha, the people here are all abnormal guys. I really don't want to refute this sentence. Because I was familiar with each other, Ma Jing had a happy chat with Ajin. The souvenirs brought also received a good response in the team. After all, I helped a lot when I came here for the first time, and there were indeed very few normal people in the 12th team. Everyone was also very enthusiastic about having an old friend like Ma Jing. So, how long are you planning to have an internship this time? A somewhat stiff tone, with a bit of familiarity, but I couldn't remember who it was for a moment. But no matter what, you should know your own friends, right? You can't just pretend you didn't hear it. Ma Jing, who was held around her neck and chatted with others, turned her head halfway and said in a cheerful tone. It should be before the spring of next year, stay here. What? Are you so surprised to see my face? Or is it because I haven't seen my face for too long, and your simple brain has crashed? As always, he was wearing heavy makeup. Nikolai, who was not as personal as a man, stood by the long table in the lounge, and was constantly stuffing a souvenir from Ma Jing into his mouth. Mung bean cake, it is indeed a good choice as a supplement to sugar. Compared with flashy butter mass, the satisfaction this delicate carb brings to the body is the best. Hoo, the feeling of fatigue has also been relieved a lot. Although I have a bad impression of you, this level of intention is enough to offset my dissatisfaction. I feel honored to be a mortal, you can have an equal conversation with me again. Is this considered a reconciliation in a sense? Considering the last time he had left Nikori, Ma Jing thought Nikori would not be very happy to see him today. It seems that this guy is somewhat reasonable. But, well, can you eat less? Should there be other team members not present? Nikori directly picked up the entire tray and picked up another piece with a blank expression. No need, otherwise you will miss the best period for enjoying the taste. Then at least leave some for Captain Urahara. Ho ho ho, you can tell some decent jokes occasionally. No. This guy ate faster. Ajin beside him gestured to other team members with a sensible gesture. The originally lively atmosphere suddenly solidified. Everyone seemed to understand Nichikori's temper and retreated back to their workstations at this moment. The lounge suddenly became empty. Only the sound of Nikoli chewing constantly sounded from time to time. So I'll send the sorry next time, it's best to roast salt, thank you. Is your sentence related to the previous sentence? What's going on with this expression? It's common sense to use the salty ones to neutralize the sweet ones after eating them. The overly releasing thinking made Ma Jing show a helpless expression. But compared to the desire to complain, his attention was all focused on another small figure. That. It was a child standing beside Nirvana. Long hair, round face, and painted black pupils almost overlap with the individuals in Ma Jing's memory. The other party was wearing a well-tailed kimono, and his expression was dull and exaggerated like some kind of exquisite doll. Ma Jing also took 2 steps forward. He stared at the other party from a high place and couldn't help asking. Mr. Nirvana, this one is... Oh, I forgot to introduce it to you. Nikangli clapped his hands casually, and the flesh on his face began to accumulate, and finally he showed a rather disgusting smile. This is my latest experimental work, I call it Mian Chi. On the basis of Mian number 6, a device that forces cell division has been enhanced. As long as this thing is placed, the cells of my Ankai cannot stop dividing. In other words, she will definitely be able to grow like a normal person. Selectively ignored Nirvana's proud tone. Arima Jingyi's attention was placed on this small figure. Is it a sleeping number 7? Nirene Meng in the original line, near Xianli's deputy and the future deputy captain of the 12th team. He felt a little moved, and Ma Jing also squatted down, but found that the other party did not respond. Nijkari's voice came from above. Don't think about saying hello to her, although my Ankai counts according to the aspects, it is almost exactly the same as number 6. But her sensitivity to other things is quite limited. According to my analysis, she probably has to wait half a year before she becomes interested in things from the outside world. Well, you can't understand something that is too complicated. In short, just treat her as an idiot. It is indeed a very Nirvana-style speech. Although he wanted to say hello or something, since the other party had said this, he could only give up. Just when Ma Jing was about to stand up. But he saw the little guy in front of him suddenly turn his head and stare at him. Have you reacted? Ama Jing also saw her staggeringly let go of Nakori's left hand, staggered forward in 2 steps, and stood in front of her. Gu, pa. The right hand covered with saliva took it out of his mouth and grabbed it directly at Ama Jingyi's head. Very fast. Not small. He pulled off some of the hair of the person involved in the matter in one hand, and Ma Jing's scalp was numb even after the pain. Pain. The person involved retreated repeatedly, and Mianqi looked at the broken hair in his hand in a daze. Her eyes began to illuminate slowly as if they were awakening. My Ankai squirmed his lips and said a few vague syllables. Flower. Chapter 96, has been eaten by Simita. The speech block has been developed long ago, and it is normal to say something occasionally. Although I did not directly follow the brain of Mian number 6, because the manufacturing procedures are basically the same, the defects in some aspects are likely to be inherited through this reason. It's a point worth referring to. If there is still an opportunity to improve, this similar cognitive problem should not occur next time. Listening to Nakori saying these words in a long manner. Ama Jing also looked up in confusion, revealing a confused expression. Mr. Nirvana, what are you talking about? I'm saying you don't need to pay attention to what this guy said, it's just an unconscious action from her. If you have to make a simple description. Yes, just like the unconscious peristalsis of a single-celled organism. Although it seems to be exercise in the outside world, it does not have any special significance to the organism itself. Nikolai lowered his head, continued to pick up a piece of mung bean cake and started chewing it. There are no 2 identical leaves in the world, and naturally there is no perfectly the same person. I know what you are thinking, there is Ma Jing. But no matter what, my Ankai is my Ankai. No matter how similar it is similar. She is not Mian 6 either. Should I say that I am a scientist? The sensitivity in such places is indeed not a big deal. The sharp knife that pierced into his heart and lungs made Ma Jing unable to help but feel the sensation of pain, which appeared in his heart at this moment. Although I don't want to admit it. But Nakori said it completely right. The Mian number 6, who cannot write Chinese characters clearly and can only use katakana to refer to, is dead. Now standing in front of you is another life. Trying to find traces of the dead in the living is also an offense in another sense, right? Nikangli looked at Arima Jingyi calmly and put down the food box in his hand. You are a smart person. Although you have not reached my level, you have also been recognized by me. Put your time and energy where it is important and don't stop in the past. That's what I want to say. Nijian Li clapped his hands, cleared the residue in his hand with a light attitude, and turned his back straight at this moment. He walked out of the lounge door. Let's go, sleep no 7. Although my eyes were already a little agile, I still inevitably hesitated after hearing the instructions. My Ankai glanced at the stranger in front of him, turned around, and staggered to follow Nikori's footsteps. That, Mr. Nirvana. Ama Jingyi's voice came from behind, and Nikori stopped and let my Ankai cover his legs. What? Because I'm very busy, I can only listen to you at most 3 sentences. Even though I have eaten so many souvenirs, I still speak so rudely. After sighing in my heart, Jing also stood up slowly. It seems that a series of self-liberation has been completed, and only peace and sincerity are left in a managing Yi's tone. Can I take sleeping number 7 around during the next period? The insect curry that was not fed was indeed a pity and could not be compensated. The deceased cannot survive. But for this reason, talents need to keep looking forward and keep moving forward. Maybe you can only make yourself busy. Only then will you not have the leisure to stare in the direction you came, that past full of regrets and regrets, full of regrets. It's not that I want to see the shadow of others in my Ankai, but that I want to do something within my ability. That's all. Nikolai snorted without complaining, and took another step without looking back. I don't care. Just don't bother her on Monday, because you need to do regular checkups. In addition, I have to meet her after 7:30 in the morning. Even if I have to take her out in the evening, I have to return to my laboratory before 5:30. There must not be mangoes and pineapples in the food I eat. I haven't had time to do an allergy test. Besides. No. Is this an indifferent attitude? Do you want to listen to what you are saying? When the two of them completely left Arima Jingyi's visual range and returned to the door of the laboratory dedicated to Nijkari, this guy suddenly stood there again. The eyes of no joy and sorrow turned and landed on my Ankai's right hand. This lot of hair is really eye-catching. Really, what is wrong? Why do you always have this kind of cognitive error? After complaining and feeling, Nakori withdrew his gaze and said in a plain tone. You want to raise it? Yes, but you can only choose up to 3. Then remember to change the water regularly and clean it. If it rots, it has to be thrown away. I don't want the stinky scent in the laboratory. What about the answer? As I said before, the instructions need to be responded regardless of whether they are executed or not, otherwise I will not be able to evaluate your behavioral logic. What? This kind of unwilling tone. Anyway, this kind of flour comes very cheap, right? Just tell me what you want next time, and there is no problem in pulling that guy into a bald man. Since I chose to be intern in the 12th team, I will definitely not leave him alone. Even if I don't come here, I will take the initiative to contact this guy. Beautiful. Flower. So why do you have this kind of cognitive impairment? In short, after watching Nikang Gli leave, only Ma Jing and Ajin were left in the lounge. The 12th team, wearing a white coat and a rather emotional expression, showed a smiley expression at this moment. It's amazing, there's Ma Jun. The parties involved expressed confusion about this unreasonable praise. Hey? What does it mean? There won't be too many times when Mr. Ni can make a retreat. At least in the Technical Development Bureau, this is something that even the captain can't do. Is this guy that stubborn? With Ma Jing, there is no real feeling. But since the other party said that, there is no loss in writing it down first. Just as the person involved was feeling so emotional, a burst of rapid footsteps came from outside. Not long. A familiar figure appeared next to the gate. Ahaha, sorry, I'm Ma Jun. Although I know you're coming here, I can't take time because of the busy business. The person who patted the back of his head and showed a look of apology was the captain of the 12th team at that time, Kisuk Urahara. Jing also stood respectfully and saluted to the other party. You are polite, Mr. Urahara. This time it was my rash action that disturbed the 12th team's itinerary. I should apologize for my apology. Is it worthy of being an intern in the first team? I always feel that even Ma Jun has become much more concise. Urahara Kisuk walked into the lounge with a smile. He blinked, and at this moment he showed a very expectant expression. When I came here, I heard the team members say there was a souvenir. Ahaha, I'm so polite. It's really embarrassing to see you so much. Ah, it's still like mung bean cake. I have to say that Ma Jun is really considerate. The researcher is very important for the supplement of sugar. So, where are you putting it now? The scene was a little deserted for a while. Ama Jingyi's expression was embarrassing, and Ajin, who was beside him, was so difficult that he twisted his head aside. It's okay to laugh, but it would be too rude to let the captain see it. Urahara Kisuk's smile was still honest and powerful. What? Are you going to surprise me or something? Actually, I have prepared a particularly luxurious pastry gift box for me. Hey, I'm not a person like Miss Yi, so I'm sorry to be like this. Actually, I'll be very happy just by giving it to me directly. Ai Ma Jingyi's mouth twitched, in a tangled and painful choice. He said in a very unwilling tone as he faced Urahara Kisuk's expectant gaze. Mr. Urahara, I'm very sorry. It has been eaten by Smita. Chapter 97, It's time to set off. Ahaha, since you have all been eaten, there is no way. Since everyone has tasted it, I'll forget it. I'm very sorry. Next time I'll prepare another gift box for Captain Urahara. Oh. Thank you first. It's really straightforward. But this is indeed the character of Urahara Kisuk. Standing aside, Ajin saw the captain coming, and now he took his leave with great sensibility. Only Majing and Urahara Kisuk were left in the room. So, is Arimajun going to learn something when he comes to the 12th team this time? Urahara Kisuk smiled brightly. But at the same time he stretched out his right hand and patted the back of his head with a very embarrassed look. Although as a captain, it may be a bit disgusting to say these words. But in fact, I'm not very good at fighting. If you expect to have any help in your practice, it may disappoint Ama Jun. Ma Jing shook her head quickly. You are so polite. I just want to gain more knowledge. Joke. Doesn't be able to fight mean that you have no combat effectiveness? What does not exist? You should know that Boss Urahara can be ranked among the 5 special combat powers, relying on its name of endless means. Compared to the prison master, he may be the real Doraemon. Now that he heard Arimajinja's explanation, Kisuk Urahara raised his eyebrows slightly and immediately showed a clear smile. So that's it. It seems that Ai Majun is still very talented in research. Oh, it's rare for young people who are so exploring. You're over-reputable. He responded with a wry smile, and then pulled back and forth for a while. Finally, this slightly awkward meeting ended. I returned to the restroom and simply rested and sorted out. Soon, the skylight slowly dimmed. According to the process agreed before, Ma Jing should get up and go to the next room to meet him. Dong 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 dong. Before I could go out. Who would look for him at this time? With a little subtle mood, Ma Jing also came to the door and looked at him carefully. It's Mr. Ajin. He stood outside the door, his face looking quite relaxed, as if he was ready to say something good news. Perhaps it's because of being obsessed with research, the people in the 12th team are basically easy to understand. The mood is directly displayed on the face. Pushing open the door, Ajin smiled and said at this moment. The captain is holding a banquet to welcome you. Now it has been almost done. If you have Majun, please. Well? Is it so solemn? The parties involved were embarrassed. Just when Majing was hesitating whether to shirk it a little. Well, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. A familiar voice came from beside him. Aizen, who was dressed neatly and dressed in a dead-selling costume, took off the 5th team's talisman and the medical staff. At this moment, he was standing next to Ajin with a smile, and cast a rather joking look at Akima Jing. After all, everyone in the 12th team is busy with work on weekdays, and there is little time for gatherings like this. Take this opportunity to relax everyone. I believe this should be Captain Urahara's intention. So, if you have Ma, you don't have to think that we are fighting for you or something, relax and just treat it as a simple party. Just a prison master is a skill that is capable of talking about wise things. If you have to give a rating or something, the average level cannot be lower than 90 points. Ajin, who was beside him, stared at him in surprise. His mouth opened slightly, and although his eyes were clear, he said in pondering at this moment. Who are you? Aizen's mouth raised slightly, and at this moment, he took a step back and said softly. I'm so rude, I'm called Yi Hanafu. I joined the Sergeant of the Technical Research Bureau 2 months ago. It should be difficult for people like Mr. Ajin to have an impression of me. Why Hwafu? Ajin's lips squirmed for a moment, as if the desk lamp was suddenly turned on, and his expression suddenly became clear. Ah! I remembered it. It's the colleague who just left the insect nest before. Sorry, because I've been busy recently, I'll forget these things if I accidentally. You forget things too much, and a little person like me naturally doesn't need you to care like this. You are so serious. I remember that you used to be a guy who loves reading books, but you didn't expect that you would become so literary. Haha, it's a waste to learn without having to do it. Watching the two of you back and forth in front of you, you are kind. Although Ma Jing didn't have any obvious statement, she couldn't help but sigh deep in her heart. Likes and dislikes, prison teacher. The conversation in the office before also came to Ma Jingyi's mind at this moment. In order to complete the follow-up study of Bengaiyu, I need Jing Yejun to take the initiative to contact the 12th team. Only in this way can I create a more reasonable opportunity for me. Don't worry, Jing Yejun only needs to act normally. I have my own way of dealing with it. So your method is to just use the mirror to get in? Looking at the two of them talking happily in front of them, Ma Jing also had a tense face and could only sigh in her heart. Alas! Hypnosis. Dominate the 5 senses completely, and twist your appearance, sound, smell, and even tone into what you want the other person to see. I can only say that Ma Jing is now, not Aizen's hypnotic objects. Otherwise, in Ao Ma Jing's opinion, the prison teacher in his eyes would also be the image of a flower man. But then again, the ability of mirror flower and water moon is to convert 1 to 2, but it cannot grow from 0 to 1. Change on existing content, rather than creating something out of nothing. So if you deduce this theory, Aizen did borrow an image of an exact existence and brought himself into it. So, the prison teacher has already set his sights on the 12th team and has found a suitable partner that can be used to replace him? Otherwise, Ma Jing would not have imagined any other reason. It can only be said that this kind of thing is a bit terrifying to think about it carefully, but it is indeed something that a prisoner can do. With emotion, the two people in front of them had stopped communicating. It seems that because he met his friend who was reunited after a long time, Ajin's expression was surprisingly happy. Just like this, let's not waste time here. With Ma Jun, it's time to go to the cafeteria. Aizen, who was beside him, pushed his glasses, with a smile on his face. Yes. It's time to meet Captain Urahara. Not updated today, I will make up for it tomorrow. I am considering changing jobs and discussing with my family. Strive to take time tomorrow and make up for the remaining chapters today. This is the case for the time being, I'm really sorry. Chapter 98, Bald Trousers. Inside the Technology Development Bureau, it is located in the corner of the canteen. At this moment, more than 90% of the members of the 12th team are gathered here. Perhaps considering that Urahara Kisuk himself was not good at speaking, Mr. Ajin, who was forced to take the stage, was a little nervous and stumbled on the stage with a microphone. Although today's party is to welcome Ma Jingyi's arrival, it is also an excellent opportunity for us to adjust. After all, although our 12th team usually ignores it, it does not mean that we are just a group of careless people. So it's rare, everyone can relax. What I said is quite simple. But at the same time, it also made everyone quite satisfied, especially Kisuk Urahara, whose face was almost laughing. After all, human nature is not popular in the 12th franchise. As a researcher, results-oriented work has always been the focus. So similar scenes are just polite. Everyone is quite real to play. The team members below had already started to cheer. At this moment, everyone was obviously quite satisfied with this arrangement. When Ma Jing was still hiding in the corner and eating curry. But the 12th team is so big, there are always a few guys who are good and crazy. They smiled and told Ao Ma Jing to make a comeback to drink, and the one who shouted the loudest was Yuan Shirai. Although this guy is small, his voice is really big. Ha 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 ha. Drink more, jump for a while, don't stop, continue. Someone has started dancing wildly. His face was flushed and his smile was full of smiles. He hooked Ma Jingyi's neck. My brows, which are always tense on weekdays, relaxed now, and my tone is joking and happy. Hey, hey, you are the protagonist today. Please give me some face and drink a few sips. Sorry, I'm allergic to alcohol. Ha! Don't you give me face, you guy. Rishirai pushed his head hard towards this side, his tone was quite unkind. I understand, you guy, just underestimate me, right? Hey, you think I'm a fool, right? Boy! I'm much older than you. Don't treat me as a child. Otherwise, do you want to take out the osect and show it to you? You bald man! What's going on with your familiar tone? We are obviously not familiar with it. And I'm really sorry. For a character like you, Ma Jing can be said to be the type who is least interested in. You couldn't please me at all thinking, and Ma Jing could see the other person's face that looked like a monkey's butt. I see. It should be that I am drunk, and it seems that this guy's wine is not very good. Seeing that the bottle was about to hit his face, considering that he was angry with the wine Menzi, it was almost like making trouble. When Ma Jing had Ma, he wondered whether he should get together to get along and pass the test. Another voice came from beside him. Well, in Rishi, Ma Jun is not used to this welcome approach. I'd better come down first and let me do it. Turn your head away. The bottle was shaking in his hand, and Kisuk Urahara, who was slightly drunk, was standing behind the two happily. The other party's original intention was just to help Ma Jing and save him, which is definitely good. But Aya Shirai is definitely not a person who is easy to fool. She was silent for a moment and jumped down from the table beside Aya Ma Jingyi. Oh, it's rare to be obedient. The words have not ended. A Suzuki Hisari ran forward and pointed it at Kisuk Urahara's crotch with an electric cannon. It's so noisy, bald. Dong. What a loud muffled sound. Ma Jing's face turned into a ball at this moment. If you were a normal person, wouldn't you be a sister to her directly? But Kisuk Urahara laughed twice as if nothing had happened. Ahaha, very energetic. Aya Shirai was already holding one leg, and while her face was twitching, she was rolling wildly on the ground. What are you wearing? It's a heavy secret for Lord. You bald man! It's not annoying that Ma Jing is also noisy. After a while, when the other people were found in the ape Jirishi, they started to get drunk. Urahara Kisuk Resait Eri Majinja again. Eri Majun, because time is short, I can't stop any decent welcome party. Sorry. You are so kind to you. What kind of virtue can you do? It's too exaggerating to say such things. Urahara Kisuk took the opportunity to take the lead and lowered his tone of 3 points at this moment, and said softly. When Miss Yi learned the news, she wrote a letter and asked me to take you to see something for a long time. The head of Siphon Yuan is really kind-hearted. With Ma Jing, my heart couldn't help but feel warm. Well, although I don't have Miss Yi's words, I will treat you well. Just as the two were chatting like this, a small cart slowly squeezed over from the edge. Sorry, please get out of the way. The food table here needs to be replenished. Ah, sorry. No, you are polite. Jing also looked at the distance speechlessly, and saw the prison master smiling and starting to replenish the food on the table. He is really good at playing the role. What's wrong? Is there Ma Jun? His face is a little strange. No, I just smelled the alcohol and had some allergic reactions. Nothing big is going on. Since the prison master has come to a distance, that is equivalent to sending a clear message to AI Ma Jing. You can start chatting. He pulled off a banana-like thing not far away from him, and Ma Jing also held it in his hand and glanced at the famous brand. Well, Captain Urahara, I don't know if I can ask some questions here. You're very polite, I'll definitely tell you everything. I don't know if it's because of the alcoholic spirit or if I really feel this way, although Ma Jing couldn't tell, she was still as planned as expected. He said slowly at this moment. Because I've been here once before, but the related content is still relatively simple. And now I finally came here again, and I also want to have a deeper understanding of the things I didn't understand before. So, what is the current Technology Development Bureau researching specifically? Urahara Kisuk nodded without comment. He held the wine glass and lowered his eyes, pondering for a moment. It's a very broad topic, but as the captain of the 12th team, it's also my job to explain it carefully to you. From the public perspective, various research on Lingzi is the focus. From a personal point of view, I have two biggest topics now. First, it is a research object called Yishan. Chapter 99, Arrogance That Should Not Exist. A skeleton? The moment he heard this, Ma Jingyi's expression was briefly surprised. But I also reacted quickly. I almost forgot. Although this thing looks inconspicuous, it is actually very important. A very realistic problem, including Ma Jing, everyone acts and lives in the spirit court, all of which exist in the posture of a spirit body. The world of corpse souls, virtual circle, present. The three are important areas of this world, and each has its own responsibilities and tasks. In order to eliminate the void that was scattered in the present world, the god of death will send out team soldiers to station in the present world and continue to be active. This is the responsibility of the 13th team under the control of Shizhiro Yukitake. You Ma Jun should be able to understand a little bit, right? It is difficult for spirits like us to not have any impact after they come to this world. Urahara Kisuk half raised his right hand and showed a rather playful smile. It's like an ordinary level spirit body that humans cannot see or touch, so naturally it has no effect. But as long as you have some strength, it will have an impact on the outside world more or less. This theory is not difficult to understand, right? After all, the strength of the god of death is essentially the density of the soul. Things that are too heavy appear in the present world, even if there is no straightforward action, they can easily affect the surrounding environment. This sentence is not difficult to understand. After all, in the content of the original work and the broken chapter, Ulziola took Yami to the scene, and the riot caused by spiritual pressure is enough to illustrate the situation. Even further, at this moment, the drink desk was being sorted out next to him, and the prison teacher looked serious and had a similar situation. After sucking the penis into the body and entering the stairs of evolution, ordinary people can also see the prison master moving on the street. But just getting closer, the other party will be affected and cut off its vitality. So finally, there was a famous scene of going away, don't splash my blood on me. I understand this. Oh, then I can skip some basic settings, don't spend too much watt about the verbal words. Kisuk Urahara, who was about to drink another sip, was stunned. The bottle is empty. Captain Urahara, please use it here. Arashi, who was beside him, stared at a bottle of freshly opened wine with a smile. Ah, thank you very much. It's just a little thought, it's not respectful. Hello, our 12th team is short of talents like you. What is the name? The following is named, Hanao, Captain Urahara. Seeing the two of them maintaining this very happy conversation, Ma Jing still had her expressions tense, but she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. I am really fun, prison teacher. After Urahara Kisuk reopened 2 more, he turned around. Ahaha, where did I just talk about it? Akimajing also pondered for a moment and said uncertainly. You just planned to skip the basic settings of Yushi. Ah. That's it. Urahara Kisuk pondered for a moment, lowered his eyes at this moment, and said in thought. Does Amajun know that in order not to affect the present world, the trained and successful death god usually needs to limit his spiritual pressure while going there? This setting is not unfamiliar. Arimajing also quickly recalled it during the Battle of Soramacho. The death god needed to limit his power at the beginning. After that, the seed suddenly exploded, and the thunderous people came to the crowd. The original sentence limited release did feel full of shaped feeling. The god of death needs to limit his power in the world, especially those at the deputy captain level or above. And that scale is roughly between 5 and 10 times that of the corpse soul world and the present world. Now if you convert according to the established strength, the 5th level spiritual power level is basically enough to have an impact on reality. On top of it, the increase brought by the solution can increase the ability of the god of death. No wonder there is a saying that this behavior is prohibited. Urahara Kisuk's lips raised, and at this moment he turned to Arimajinja's side. Does Amajun know the reason? It's to prevent it from affecting ordinary people. Of course, the density and weight of spiritual power are things that are easily indelible to the present world. Oh, so humans are still quite fragile creatures. That's why. Like a person at the level of a deputy captain or above, he will definitely feel very inconvenient when he is in the current world. This is indeed the case. So I have developed something like Yushin. After debugging and sorting, it can perfectly adapt to the corresponding individual. This will allow the black hole-like spiritual pressure to be hidden and not have any impact on the present world. Don't you think it's a very interesting thing? It should be. After all, the group of people who can move in the current world in the original work are all thanks to the help of Yushin. Even talked deeper. The birth of Strawberry Brother is also inseparable from this invention. After all, his father, Kurosaki, also needs Yi-Si to move in this world. Damn, if you think so, Yi-Shi is really an important invention throughout the whole process. Amajing also rubbed her chin thoughtfully, revealing a sa-sa-so expression. Sure enough, none of Dori-Isa's things are simple. Looking at Arimajun's expression, it seems that I can roughly understand the purpose of my research on this thing. Big, maybe I understand a little. I'm very modest. You are over-reputable. Having said that, what stage has your research reached now? It's almost over. The general idea has been confirmed. Now there is only time left before mass production. The Technology Development Bureau is really capable. After saying this with emotion, Urahara Kisuk's expression slightly restrained, and finally he seemed to sigh softly. Also, I have some selfish intentions when studying this thing. What do you mean? I want to see the world and experience the world of humanity. Urahara Kisuk said in a plain tone. Everyone in the corpse soul world actually despise the present world, and I am not surprised by this idea. After all, for us, humans have short lifespans and limited vision. Due to these limitations, they are destined to be unable to stand at the same height as us. Aizen, not far away, had already stopped moving. Although he did not turn his head, he still maintained an listening posture. As for Ma Jing, at this moment, he also listened carefully to Kisuk Urahara's speech and said softly, Captain Urahara, what you mean is, you don't agree with this idea? Yes, I think this unreasonable contempt is an essential act of arrogance. There is no distinction between high and low life. Of course, there will be no so-called difference. Even a fleeting meteor must have its meaning of existence. You Ma-jun, I want to see more scenery that I haven't seen in this world, learn and make progress slowly. Later, use what I have learned to feed back to the world. By the way, although I've graduated from college, I always think I'm still a student. That's it. What I need to learn is far from enough. After drinking the remaining wine, Kisuk Urahara stuttered for a moment until he showed a faint smile. Because of this, I have always felt that, the most correct state of continuing in such a stable manner. Chapter 100, Insect Curry, I love to eat it. Hearing this, Ma-jing immediately showed as it was indeed. Urahara Kisuk's basic concept is no different from Yiki. Should we say that he is worthy of being a couple? They all hope to change the soul world through relatively eased means. He is a change-making person under the firm royalist system. The methods are indeed gentle, and the methods are indeed particular. If there was no prison master here, Ma-jing might follow the two of them honestly and try to use those wonderful ideas to change the soul world. But it's too late now. Employee No 002 of A Diagnosis Co., Limited will stand firmly next to the prison teacher. By the way, although I haven't entered the mass production stage yet, Yishin has been able to modify the parameters and create some special models that are more suitable for special spirits. Urahara Kisuk patted Ai Ma-jinja's shoulder with a smile. Give me a reference to Arima-jun's physical data to improve research. Instead, I can also provide you with a special meaning. Well? What is this? Is it a special edition? Although he was a little moved, if he thought about it carefully, he didn't seem to have any demand in this regard. The present world is not attractive to him for the moment. And when I really want to pass, it may be decades later. At the same time, since it is tailored, you must always need physical information or something. For security reasons, Ma-jing is still somewhat reluctant to give these data. I wanted to refuse. But the prison master not far away was already carrying a bottle of non-alcoholic drink and came over with a smile. Arima-jun should try it. The skeleton that Captain Urahara can personally tailor it for you, and it will be like a literal limited edition when it is placed outside. Urahara Kisuk raised his eyebrows surprisingly. Oh, you understand this very well, that's the reason. If you have Ma-jun, think about it. At the same time, Dari Isuk also added. If you are afraid of any accidents, you can rest assured. Yishi will only use height and weight parameters, and will not have much insight into it. Then what should I do? It's all for this to be said, and it would be too stingy to refuse to agree. What's more, although the situation is slightly different, Aizen and Urahara came to persuade him. The face is really great me. Then please let Captain Urahara worry. Ahaha, it's okay, come to my laboratory tomorrow morning, I will collect specific information. The topic came to an end, and Kisuk Urahara also finished drinking the wine in the bottle. Seeing that the other party was about to turn around and leave, Ma-jing seemed to suddenly remember something and said at this moment. Captain Urahara. You said you are currently in charge of 2 issues. Since the first one is Yoshihiro, what is the second one? Hearing the shouting behind him, Kisuk Urahara shook and stopped and turned his head halfway. Alcohol remains in the body and cannot be dissolved in time and eliminated. It is accompanied by the flow of blood, and some epidermis appear to show signs of rosiness on some epidermis. Abbreviated as the face. Ah, do you say this? There is indeed something happening. But it's a pity. Urahara Kisuk smiled like a prank. The confidentiality level is very high. Isn't there anything Ma-jun can know for the time being? Well, in the near future, I might choose to make it public. What did you say it? Will it hurt my appetite? Seeing the captain of the 12th team walking away with a smile, Ma-jing couldn't help but sigh. This guy's temper is indeed very similar to Yi in some aspects. I can only say that as a bystander, he does feel like he gets along with a cat. So that's it. Is this kind of behavior that says halfway is Captain Urahara's unique style facing his juniors. The prison master was holding 2 dining plates close and sat naturally beside Ao Ma Jingyi. It will make people feel curious. With a thank you, Ma Jing also showed a rather troubled expression and patted her forehead at this moment. This is the reason. It aroused other people's interest but didn't explain it clearly. It's really a headache. Not to mention that, Jing Yejun hasn't eaten anything yet. Drinking drinks is not good for the health. Ah, thank you, Mr. Y. Eisen showed a faint smile, and at this moment she didn't seem to care about Ma Jinja's slip of the tongue. He just raised the spoon in his hand casually and picked up the curry in the bowl a little. Since Captain Urahara doesn't plan to confess, we will go in and see what's going on by ourselves until tomorrow. Are you planning to use Jinghua Shuiyu's ability to make a breakthrough? It is possible to underestimate this kind of similar behavior. Finally, I think about it. I can only say that this knife is really useful. Although the spirit court is so broad and vast, now that I think about it carefully, there is probably no place that the prison master cannot enter. In the true sense, it is like entering a state of no one. Well, won't there be any problem? Haha, even if there is, it may be just a flaw that shows Ma Jun's guilty heart. Wow, the prison teacher occasionally says something sarcastic. Then I'll be careful tomorrow. Although I don't want to put too much pressure on you, Jing Yejun should indeed do this. That sentence alone has already made me sweat. Growth is also a part of education, so get used to it. The prison master's expression of winning is indeed a sign, but now he tastes the curry in front of him. His ancient well-built appearance finally had a subtle twist at this moment. The brows were raised a little inadvertently, as if they felt confused, and more like they were disgusted with something. The prison master turned his head slightly and placed his left hand in front of his mouth. Half a slender limb, which was unknown to the body, fell right into Eisen's palm. What's this? The prison teacher's tone was full of doubts. Let me see. Oh, it's a cricket leg. There are often cases where I didn't clean it up when dealing with it, but this thing is not toxic and is edible. Looking at Ma Jing, he looked as if nothing happened. This made the prison master show a somewhat confused expression. Word, curry. Yes, Mr. Waihuafu, don't you know the raw materials for this thing, just take them at will. I just saw this dish very popular. Ah, you said this. That was indeed very popular. Ma Jing also stared at the distance. Miang Kaihu suddenly stuffed curry into his mouth next to Nakori's side. She basically made this thing round, doesn't it look like it's so popular? Jing Yejun, are you used to this kind of thing? Am I? Ah. I did feel a little strange when I first came, but if I treat it as chicken, there will be no psychological barrier. Well, the protein content is even higher. I wanted to say something, but Ma Jing also saw that the prison master had already coughed twice lightly. He turned around and left the seat. I'll lose my companion. Well? Seeing the prison master walking all the way to the toilet, Ma Jing also reacted later. It seems that everyone in Lingting accepts such advanced dishes. It's still a very long task,